Welcome to the podcast. This one I've been waiting for. I got Uncle Rico in the background. Let me tell you how we got here. It looks as though that me and a few guys, Andre love crossing borders. I think my friend Todd and Austin Holloman, we did a show about, what would happen if World War III came, and is the American dream live as well? Well, it seems that, Uncle Rico went up to another show and called a brother cowards and everything else. Now, Fearless don't like to be called no coward. He like to stand 10 toes down. So as men, the best thing to do is bring the brother on the show so we can go mano y mano and see if he can defend what he said. Maybe he was wrong. Maybe, even though Fearless is 99.79% right all the time, I could be wrong. He said passport bros are basically unpatriotic. They go across other places and wouldn't fight for America. It's basically like they give up on black women. Even though if we get divorced, they're gonna take half of what you got and all of your kids. So are we unpatriotic because we went somewhere else to find love? Am I unpatriotic? I don't know. Let's play this intro, and then we'll get back to him. And we'll bring him up to the front of the congregation. It's always good to have a brother come to the front of the congregation and see what he's talking about. Ain't no need to talk about behind nobody's back. Let's do this monologue intro and bring him up.
When we encourage, you mean the black people in America to fight in defense of America?
Mr. Muhammad Ali has just refused to be inducted into the United States Armed Forces.
There are also unknowns. The ones we don't know, we don't know.
I don't think I fought for the country. I fought for some politician's view on something.
Are you going to leave America in 2030?
I'm going to try and leave America in 2027.
Oh, beautiful for heroes proved in liberating strife, who more than self their country loved, and mercy more than.
My goodness. So are you unpatriotic? Would you fight for a country that may not fight for you? Would you find love in a place that doesn't have love for you? Let's bring Uncle Rico to the top of the congregation. How you doing, sir? Welcome to the show.
I'm doing good. That was a good introduction. Good preliminary setup for the conversation.
Yes, sir.
You lay with some good points, but I do have I clearly have counterpoints to that.
All right. Well, let's start with the first counterpoint. Your counterpoint was, you said Austin Holloman. Well, you basically said us all. We were doing a show about, would you leave America? Would you go somewhere else? And you basically said that he was being a coward for not fighting.
No.
So my question is Malcolm X a coward? Is Muhammad Ali a coward?
No. That's quite a leap.
They didn't fight. They refused to fight.
I would argue that they did fight, and most importantly, they stayed. So there's a very clear distinction that they wasn't talking about leaving their country. They stayed. So we got to be crystal clear there. Muhammad nor Malcolm chose to leave Black America. They stayed. The point I want to make sure of, and let me open with this. I want to say this. As most people know, I'm a very opinionated person, and I can have strong opinions, and sometimes they can be too strong and they can rub people the wrong way. So I apologize for sometimes not modulating my words, but I'm thoughtful in what I say. And I just want to say, to open the conversation, because I actually, when you came up and got at me on No Excuses, I went back to watch the videos again, because I said, well, maybe I said something wrong that I need to apologize for, or maybe. So I said, I know what I said. Let me go back and watch again what I reacted to. What I think I did not make clear was, when I was upset about it, was Austin wasn't talking about going to another country. He specifically was talking about avoiding the draft. Mm-hmm. Now, I'm a veteran. I'm not sure if you, and that's why I kind of hesitate a little bit, because I knew he didn't ever serve. I don't believe Andre ever served, and I wasn't sure if you did or didn't, so I didn't want to jump out that window. And I, as Brother Ronan can tell you, veterans, we can get a little prickly when people who have never served speak a lot about, things around the military, because we know less than 2% of the population will ever wear the uniform, ever. So the way I've always looked at it all my life, even to this day, signing up for selective service, which all young men at the age of 18 must do, is where you put your name on the list and it says, if my country ever needs me, call on me and I will stand to defend it. So it was very offensive to me to hear him I'm like, you accept all of the good of the country, but you're saying in this hypothetical situation, if we were to be invaded, World War III, however y'all were describing it, you're looking for an exit plan. You're looking to go away. And I'm like, even when I served, and I have a son serving active duty today, I didn't serve for the land. I served for the people. So I'm like, so you're going to...
We're going to bring that up. We're going to bring that up.
Right,
I'm
but
bring
I'm
that
saying
up
it's ringing hollow to me. I'm like, you don't have to be overly patriotic, but you have a sense of duty. And to sit there, and I probably got, and I more so got triggered because I was really expecting you and Andre, being older, to have had that conversation with him to say, while you may be afraid, the young men that's overseas right now that's 18, 19 years old, they're scared too. But they're doing their duty.
All right, I'm gonna mix this up a little bit because you're going to different places. So
I just wanted to explain where
you're right.
It came from, and I still feel that way. Even when I went back and watched it again, those very same thoughts come up again. It's like, why are they not telling him, young man, if you get called, you have to answer the call. That's just all there is to it.
I was gonna save this for later, but I'm gonna do this.
I didn't see that, so that's why
I'm gonna do this one now. I was gonna save this one, but let me see if I can bring this up, because I think what has happened is the reason. I understand why you're saying that. Man, where is that? But the problem is, we, meaning, Americans or people of color, have fought in every war since the inception of this country. And we haven't gotten, what have we gotten back? Just promises. Let's go all the way back. In the Civil War, we thought we were going to get our freedom. That didn't happen. Then Jim Crow came. Then we had the greatest, what they call the greatest generation, World War II. We stormed the beaches of Normandy. We dropped a bomb on Hiroshima. We didn't get reparations, but the Japanese got reparations. And also out of that, the Jewish people got their own country. We still didn't get anything. Number 3, Vietnam War. We're like, oh man, Vietnam, we got to go fight North Korea. We went over there and fought. We're saving people we're fighting and killing people who never did anything to us. They're really not our enemy, but we're killing them. To come back home, that we still sitting in the back of the bus. We still couldn't have education. Then let's fast forward to my generation. We have the World Trade Center came. Oh man, we got to go get Osama bin Laden. So what do? We go get Saddam Hussein. It has nothing to do with it to go fight for some oil. So we still didn't get it. We're fighting for other people's freedom that we never got. But let me play this, because I want you to hear from people who have served and people who have gone in their opinion. So give me 1 second. Let me bring this person up. Not a person, but a video. So
I don't think I fought for the country. I fought for some politician's view on something. And I remember one dude in particular that I killed. Like, I shot his buddy, and then I came through his room. I killed him in front of his wife in a bedroom because he went for a gun. And I think about him now, and it's like, all right, why did I kill that guy? Well, because he went for a gun. Okay, but why did he go for a gun? Well, because I was in his fucking room at 2 a.m. Well, why was I in his room at 2 a.m? Well, because George fucking Bush was pissed that Saddam Hussein allegedly wanted to kill his dad, so we invaded. And then I start to think, was this guy funny? What if I met him in Paris over a coffee? Would we have actually liked each other and I just kill him because a politician sent us here for weapons of mass destruction that didn't exist? Yeah.
So I say that to say, duty. What duty do you have to fight for something that had nothing to do with you? Because all it is rich people telling poor people who to go kill.
Well, okay, well, I'll answer this, and I'm glad you played that video, because I'll even answer. And I understand what the guy in the video was saying. Yes, I fully get it, but veterans were not a monolith, just like Black people or men or women are not a monolith. We all think differently. So that's very true, everything that gentleman in that video said. But my position is that while I agree with him that, you can take in the mindset of, I'm here fighting this war against people who didn't do anything to me because a politician sent me, I always have to fall back, like myself and other veterans think, well, what other choice do we have? What else do we do? If the issue we see fault is the politician, then we have a duty to correct the politicians. we have a duty to correct the people that are sending us to these faraway lands, misinformed, wars for oil and things like that. See, that's the part where, like I said, 2% serve, but we're also doing what the other 98% that never sells, vote those motherfuckers in to send us to do. So we're not doing just what the politicians said.
I think you froze up a little bit, Uncle Rico. I think that was you.
We're doing what the other 98% of the country that choose. Yeah, I'm back.
Yeah, you back. Go ahead. There you go.
Oh, okay. So we have a representative government. So, that goes into the whole thing with people like, oh, what's the point in voting? I'm like, but again, not voting is a vote. It's a vote for the same thing. It's a vote for apathy. So we have all of these.
Breaking up.
Then what else is? Yeah, what else is your choice? I say, as I agree that we have these horrible politicians doing shit, sending young men, like I said, my son that's serving, that's in Germany now on his way to Korea, him, and I got 4 other sons, if there was a draft, that would get called up. I don't want them going to faraway lands, fighting ridiculous, stupid wars for no reason. Then I need to get off my ass and make sure that people that would send them to do that are not there. And
so here's the thing, and I'm going to start playing some videos because I want to use, not that I want to use your words against you, but I don't want to opine and put words in your mouth. You're fighting for freedom, sure. But isn't that freedom for somebody who doesn't want to fight?
I rephrase that because I'm not quite understanding.
You're fighting for someone's freedom.
So you're saying people in the other country or the people here?
The people here.
Right. So you're talking about the freedom of fellow Americans.
Mm-hmm. I think you're slowing down a little. And I'm going to say, just so you know, when I want to make sure that Uncle Rico is heard. And I'm going to save my opinion and how my views are until the end. So I want to come at this as objectively as possible so that so I can get as much out as possible. But I'm going to save how I feel till the end.
Okay. It went out. Can you start over? Fearless? Because it went out on me.
No problem. I'm just when you broke up. I said that what I'm going to do is I'm going to save my opinion and how I feel till the end. But I want to show different opinions and I want to confront you on what you said. So let me start this first video up and we'll listen to it.
Austin was crying and pining because I guess he watched the news and he was.
I'm going to go out and come right back in because I think that might fix it.
All right.
And I heard Floyd say this the other day.
I'll hold on to this. I'll bring Ronan up for a moment then. When you come back, I'll do it. Ronan, how you doing today, sir?
Good. This is a great conversation. I'd like to be involved in it because there's some touchy things, even as a secondary veteran, beside from what he says, to give a third party opinion, of somebody that served but isn't taking sides on the issue between you two. You get what I'm saying? But I can give you that military background. So I'd like to be a part of this conversation while you're going through the motion. So I'm gonna shut up and I'll raise my hand before I chime in.
No, go ahead and chime in, brother. We're waiting for Uncle Krusty to come back.
So as he's rebooting, the whole point in the draft is honor and service to your country because of the things that we have as advantages in the United States.
And remember, I want to get more than just the draft because he's basically saying,
I get that. But let me give you that. Let me give you that part first.
Okay.
So it takes a special individual to even want to do that, and a lot of people don't want to serve. That was the whole point even back during the Vietnam War. A lot of wealthy people were going to college and doing everything to hide from the draft while all the poor people went and fought. And yes, you can call them useless wars or you can call them different situations. But at the time, everybody can look at hindsight being 2020 what it is. It was a wrong thing to do. But in the moment, in the situation, you know, that's where the honor of being an American, and I don't care how much infighting Americans have. When some other country comes up against you, there's something in you. It's ingrained in you. A lot of people are like, fuck that. I'm not letting them get away with that. You had football players, professional football players that had careers that decided to opt out of playing football to go in the military because they had that about themselves. So they're very deeply patriotic and loyal people that want to serve indirectly or directly. And when they hear a call internally in their bodies to say, this is the way I can contribute to what I have as a freedom. You guys can do whatever the hell you want with that freedom. That's the point of us serving, the ones that did serve. You know, at the end of the day, it's your choice, and it's your right to refuse. Listen, it's still your right to refuse, just like Muhammad Ali did, and Malcolm X, and all the others that stayed and still fought for Black America. So they still had their own war. They just chose to fight their war on their front, which is the Black community. You know, and I think that's where Uncle Rico's going. I'm going to land my plan so you can continue having the conversation, but I'll just sit back and input where I can.
Sorry.
And so let me play this, and then we'll comment on this, because I want to make sure that we use your words and go there. And what I was saying, Uncle Rico, before you left, I'm going to save my opinion until the end, where I can say what I feel. But I just want to go against you on some points that you said. So and just to let you know, this is you, Uncle Rico. I didn't have a picture of you, brother. But
that's when I'm out there in the sun too long. You're right.
Austin was crying and opining because I guess he watched the news and he was definitely afraid of a draft. And I heard Floyd say this the other day. I refuse to fight for America. He's in America.
But would you, Malcolm X?
I, as an individual, Malcolm X, would never fight for America.
My conscience won't let me go shoot my brother or some poor hungry people in the mud for big powerful America and shoot them for what? They never called me.
I just cut that off because I didn't know what YouTube was going to like with that hard N-word on there.
Now, can I say this again? I absolutely get the correlation you're trying to make, but my problem would be Malcolm and Muhammad fought for Floyd and Austin to be in the position that they're in. If they were in the same place of privilege that those two little smug assholes are in today, they would probably not object. But they were going through far severe circumstances of being discriminated against. We're not going through that now. So I just want to say this, as what Ronan said, they had a fight. They were already at war before the war began. So they was like, I'm not leaving the war that I'm currently in, fighting for my people, to go fight your war. But if I thought Austin or Floyd was out there doing something noble, I probably wouldn't care. Oh, they out there doing something noble. They ain't doing shit.
But why do they have to do something
so
noble?
That's why
every generation.
Right.
Every generation is going to say that they was fighting for something. And in the Civil War, we fighting for our freedom. And, you know, then we got to go against the communists. Now we got to go against Vietnam. I really don't know what they did. Now we got to go against Saddam Hussein. So everybody in every generation says we fighting for some cause. But what is that cause when we look back at it? It doesn't look like we gained only. Go ahead, my brother. My question, I want to get on what you said about Floyd. I just don't. Go ahead. No, I think this is always misinterpreted. So my question to you is, say I work out, I exercise, and you say, look, Fearless, I want to get just like you, but I don't want to eat right. I don't want to go to the gym. I say, all right, that's kind of different. Or if you said, I got some money, and you say, look, I want to be rich, but I ain't going to work and I ain't going to study. What would your response be to someone who says that? That's to you, Uncle Rico. What would be your response to someone who says?
Then I would say you're not going to accomplish your goals if you're not willing to put in the work.
Do you
If you're
think it's
not going to
fair
go to the
somebody who
gym
didn't
and work hard,
exercise?
you're not going.
Because of
You're-
his
you're-
lag,
you're-
you got to let him finish.
Yeah, it keeps going. I don't know why conversation. I would say to anybody that if you're not okay, I would say to anybody if you're not willing to put in the work to work on your body, your health, and your income, then you can't expect anything out of life. Certainly not what you set as your aspirations or your goals.
All right.
So
Let me
you
ask
need to
this
be
question.
you need to be content with where you are in life.
Do you think it's fair that, like, I just get some money, I never had to work for it, and all of it's given to me, or I expect the same opportunity as you? Like if we playing basketball and I'm like, hey, shoot, I ain't practiced, but I need to start. Would that be fair? It's just a lag with Uncle Rico, so I know he's wants to answer it. It's not that he's not answering it. So I know you there, Uncle Rico. I seen you move a little bit. There you go. Would that be fair? I didn't hear you.
Yeah, you went out. Can you repeat it?
All right. So if I said, I want to play basketball and I want to
give me
start.
2 minutes to reset. Let me reset my router because it's killing me, and this ain't gonna work. I got to get this fixed. Give me about 2 minutes.
No
It's a
problem.
good conversation to have. So yeah, let him get cleared up for that.
Yeah, I don't want to. I want him to be able to answer all the questions. So, so the thing is, I want to wait till he comes back. But here's the question I'm gonna pose to him. So when he gets back, I think when Floyd and Austin talk about women going to the draft or not being in the draft, I don't think they're necessarily talking about women per se. Or when I hear this argument, what the argument is, you fought for, you want the great jobs, you want this equal pay, you want the CEO benefits, so you want all the benefits that come with something, but never the bad part of it. So if I say, hey, you got to go to war, hey, now it's time for you to be on the front line. They're like, no, I'm not being on the front line. You're like, well, hold up. So you want the good pay, you want the good job, you want the C-suite, you want all of these things, but when it comes time to serve duty, then that's wrong. So here's the problem: you either want equality or you don't want equality. You can't have equality only when it benefits you. Now, I don't believe that a woman should be going to the front line. I think it causes issues.
It absolutely does. So I'll end that right now. It absolutely will.
But is it not fair? Meaning, you want men.
Life is not going to be fair when it comes to the equality of men and women. The delusion is on the woman's side. Let us not be men and be delusional at the same time. You get what I'm saying? So as men, we can't be delusional at the same time to say, well, if you want all these equalities, then you need to be and act as strong as us. We already know that's not going to happen. We already know they're not as strong
Let me
as us.
repeat this for Uncle Rico.
Yeah, I think I'm good. I had to move my router to get closer.
No
so hopefully it'll stick.
So what you brought up, you were saying Floyd actually want women to go to the front line or something.
Yeah, he said that.
And what I was saying was, it would be unfair for me to say, I just want to start. I never practiced. I want to start. Or I want the muscles, but I never worked out. All that would be unfair because there's a certain thing that goes along with it. There's a certain hard work that goes with it. And so I think what they're saying is a female wants all the benefits that a male has without the sacrifice. So it's saying if you want your equal pay, you want to be in the C-suites, you want all of these things, but when it comes times, you want the equality, except when it doesn't benefit you. You know, you're 50-50 with me until the bill comes. We're
Okay.
50-50 until the guy comes into the house. So, you know, if you listen to someone like Zed, she's saying, hey, you know, men and women are the same. And so they're saying, well, if they're the same, then you put the same work I do in.
Right. And this is where I'll say this, because again, like, since we're on the patriotic thing and keeping it on the comment, it was specifically about Floyd, because the weird thing about it was he's like, they should be, and again, that's why I keep going back to only 2% serve, so only 2% knows. The other 98% are often opining about the military, and other than going past a base and maybe, you know, knowing somebody, they really don't have a clue. As I know and Ronan know, a lot of females do serve. A lot. They have always, since, like you said, going back to the Revolutionary War, there were women, not many, but there were women in the Revolutionary War. There were women in the Civil War. They served in every conflict. So this notion that women are not willing to make the sacrifice equally, or all, I'm not going to say equally, but that there are not a large group of women that are willing to sacrifice is silly, and it's especially troubling coming from a man who's not willing to make the sacrifice. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I think what they're saying is, if you want me to make the sacrifice, and
well, traditionally,
sacrifice, and then you need to make the sacrifice. It still goes back to that.
Okay, then I would go back and say that that's a man that should never put the word tradition in his mouth again. Because traditionally, we've never asked women to go off into battle, even though they have. And just to add caveat to it, they have done, there are women who serve in many militaries around the world, like the Israeli army. Women routinely, so the notion that women can't, and I mean, in combat arms, in the Israeli military. So, and I think there's a couple of other militaries around the world as well. So we have evidence that women will stand up and defend their nation just as men, because ultimately, as a nation, if we're to be invaded, no one is going to be spared. Everybody got to pick up weapons and fight, because the invaders are coming to get all of us. They're not going to go, oh, we're just going to kill the men. And no, they're going to want to get rid of everybody. So that I keep hearing this knee-jerk reaction to make them have to prove it. I'm like, how about you prove it as well? So
you got to move his router a little bit better.
But yeah, I get that notion, but I would always say that. I mean, we've never asked women to do that.
Let me keep going, because I just want to hit on points, and we're going to keep going with it. Here's something else you said, and let's see if you defend your point. Let's see this one, Uncle Rico.
There and listen, and they were serious. So they can come later on, oh no, Rico, I didn't mean it like that. No, you motherfuckers meant it exactly the way y'all said it. You're cowards. You're fucking cowards. Plain and simple. There's no.
Are you going to leave America in 2030?
Get on Rico. Get on Rico.
Before I play this, Uncle Rico,
yes,
you served in the military, but you didn't serve active, right?
No, I served active.
Okay, no. When I say you didn't serve, well, okay, you served active.
I didn't.
You didn't serve in a war,
but I served active duty. Yes.
Yeah, nothing wrong with that. So the reason I'm gonna play this gentleman, and this is a little long, so please bear with me. This gentleman is part of, or was, an ex-CIA member. So he was in intelligence. That means he was deep into it. You know how the intelligence are. They behind enemy lines all the time. So I want you to hear what he says, because your thing was Austin and them want to leave the United States. Andre Love Crossing left the United States, and they're cowards for doing so. I want you to listen to someone who served, and maybe you've been out of the service some years.
Yes,
this gentleman is out, removed a few years ago.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to go to a source where somebody who knows
more recent, more current.
So let's listen to him, and then I want to hear what you have to say about
Leave America in 2027.
So let me go back to when he said
It's simple. There's no.
Are you going to leave America in 2030?
I'm going to try and leave America in 2027.
I read that somewhere. Why are you going to try and leave America in 2027?
So I think the United States is going through a very difficult time right now. And I think most people understand that. We are a young country. No matter how much we think that we are the best in the world, we are actually going through the early part of our adolescence as a nation. And you can see it playing out every day in the headlines. You can see it in our role in geopolitical events. You can see that we're suffering in terms of trying to identify ourselves. We don't know, do we want to be a real democracy? Do we want to be kind of a partial democracy? Do we want to treat everybody as equal? Do we not want to treat everybody as equal? We're struggling in the same way that you and I did through middle school, right? My children mean the world to me. And what I want to do is give them a life where they have the choice to do anything they want to do. Unfortunately, I don't believe our country for the next 5 to 10 years is going to be the kind of country that allows children of today to choose and be whatever they want to be. I think our country has some growing up of its own to do before we really offer people equal access to opportunities. So for me, if I was I
want you to listen to this, because basically this is the same thing that Austin said.
A 11-year-old son, when I turned 15 or 16 years old and I start to really care about something, I would like to be in a place where I can explore that thing. I don't think that's going to be in the United States. I think that's going to be in Europe. I think that's going to be in the Middle East. I think that's going to be in Latin America, where he will have all the advantages of the world outside of the United States.
So you listen to what he said.
So
he said that if his son, he was sending outside of the United States to get the opportunity. Let me play the rest of it, and then I'll let you opine.
I don't want to live in the United States when it loses so much status that another country reaches economic parity. Think about that for a second. The world is accustomed to one superpower. Once there are two superpowers, everything changes. There's two massive languages, and you're going to have to choose which language you speak. There's two currencies. Which currency are you going to save your money in? There's competing priorities. There's competing politics. There's equally massive, sophisticated militaries. When you are in one of those two countries, at the moment that they reach parity, you are in the most dangerous position, because the number one target for China will be the United States.
I want you to listen to this part, because I got another clip I'm going to play. You hear what he's saying? Who the number one targets are.
Number one target for the United States will be China.
And to sit there and listen.
I have some disagreements, but go ahead.
No, I'll let you opine with that. So the gentleman is saying, one, he has a son. He would not let it, because the opportunity and the availability, he would send him somewhere else. One of the places you heard was Latin America. And he was sending him. Another thing that you said that I will play is, we talked about where would you go if there was War III. And you stated, and I'll play it, the United States is the safest country to be in.
Yes.
That is bullshit.
Okay.
Here's why that's bullshit.
Okay.
We are a nuclear power. If that would be like me saying, I'm the blood and you the Crips. And instead of fighting you, I want to go to your neighborhood, but instead of going to your neighborhood, I'm going to go to the suburbs. The suburbs is basically Latin America. If China wanted to fight with us or come at us to destroy it, they would never come to Latin America. They would be fighting the United States. And where would they be fighting? In large cities: Houston, New York, DC, San Francisco, all the places that have financial institutions and all the places that have nuclear capabilities. Why would someone like China or Russia or someone invade? There was no World Trade Center in Sao Paulo. None of that. So you said that, one, they're not the safest place. I want you to defend that. And number two, you said that, you called him a coward for leaving, where this man who is in the CIA, who understands intelligence, said that he would be out by 2027.
Okay, I think there's a couple of things you're doing that you're conflating. Again, I specifically and I stand by it. Austin was talking specifically, because the videos are still up, about avoiding the draft. He wasn't just talking about just leaving willy-nilly. I'm just going to be an expat and he was talking about them not calling him up for the draft and sending his ass to war. In that framework and in that context only. For that, I say he was being a coward. And that's the textbook definition of when your country call you to serve your duty, you serve your duty. Or else, if you're going to exit out, guess what? You can renounce your citizenship any motherfucking day that you choose, and then no longer are a citizen of the United States. You no longer have an obligation to defend it, and you can go wherever you want. But to sit here currently and sucking off the tit and the benefit of it while other people are making the sacrifice, but at the first sign of trouble, your ass want to run away. That is what it is in my book. And that's that point. I don't have any problem with anybody relocating to another country, but to do it, and he didn't even say, "Oh, I'm gonna do it now." He said he was specifically asking you guys. Well, he kept talking about the draft. That was the thing that kept.
He just said, "Where would you be at during the draft?" He said, "Where's the say?" I don't think he said that he would run.
If the video's there,
he took some things out of context.
No. If the video's up, that's why I went back and watched it again, and he was like, "Oh, I'm like," he was admitting he's the prime target. I'm like, "Yeah, you fucking 25 and you a male. You absolutely are what they would call up. Yes, that's just a no-brainer." So you could see the dread. And I say this to anybody to go. It's like 3 different clips. You can go watch them yourself.
I got them here.
And then you can hear what I heard. So that's the way it was received to me. So as far as to that gentleman, absolutely, I believe in the case of a armed conflict, especially World War III, the safest place to be is the United States, because it is the country currently that's the most that can mostly defend itself than any other country currently in the world. Now, will that change in the future? Maybe. But as it stands today, with the military might we have, no one else is on par, or certainly not above us. There are people that are militarily catching, but they ain't caught our ass yet. So my premise is, and I say this, the operative word that I think y'all missed out of World War is the first word, world. In World War I, let me finish. You asked me to opine.
No, go ahead.
You asked me to opine, so I'll explain. Because even in World War II, South America or Africa wasn't exempt. They wasn't exempt. They were also heavily influenced and oftentimes soft invaded by the powers that be. And guess what? They're not going to be able to defend themselves. So if you think even if China was to fuck over the U.S., that they're going to stop here, you're nuts. So even going to Latin America or South America, what's going to make them not come there? So that's my whole premise is.
Damn. We want you back, Uncle Rico.
I hate when he freezes up. Damn it. He was flowing too.
Yeah.
Come on back, Rico. Fight it. Get that squirrel turning.
If he was in Latin America, he wouldn't have them issues with it.
Damn. I mean, I think he's in America right now. He jumps back and forth between Atlanta and DR. But so you're saying Atlanta's got squirrel networks over there?
Yeah, you in the United States, man. Something's happening.
Oh, shit.
You don't have fiber optics or something down there.
Oh my God!
Oh, shit. All right. I would have to disagree with America is not the safest place. If nuclear bombs are launched, America will not be the safest place to be.
And while he's gone, I'm gonna play what I said in this video. So this is what I stated when Austin asked me about World War III.
I've always told people that they need to leave the United States and not come back. They need to just pack up and move. I mean, you don't have to do that, but for me, that's my option. I tried to go back recently. I couldn't do it.
I know. I was there. I witnessed it.
Yeah, yeah. I was trying my best not to be a party pooper, but so, for example, my countries that I would go to, because I think even a country like Paraguay is safer than Brazil during World War III, let's say. What factors about a country make it safe to reside in during global tensions like that?
Geographical location, its remoteness away from a nuclear power. So that the resources. So what type of resources do they have? So that's what I said. So my thing was not about running. He asked me what would be the places that would be safest. So, fearless just don't like to make something up. I don't want to just say I know or this. So I had actually done my research. So let me screen share.
I mean, you're absolutely correct. I could tell you right off the bat, you're right.
So
there are certain countries that are not going to be nuclear striked because they're not a nuclear power.
That's right. And this was a list of 50 countries. And no top 50 did not have the United States on it. The United States was not a part of.
Oh, we're going to get saturated with nuclear bombs. And then you have to worry about the nuclear fallout after the bombing. I used to prep for a reason. I was a prepper. So I even know how to prepare for things like this. So even with my military training, I was a prepper after that and after the fact. So hence guns behind me and everything else, understanding what a bug out bag is, getting things on standby, staging things along your route just in case things happen. All these things are factors when you're trying to escape a city center to get somewhere remotely where you're not going to run into any kind of problems, because what's going to happen is it's going to be the haves and the have-nots, and the have-nots that did not prepare are going to try to take it from the haves. So then it's already going to be infighting, and that's going to last for at least 2 to 3 weeks until all those people are gone. I'm not playing around. This is the way it's going to be. It's going to be kill or be killed. It ain't going to be no, let's work it out. You know what I tell my son is to have a skill, ironwork, something that can contribute to a society that after the society breaks down, you have something to fall back on when there is no power, when there is no electricity. Things have to go back to the old school way of doing things. Ironwork is going to be a big thing. Engineering, learning how to make things work, things like that, man.
Hold up, Ronan, because that goes to my other point. I really want to bring him back. I want to have him on when you go into that, when you repeat that. Let's stay with this. So the items that when I looked it up was you need resources. When they say resource, you need water, you need shelter, you need a climate that is going to be a good climate. And it has to be a place that's going to be net neutral. That's why Switzerland, Ireland, these smaller places that I know that we say World War III or World War II, but not everybody was really involved in those wars.
Everybody's not going to get dragged into it. Yes.
Nobody would, we say that, but even though it was the world, them places weren't. So, I don't understand that. But hopefully we can get Uncle Rico.
There are always secondary positions, but the primary ones are going to be the ones that are bombed first. Taking down energy power plants, things like that are going to be necessities and priority. And then the greatest amount of body loss, the biggest cities, where you can through attrition you can cut down the numbers, so that when you do land or land on whatever continent that you're trying to conquer, there's less resistance.
Correct. All right.
He's on his way back in, hopefully.
He's on his way back.
Yeah. Maybe he might need to go without the camera and he'll stay on longer.
Let's see.
Hey, yeah.
Oh shit.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm on my phone while I'm trying to get my router back
Okay.
up, and I was thinking that too. It might be, but I'm waiting on it to boot back up. So I said,
Yes,
let
sir.
me get back in through my phone in the interim. I can listen.
Okay.
So what I brought up, you said it was the safest country, and then I'm also going to let Ronan opine.
Sure.
I looked up that question prior to it. If you listen to the video, the question that I was answering with Austin was, because he asked, what would make a great place to go, or where would be a great place to go if World War III hit?
Yes.
And my answer was places that have resources, places that
Mhm.
are far from it. And so I did the research beforehand. And if you can see on the screen, this even says it. It says some of the countries considered the safe event of World War III. United States didn't make the top 50. And I mean, it may have been further than 50. It just stopped at 50. It was
Right.
places like Switzerland, Ireland, smaller
Mhm.
islands that didn't have it. United States was nowhere near safe. We would be enemy number one. And you heard that gentleman that says, if China goes up or United States goes up and there's a war, we're at each other.
Right.
They got submarines coming. And I know
Right.
that you said, yeah, World War III affects everybody, but even in World War II, not everybody wasn't dragged in. And if they did, they had like them soldiers that's like, oh yeah, we kind of helping out. Where we sent millions and they sent 1,000.
Yeah, yeah. But this is what I'm getting at, right? And I agree. Obviously, Russia, China, the U.S., those countries will certainly not be on the list because those will be the main combatants. When I talk now, I think the list that you're looking at and the way they're framing it, those are countries of survivability, which I absolutely agree with, and I absolutely agree with the advice that you guys gave about being self-sustaining. These are great countries to survive the outcome of World War III. I'm talking about it from a defensive standpoint. So my whole point, none of those countries in Latin America, they worried about the country next door. They can't defend themselves from anybody. So my whole point was when you guys were speaking about, I'm like, if World War III breaks out, who is the last place currently that they're going to want to fuck with right now? The United States of America. So if it wasn't for the US, China probably would have taken over half the world by now. So believe it or not, as much as people do talk down on America because of our military might, we are a deterrent and a stabilizer to world order. The same way that we're not trying to take over other countries of the world, we prevent other countries. You look at the shit that Russia did with Ukraine. Okay. Now, if we said, just hear me out, just hear me out, right? Just hear me out. If other people just sit on the sideline and do nothing, he'll go further and further and further because that's that goes all the way back to the beginning of time. You look at Genghis Khan. That's how tribes and empires just took over other smaller empires because they had no opposition. When I say America is the safest place, because it offers the greatest opposition to anyone choosing to try to do so. Because ain't nobody else going to step up and stop these motherfuckers. It just isn't. There's not another country on the planet. If China say, okay, we're going to roll out the big guns, that's going to step up and stop. And you'll get a bunch of appeasement. And we'll be the only ones that say, hey, we're going to throw bodies and bullets and bombs and everything else because we're not standing for it.
Well, one part is, let's see, how can I say it? One is the reason we don't, well, let's go with the reason we fight. The reason we fight has nothing to do with us liking Ukraine or anything like that. We are in proxy wars. So here's how a proxy war works. We don't want to fight Russia, but we want to battle test everything we got. So how can we battle test it? We can get the war machine to make all these, all these devices, and then we give it to Ukraine, and then we step back and say, did that work or didn't it work? Well, yeah, they went on there and them guns didn't fire. Well, back to the drawing board. We just use these countries in order to further our own best interest in our military, not might, the Boeings, the North, what is it? Not Nordstrom, Northrop gun.
Northrop Grumman.
Yeah, Northrop Grumman. We just further the military aspect. Number two, China already taken over. The best thing isn't to take over people. You just take over finances.
Sure, I agree with that.
Financially take it over. Why invade a place when I can just financially own you and you're in debt to me?
Right. So that's called soft power. Yes, that's called soft. But here's the thing: is I would now I agree with you partially. With the proxy wars, America has always been in the proxy wars. I agree with that. America has always had to try to have influence in places wherever they could. I agree with there. I wouldn't say that the sole reason for it is to try out weapons of war. I do think that's a part of it, but I don't think, I think that's part of the reason.
Financial.
Yeah, financial. I definitely believe because I do agree. See, that's where we're in agreement about the military-industrial complex. They've been talking about that damn near 100 years, and that is all of these military contractors all around the country that makes billions, if not trillions of dollars making weapons of war, and America is the #1 exporter of weapons of war to other countries. We make weapons. Very few countries outside the United States and a few other places even make weapons. The US, Russia, China, but everybody else, they're buying planes from us. They buy tanks. They make some of their own, but that's a big part of our economy, making weapons for other countries. So that's why I sit and say, it's like, what the fuck I'm gonna run to Brazil for, where they can't defend themselves?
But instead, what you're saying to somebody like Austin is, go over there and fight them people for some oil. Go, not because they did anything to us. Go over there and fight them because they invaded Kuwait. Well, I ain't never been to Kuwait.
Right.
Because our oil prices are going up.
Right. If you think of it, if you frame it that way, that's what it sounds like. But I know whenever I join, I'm sure when Ronan joined and anybody else, no one ever joins going in believing that. It's our purpose, our mission is the freedom and the defense of our nation. And more importantly, once you join, it's the man next to you. Because to be honest with you, I didn't give two shits about the service. I cared about my squad, my platoon, my company. I was willing to lay down my life and die for them. That's really what it is, the driver. But it is ultimately, in a big picture, it's about the defense of your nation. And every military of every nation in the world is the same thing. It's not like it's nothing that's unique to America. If you look at the Brazilian army, as feeble as it is, it's in defense of Brazil.
Mm-hmm.
It is.
Let me add to his point real quick. A lot of the facts you're bringing out. Hold on.
If you can also bring up what you were saying about the resources and hunting, if you can.
So a lot of the facts you're bringing out are true, but those are hindsight facts. Military personnel and the way they're trained they're like this. You literally have to be deprogrammed when you get out of the military. Unfortunately, a lot of brothers and sisters are not deprogrammed. You got actual weapons running around the country after they get right done with kicking in doors and pulling off rounds and shooting people without treatment and without being deprogrammed. It took me years to be deprogrammed from what I saw and what I had to do. Okay. So in that respect, civilians have the luxury of reflection. When you're in a branch of the military, the only thing you can question is an unlawful order. Okay. You can't question all orders. You don't have the privilege or the right to, because if you start doing that, nothing will get done when it comes to achieving the mission. Okay. So you have to have blind faith, aside for what your ethics and morals are, to understand what is a legal order, a lawful order, and an unlawful order. Those are only your only recourse when you're in the military. You don't get to question all the finite details of the politics behind why you're going. You can complain and bitch all you want, but guess what? You're gonna be right there doing your job. So you might as well shut the fuck up and do what you need to do to get home. I had blinders on. Anything that had a rag on it, I was shooting it. You know why? I wanted to get home to my wife and my kids. There was no other options. I couldn't just turn tail and run and say, I'm not going to put up arms and I'm not going to do this, that, and the other thing. Hell no.
And think about it this way a little bit, Fearless, right? So I want you to think about this. So the position, and I hear what you're saying, but then that's almost like where you guys and I let me say this. I apologize if I use the word coward. I felt that way, but I understand. But then what I'm also hearing in the counter argument is you're saying, well, people like me and Ronan who serve, then I guess we just as stupid.
Or with
You
suckers.
know what I'm saying? And I'm not saying you're saying that. I'm not saying you're saying that.
Right.
But I'm saying, and that could almost be framed like, well, y'all the dummies that's over there fighting for oil, this, that, and whatever. And it's no, it's what Ronan just said. We don't have the luxury of, of reflection and things like that. You have to, even wars can start for a noble reason, and then it may end up being
It gets
war.
messy after one.
But it's still, if someone's saying they're going to invade your home or your homeland, you need to take up arms and defend it.
I mean, look at the whole Palestinian-Israel thing. It started. Hold on, the whole Palestinian-Israel thing started off a noble thing. Now it's excessive to where Israel's overdoing it. You get what I'm saying? It starts off being noble, and then it gets real messy and mucky because some people of power say, "I'm gonna push it to the nth degree." Now, who's gonna stop me? But go ahead.
And just to be short, you have Israeli soldiers in the IDF that don't agree with the way that the war is being prosecuted, yet they still fight it. They don't agree with it, but they still fight it. They have no other choice. You have to do your duty. And that was my issue with the whole thing about the draft. Nobody wants to be drafted. And first of all, I don't see no draft coming anytime soon. We haven't had one for almost 70 years. Maybe we will. I don't know. But what I'm saying is that's why it's called a draft lottery, because they know no one wants to do it other than the few brave men who volunteer. Then the rest, if your number comes up, because it's supposed to be a blind lottery, we know it's weighted towards people with money. That's every fucking thing in life. I'm sorry. We can't fix everything. Okay. So I don't think it should be fair that my sons come up in the draft and they have to go, but he want to go to Brazil. I'm like, that's bullshit. It's bullshit. See, we talking about unfair. I'm like, that's not fair either, because nobody wants to go. Like Ronan, you get your deployment order, shit is real. Okay, your ass get a little tight, but you do your job. You follow your leaders. You follow your command. Period.
All right, we're gonna talk about that command. Give me 1 second, because I know we went off. Ronan. Before I go there, because I'm gonna bring something else up. I'm gonna have this download. You were talking about United States, or people don't know how to do anything anymore. So the reason you would leave is because people don't understand how to survive, so to speak. Hit on that real quick if you can.
Well, I mean, in a case of a nuclear, like a battle or something like that, and there's a draft, like I said, America is going to be proliferated. What they can't catch in, the air between the lasers and the satellites and everything else, we are going to have impacts. And even if you survive the impacts, then you have to worry about nuclear winter, nuclear fallout, and all the other things that come behind that. Water being contaminated and irradiated, different things, and you're consuming that. So you're still going to get nuclear radiation or sickness. So there's a lot of things behind something like that, that even if it's survivable and you're in this country, do you know how to prep to get ready for something like that? Like I said, after I got out the military, I still had that mindset of prepping, understanding what a Faraday cage is, having redundancies when it comes to mechanical things you would need. Working vehicles will not be working vehicles. The minute a bomb goes off, EMPs go off, things blow up in your goddamn engine. If you don't have repair parts or sitting in a Faraday cage, you ain't got no vehicle.
And I say that
things like that, you have to start preparing for it. Like my sons all have specialties. Like my son does underwater welding. He does like iron work. Another one does these things. So there's assets you can become if you become part of a community after all the madness and everybody starts shooting everybody, because there ain't gonna be no friends when it comes to self-survival. The haves and the have-nots. People are coming for the ones that have. And if you don't know how to protect what you got, you're gonna lose it to the ones that are more aggressive.
And that will include nations that are not in the conflict. So that's the point I think of. So I'm like, yeah,
Shipping lanes, all that stuff is going to stop. So then it becomes, how do you harvest? Do you know how to grow? Do you know how to go out and hunt and fish? You know, the grocery stores are going to be empty. Look what happens every time there's a hurricane or something like that. Everybody's mad dashing to the goddamn grocery store to clean out all the fucking toilet paper and water. What the fuck?
So let me play this, because this is what I was asked, and I don't. When you said something, the agriculture that they couldn't slaughter. You said something that seemed as though you culture and the agriculture passed by what I was saying. So I'll let you listen to this, and then I'll explain. Culture and the agriculture that they couldn't survive. They wouldn't no milk cows. They don't know do that. Slaughter. They don't know do that. I mean, I'm just so happen. You know, I mean, I'll show you in a second. My dad just taught me how to hunt. He taught me how to smoke meat. He was from the country, so it's like, hey, you gotta know how to smoke the meat, you gotta know how to kill your meat, you know how to dress it, all of those things. But that is so far, especially in Black America. Man, we don't have that. I mean, you hunt, we would be at a whole disadvantage, man. We don't know how to do any of those things. Plant seeds. Yeah. We don't have any even gardens anymore. So when you go to countries like Colombia, DR, there, it always seems like to me they're one generation outside. So they always say, I got family in the campo. You
got a line.
They take it straight from that tree, they kill it, slaughter, get it ready for you. We are so distant from that, man. We don't understand that. We have no survival techniques. If we lose electricity, we lose grocery shop. We don't have access to fuel. We stuck. So what I was saying was, I wasn't worried about me. It wasn't me that I was worried about. It was them. It was everybody else. So let me show you. This is how I grew up, man. This is what I did all the time. Let me see. When I go out, since I was knee-high to a grasshopper, this is what I do. So before I could even pick up a gun or a bow, my dad used to send me to the woods. We used to do trails. You got a trail. All right. Look at those droppings. Are those doe? What kind of droppings? Deer? Is that a buck or a doe? Oh, that's a buck. Look at the rubbings on the tree. Can you call them in? Can you do this? All right, we're going to kill him. This is what I want you to do. I want you to field dress him. So you got to go cut him in, thorax down, pull all the guts out. Can you do that? Every summer, I went to my grandmother's house. Grandmother, we had to learn how to plant eggs, milk the cows, all of that. I'm prepared. If World War II coming or World War III, I'm not going nowhere. It's the foods I'm going to survive.
Right.
It's them that can't, because they so far removed from everything else that they're not. So when I say that they don't understand, it's not me that doesn't understand. I'm prepared for it. I've always been prepared for it. This is what I do. They not. And so, you know, those are the people that when all of this comes, they not going to make it. They're not going to survive. Well, so why not go somewhere where they can survive?
Yeah, but see here, but the premise is this. Again, I keep coming back to the place where I literally say, you know, these places that we think will be survivable, they will be survivable from the initial conflict, from the direct impact, like Ronan said, of direct. But what I'm saying is instability will still permeate all throughout those lands, because if that's the remaining places,
he has more of his wife on there now.
I got something playing. What the hell
I guess he's using his.
Yeah, you do. I hear Maya in the background.
Okay, so what I'm saying is, if America's blown off the map, and then fucked up Canada and Mexico, then the next neighboring piece of land, who to the victors goes the spoils. The people that's remaining will be coming after those other places to take those resources. And if they are, the ultimate skill is the skill of war. So the remaining people will probably be masters of war. They're coming to take over those lands too. They're not going to sit there and sit in, as Ronan said, their waste-filled lands waiting to die, and knowing that, oh, there's a paradise right down there in Central America or South America. Fuck no, they're going to take it. And there's nothing that those people are going to be able to do to stop it. That's what I'm saying. So I'm like, even if you ran from America, you only ran from a show. You think they're gonna look at the DR or Central America or South America and go, oh well, we're not gonna mess with Colombia because they wasn't in the fight. Fuck no, they're gonna make that the that'll be the new United States of America or whatever the hell they want to call it. That's
No, I
what
don't think that'll happen. What they
I
do, well, here's
guarantee
what
you
they
it
may
would.
do. They may colonize a place, just like we
Yeah,
colonize places. But we
yeah,
colonize places. How you think Puerto Rico, them people speak Spanish? How you,
right.
what do you think we did?
So so
Guam.
so
We
what I'm saying.
colonized places.
Right. But so what I'm saying is call it colonization, call it invasion, call it whatever you want. Effectively, all you did was delay your subjugation for someone to come because you didn't want to be subjugated by the Chinese that came straight in to blow your ass away. You ran to Brazil to be subjugated by China later or whoever
Or
it
you gonna
is.
be subjugated by the United States.
Well, you already are, so you might as well stand in defense of it, is what I'm saying. My whole premise is this, is that the best chance of defense of me not being any further subjugated or only remaining subjugated to the land that I was born in is to defend it. You know what I'm saying? And that is literally what the spaces that you're going to go to, their men are going to do. You're not going to see Brazilian men trying to leave Brazil to come to America if they get invaded. They pick up arms and they defend their land. That's literally all of that was driven to me by it was crystal clear him wanting to avoid the draft, and I'm like, that's a duty and an obligation that no matter what country you're born in, you could be born in Mexico. If Mexico get invaded, I expect Mexican men to take up arms. If we decide we're going to invade Mexico, I would expect every Mexican man to take up arms and try to defend us. I don't expect them to roll over. That's what
What they
to
did
me,
in
that's a,
Afghanistan.
yeah, exactly. While they were over there throwing fucking rocks.
No,
Look
so
at
while we went over there to defend them, when the shit hit the fan, they didn't defend themselves. And then
Oh,
another
yes, they
question.
did. Yes, they did. Yes, they
As
did.
soon as they left, they just took over.
No,
That's why
they,
the Taliban came in 2 days
No,
later.
I got a call cap on that, Rico.
yeah.
They did not.
When,
The Afghanis were the worst fighting force they ever tried to train. Most of them just wanted to smoke hashish.
okay.
And it was fully documented. You can watch a
Okay.
whole bunch of
But
videos where the army went over to train that force, and that force refused to want to train. And that's why most of the weaponry that was left for that Afghani army went right over to the Taliban.
Right. Okay, and I'm gonna tell you exactly. Okay, now did y'all hear what y'all saying? I'm gonna tell you what you said, Ronan. You said the Afghanistan. The Afghanistan are the Afghan army and the Taliban. They're all Afghan. Okay, who rolled over was the Afghan army, which is an army full of fucking Austins.
Correct.
Do you understand what I'm
Well,
saying?
I'm not going to say Austins. I'm just going to say that there was the weaker.
Right.
They were the
weaker
least motivated. They were
of
the
that
least
land.
motivated of the two.
Of that land, but the ones that were more motivated, who even was fighting against the U.S. Army, throwing fucking rocks and
Right.
getting killed and blowing themselves up, they were Afghans also.
Oh, of course, yeah. Taliban
That's
come in
what
all
I'm
shapes
saying.
and cultures.
Uncle Rusty,
So-
I think here where my problem comes. Not problem. Here's where I'm in a sense defender.
Okay.
How long do you defend someone or something that won't defend you? And I'm gonna put you in this, Ronan. And this has nothing to do with war, but there was a subject matter that came up where Zed was called Mammy. Ronan stepped in and defended her, and she was like, "Don't defend me. I don't need this defense." That goes back to the United States. How long do you say I'm going to defend this country when in every turn things aren't fair? You don't get fair. You're treated unfairly. You're stopped by police. You're fighting for a freedom somewhere else in which you don't get the freedom here. And Black Man Travels, we are going to define when we're going to get to traveling right after this.
You
So,
do it.
tell me that.
I say for me personally, this is my own personal. I'm not asking anybody else to adopt this ideology until death. That's what I do, because some things in life to me, it's more than about the other person. Some things you have to do for you. So even though, like I said, it's like defending somebody, a white supremacist, from harm or being killed, knowing that they can't stand your ass. And it's like, and I can't stand the way that they feel about me. But I, as a person, can't sit by and watch this little racist little boy that done called me about 18 niggas get ate up by a bunch of fucking dogs. I gotta save this little racist little piece of you know what. You know what I'm saying? So there sometimes that's how life is. Life is sticky. Life is not cut and dry. And I think that's the problem, is everybody expected to be in black and white, smooth. And I get what you're saying. That is a struggle that we as a people, African Americans, FBA, ADOS, whatever the hell we are this week, that's where we as a people have always had that struggle in this country. But we've still always stood up in defense of it because we got nowhere else. Where else are we gonna go defend? We can't, we don't know where we come from, or barely do. You know, most of us, that if you're, you know, your lineage, you can go back so far. So I'm not saying that we're completely devoid of culture or lineage, but what I'm saying is, if we give up on this, then what the fuck else do we got? Ain't nowhere else welcoming us with open arms.
I think there is somewhere else, and you just led me right to my next one, my brother. I appreciate the lead in. You want
to wait? I didn't get the answer.
Okay.
So, in defense of Zed, you do what's right, no matter what that the other person's opinion might be. Her opinion might be, "Oh well, I don't need to be defended. I'm a feminist." And in my same belief, I believe that certain things shouldn't be said. I don't give a fuck if she wanted me to defend it or not. If it's in my earshot, I'm going to speak to it. And that's just me. So it's a different motivation for each person. Like we were just talking about with the Afghans. Certain people are motivated to do certain things, and certain people just don't have it in them. You know, where the Afghan army did not have it in them, the Afghans that were Taliban were fighting with rocks, literally, to prove their point of what they believed in. So it comes down to a common belief, and every man has to decide what that common belief is within themselves, whether they're here or abroad. It comes down to who you are as a man and what morals and ethics you stand on, regardless of what society dictates. You're going to do the right thing, irregardless of that. So it comes down to a choice. Everybody has a right for that choice. We fought for it. You have a right for a choice. You have a right to either serve or not serve. That's your choice. Now, there are consequences to your choice and your actions. Understand that. But you absolutely have a choice to do whatever the hell you want to do in life and within this government. That's what it's built on, choices. We chose to do something different with our lives, and that was our choice. I'm never going to regret my service with my country, no matter how messy it got and the different things I fought in. I still fought with a band of brothers that will be my brothers until they all die. You know, that's a camaraderie you can't get everywhere. When you know the person that's standing beside you got your back until they can't move anymore or you can't. That's a different level of comfort when you rolling with people like that. Some of us know that even in the travel game right now. There are certain people you know you can roll with and they got your back. And there's certain ones you ain't going to try to hang out with at all because they'll leave you to the wolves in a bad area just to save their own hides. So it's a choice. And you have a right to yours. We had ours and we chose to do what we did. Go ahead to your next point.
So Ronan, please, Black Man Travel has 2 points. Make sure I don't forget them because we're going to get there. We just first talking about this video, but we're going to get there. And I want to make sure we cover that. Uncle Rico, you said, where else were you going to go?
What makes you think these foreign countries are going to take an influence to?
You said, where else are we going to go? I wanted to bring that up. Here we go. This is what you stated.
What makes you think these foreign countries are going to take an influx of foreigners in the middle of a world war, especially Americans that they know are battling these world wars? They're not going to. Then in addition, what makes you think that they're going to give you comfort and harbor you while you're avoiding your country's wars? What makes you think that the positions that are at war won't be coming to these countries and dragging these countries also into wars? So simply put, of the places that nowhere's going to be safe, one of the safest places.
I think we covered that, the safest
Yeah.
places. But I wanted to show this because you said, "Who will comfort us?"
Yeah, because so what I'm saying is,
Oh, here we go, brother. I'm showing you right now. There's
Okay.
countries that have always taken in Americans, and I looked it up. Yes, there's countries who have taken in American war deserters, including Canada, Sweden, and France. And this shows 800 military men went there. This says that the Department of Defense confirmed that deserters were scattered throughout 30 different countries, including Canada, Sweden, France, Mexico, Japan, West Germany. So when you say what you said was incorrect, when you said that they can't find comfort somewhere, yes, they can. Why can't they? People will take
I have to call cap on that only specifically because it was not a specific world war. This was specific to Vietnam, and there was a conflict between the Communist Party and American ideology, and that's why a lot of countries that did not defend what America thought was what we were doing in Vietnam, just like with Israel. They did not agree, so they allowed these men to go to those countries based on the idea of the conflict within Vietnam. But during a world war, everybody's involved, so it's going to be a little bit different. So I get your idea, but that's a specific war for a specific purpose, and a lot of people did not believe in that war, nor did they back it.
Right. Now, I was going to say, I was well aware of Vietnam, that you had deserters and conscientious objectors, and basically draft dodgers of every sort. And the vast majority of them went to Canada because that was the closest you could drive to Canada. So I was well aware of that. But what I'm saying is, again, to what Ronan said, world wars are uniquely different because generally they pull in far more than the countries of combatants, because other countries, if nothing else, they're used for resources, they're used to staging areas, and those countries don't put up no opposition. Because if they say, oh, okay, we're going to put a base in Brazil to attack, to prep an attack, or somewhere in Central America to prepare an attack on the U.S., those countries aren't going to put up any objection. They're going to let them come in and build this shit, right? So in those instances, the notion that these countries are, and I'm
hold on. Can I do this? I just got to call this out. I got to call out somebody in the chat.
Go ahead.
Paul Minor. You weak. You a coward. You cannot talk. You got bullshit. There's nothing you can say. And if you keep saying it, I'm going to ban you. Here's why. What did we agree to? See, old Crusty, these are these weak cowards you're talking about.
Yeah.
This dude said he wanted to meet me. I put up a community post tag. He said he wanted to meet me. At 6 o'clock, he going to be in Frisco. I was there. I was there at 5:30. I left at 7:15. No show. You didn't show up. Lets me know what a kind of coward you are. I put the receipts and pictures on my community post showing exactly where I was at. I sat outside waiting for your ass because I don't know what you look like. You know what I look like, but you didn't want no. But you come onto this page now talking all that shit. You a coward. Don't come to my page no more. You somebody I wasted my time and resources with, and I shouldn't have, but I was going to kick your ass. On to the show. Sorry about that.
Yeah. No problem. Yeah, they do that all the time. And I told them they really need to stop all this threatening.
And that's just
people.
Lance.
Yeah, I know.
That's it.
But what I was trying to get at was the notion.
Let me do this. Let me just do this because let me do this. And then we're gonna go to what you said about deserters. Let me do this. Community post. Community post. So if you remember, everybody who was on that who was on the live stream, remember what he said. He said that he said what he said, had that same energy. Be there.
Bro, you were on the phone with me. What the fuck? I
was on the phone.
You called me.
Is me right here. This is me. I'm there, brother. 6 o'clock. Not only there, I got all my pictures. I was there.
And a receipt.
And I got the receipt. Here go the receipt right here. The receipt showed the time, the date, everything. So don't tell me it's cat. You a coward, man. You a coward. It show the address, the time, the date, and when I left. You a coward. This is that boy. If you want to talk about somebody being a coward, you a coward. I posted. I stayed there. I got on the phone with Ronan and said, Ronan, I might, and to Black Man Travel said, I might be late because I might be in jail after I
Yeah,
kick
you
this
had a lot to do that night.
Exactly. So when you see these keyboard ninjas that come on and they say they want to smoke or they want to meet you in person, they don't want to meet you in person because they see I'm from the old school. I go 10 toes down. I don't play that bullshit. I roll. Win, lose, or draw, I'm gonna be there. You wasn't. You never showed up. Lancey is the same dude who always talk this shit but never do it. So don't even come at me no more, man. You have no respect in my book. You ain't got no respect on this page. On to the next one.
Well said.
I literally put them receipts up. You right, baby. Because I knew this fool was gonna come here again saying you ain't show up, you ain't do this. I left out. Left there, got there early. I even changed shirts. I was like, look, I'm ready for the smoke. Let's go. Like my man Ray Money said, give your girl the bail money so you can whoop his ass and she can get you out. I went through the bank, they heard the bail money, said something happened. We got it. Don't tell me that bullshit, man. Look, I'm gonna let you know this. I did not get the name. I didn't call myself fearless. I was given that name. And I was given that name for a fucking reason. I don't run from nothing, brother. Nothing.
It's earned.
But where are your receipts? Don't say you didn't see him. Where were your receipts?
Okay, let me put it this way.
Don't start that because you're about to get he's in my room. I'm about to jump on. He's about to get banned out.
Don't worry about it. Let him talk. Everybody know he a coward. Everybody know that he a sucker. OB's a sucker.
Just be quiet and take that L because you did not show up.
This is a good conversation. Let's keep this conversation. Hopefully somebody can learn something from this and hear, sit there and talk about this in a reasonable, mature, sensible manner. So basically all I'm saying is that my belief is that in the instance of a major world war conflict of any type, when war breaks out about that, the reason why I doubt that many countries will be offering comfort and aid to Americans because a lot of countries will be having an influx of refugees in the first place. So if you notice that when you do have major world wars, that happens all the time because again, I tell you, if you study history, you see there are very few, like all people don't realize how much was going on in Africa during World War II. And you sit and say, well, damn, that was over in Europe. I'm like, North Africa was flooded with Germans. Morocco,
major tank battles down there.
Algeria. Yes. So it's like, and then people were leaving from those countries trying to escape into other neighboring countries. So countries, and they were going to other countries for resources, for oil and things like that. So there's in a world war, and that's why I said the operative word is world. It has an effect on countries near and far and wide. So you even look at the funny thing about it is like when I spoke earlier about the Russian war with Ukraine, you got foreign fighters on the Russian side and foreign fighters on the Ukrainian side.
Yep.
Currently. So a lot of countries will not be looking to say, okay, we're going to open up the borders to let a massive influx of people. Now I'll say they would be more open to do it for women and children, but for men, I think you would get looked at kind of, especially at 25, they're going to look at your ass a kind of funny way. So I'm not saying that no men can't go to these countries. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying I wouldn't be willing to bank on them opening the door and letting 250 or 500,000 Americans, however many want to escape into their country, because you're also a burden on their resources. You a burden on their resources. So they're like, what the fuck we gonna let all y'all in here for? And even Canada during World War II, during Vietnam, they simply didn't send them back. I think there's a difference between comfort and just letting your ass come in. And basically, they were illegal. They overstayed. They were American citizens that went into Canada. They became illegal, and Canada just didn't force them out. So I don't know what that period of time was like for them there, during Vietnam, because they weren't They weren't Canadian citizens.
I can tell you during the initial Ukrainian war, when Russia first went in, everybody that was not Ukrainian tried to leave on the trains with the women and children, and they were kicking Africans right off the train for the priority of the women and children.
Yep.
The Africans had nothing to do with that war. They weren't even supposed to be there, but their passports had no weight, and they were being kicked off of trains in any kind of exit vehicle beside walking up out of that country. They were stopped from doing it because they wanted women and children on those trains and planes out of that country first.
Right. So that's why I said,
so you're not necessarily going to get priority treatment just because you go to a country that necessarily might accept you initially. But he is right. When it comes down to it and they start coming and invading their country, you're still going to be volunteer because you're not even a foreign national at this point. You're free cannon fodder. So now you're going to go into a situation where you might be put up front because they don't have no loyalty to you at this point. It's all every man for himself, and their citizens have priority.
And this is where we got to be careful, because I think we get comfortable traveling with an American passport, right? And all the privileges and everything, and that, right? But we're traveling during a time of non-conflict. Traveling during a time of conflict, that shit is different. It is wildly different. So I would not want to tell young men that that passport is just going to open doors for you everywhere, because like you said, it becomes a resource or issue. It just becomes a lot of things. So yeah, I heard y'all with the conversation, and I do agree with you that the countries y'all named are self-sustaining to a point. I think Andre overdid it, saying how self-sufficient that Colombia and some of those countries are, because I'm like, we fail to realize that the world is global. A lot of those countries, we import food to a lot of countries in South America. As we export and import. So that's why they talked about, like, people were starving in Africa when they fucked up the port, I think in the Black Sea for Ukraine, because people didn't realize how much food came from Ukraine when Russia invaded. And you'd be like, what do you mean people in Africa are starving because they can't get food from Ukraine? And we even though countries have a certain amount of what you call arable land, so you could be like, you could look at Brazil, that's a big ass country. 200 million people, like, right? But it's the size of that land, it's not enough arable land to feed all 250 million people. They can feed a lot, but most countries, China, the biggest weapon we got against China, we import a lot of food to China, soy. So
and they also buy up farms here just to farm.
Right. But if there's a conflict, what's the first thing you think the U.S. government gonna do? Shut that shit down. Starve them motherfuckers. They got 1 billion motherfuckers to feed. They can't feed their population. So what do they have to do? Even if they blow up America, they're going to have to go somewhere else to take over arable land to replace the land that we just fucked up that was feeding us, right? We just nuked the shit out of all of these big ags in America that was feeding us. Where the fuck are we going to get food from next?
Let me give a shout out to Ray Money real quick. Ray Money said he just joined and he got to run and take care of some dad business. Salute to Fearless, Ronan, and Rico. So I got to give a shout out to Ray Money, the original smoke giver, the brother who said, cam up when you can't cam up. I'll meet you there. We can do all this. I say that we are clothes from the same cloth, my brother. Shout out to you. Thank you for the comment. And that man is there. I appreciate that, brother. Stay if you can, or just turn on your iPhone and listen with your headphones. I got 2 more things. Well, I got a whole lot to give you, brother. Uncle Rico. I think you said something about Austin and Andre when you said that they. Well, I'll let you listen, and then I'll. It's better if you listen and then you tell me.
Okay.
Maybe
what
you
my
heard
thoughts
it
were. Okay.
Yeah, you could have heard it wrong. Is it family?
To those videos and you hear the stuff that they're saying, it'll really open your eyes up. Oh, okay. They even said they're willing to leave. Yeah, they did. Okay, so Zero, you saw it. Thank you. Okay, I'm not crazy. Yeah, they're even willing to leave family behind. This is how cowardly these motherfuckers are. This is how cowardly, gutless these no spine, no heart having motherfuckers are. and to sit there and listen, and they were serious.
Well, it was easy for me because what I was traveling for wasn't a material.
I just want you to notice my shirt. Just saying.
So I was going to chase happiness and a better social life and a better quality of life, which you can't put in a suitcase. So really, I just needed enough clothes just to wear, basically. I just needed enough to get to South America and enough to wear 5 different shirts for the week. Yeah, it leaks over me leaving everything that I have always known in the States, which wasn't that hard for me for some reason. I was really fed up. Yeah, I was really fed up. So it wasn't that hard for me to leave like some people. Like some people ask me, like, what about your family? This is going to sound crazy, but it wasn't that hard for me to leave. And that doesn't mean that I don't love
That's not crazy at all.
Right. It is. They didn't do anything to me. It was just like, look, I got to do this for myself. This is what's going to be good for me.
Austin, one of the things I talk about a lot is young men breaking the cycle of son husbands, where your mother browbeats you into believing, I gave birth to you. You need to pay attention to everything I say and do everything I tell you to do. No, this is not the cycle of a man.
And I say that to say this. It sounded though when you said it that he said, the war comes, I'm leaving my family behind.
Yeah, because
that's not what he said. He was saying he had to leave now to go focus on his dream. And you would do this. You said you did the same. You left where you was at to focus on your dream. And if your mom said you don't. So, but what you said in the context was he leaving this. The way you said it was World War III coming. He like, fuck that family, man. I'm gone. But that's not what he said.
Hear me out, Felix. Because that's what I received. Okay, I swear you got to understand. Almost everything I said, it was because I don't know if that when he specifically said, I want the clip where he talked about the draft. And that shit just sat on my head, and I like, this motherfucker running. So almost everything thereafter, it was like, oh, they about to draft me. I'm gone. Fuck this shit. Fuck them kids. Fuck everybody, right? So and I think that there was an earlier clip where I think even Andre said something about you're gonna have to. It was when I think it was the one where it was just the 3 of you guys, and Andre was like, everybody ain't gonna be able to go. You're gonna have to leave some behind. And again,
no, I'm gonna correct you on that because this is what Andre actually said. He said, the people in the United States, they not going to wait for you. He said, they not going to wait for you on the side of the road. He said that the people in other countries, they taking a train across here. They survive. They leaving their country to come here. He said, these people won't leave to go help their neighbor out. So he's never said he was going to leave his family behind. But he was saying, there comes a time in a man's life where you have to say, you know what? I have to do something for me. And I can't worry about whether my mom or them are there because when the train goes down, what do they say? Put your mask on first.
But listen, I fully support 1,000% Austin and every young man traveling and even living overseas. I have preached that repeatedly. I've always told these young men, travel, but travel responsibly. Travel in a way that you don't sit there and you make a burden or a bad mark for somebody else that looks like you that comes behind you. That's it. I don't care about you wanting to go over there and do the pay for play. Fine. There's nothing wrong with that. You don't need to be putting every goddamn thing on the internet. You don't have to be, you know what I'm saying? That's the only thing that's ever been my issue. But with this conversation, all this conversation revolved around, because when I listened to those clips, and maybe I didn't listen to them in order or in the right way, it seemed it was always generalized around what advice and counsel can we give Austin to get out of the draft.
No, now I'm gonna play this. We're gonna switch a little bit because you also commented on something that said you said something about the American dream. So first, before we do that, I want to show you what my thing was when I was asked the question. So you said I was telling Austin, to run or do something like that. So let me tell you when he asked me the question, what my response was.
Okay. Shitting on America.
That's what you said.
He does a lot of shitting on America. And these are older black men with him, right? I expect Austin, because Austin is 25. So I'm like, okay, he's young and dumb. He's young and stupid. But these motherfuckers that's in their 50s, they should know better.
Yeah, that's what you said. You said I was shitting on America. I should know better. So this is I'm
Okay,
saying
let me
this
hear
is
what you said. Right, let me hear what you
right. So
said.
this is
Okay,
me shitting on America.
I might need to correct that, but let me hear what you said
So
before
I
I
don't think I
change
got
it.
the answer from either one of y'all though. Would you ever renounce U.S. citizenship?
I would not, because
Why?
still, to me,
Okay.
for all of its bad things and all the things we do, to me, United States is still the greatest country in the world, and it offers me the best opportunity. I could not have made the amount of money with the opportunities just starting out that I think I could have made if I grew up in DR, if I grew up in Brazil. So I appreciate the fact that I can do certain things and I can go places, that my passport gets me almost anywhere. Would I like to have a secondary passport? Of course, because that is always a great asset. But as they say, when the United States sneezes, the rest of the world catches a flu. So I'd rather be with the sneeze than pneumonia. So there's certain things that I enjoy about this country. As you said before, man, I'm used to I can call up Amazon right now. It's 5 o'clock and I can have my delivery on something I bought today, if not by early this morning. Anything. You might not be able to do that where you at. That convenience is great. I like the fact that I can get something for entirely cheaper. Not that I eat McDonald's, but shit, them places still got a 99-cent menu if I get poor.
But you do plan to live abroad at some point, correct?
Correct. But I would still have the ability. It's always the ability to go back if necessary. So as you see, Fearless said he ain't renouncing nothing. I ain't going nowhere. This is my country. This is where I'm born. This is where I'm at. And that's the advice. Here's where y'all issue always comes and pisses me off a little bit.
Okay.
I can only say this to Austin. I can't go get that mother and make him come back. If he has a different opinion, that's his opinion.
Right.
I can only state what my opinion is. That's
Agreed.
it. I hope you don't ban him. Don't ban him. Just put him on timeout. Don't ban him.
Let me say this.
I'm talking to Ronan for a second. Ronan, don't ban him. Let him talk all the shit he wants. We've already found out what kind of person he is and the wimp he is. Don't ban that brother. Let him keep talking, because I found out the more you talk and the more you do, you just let yourself.
Oh, we just giving him a hard time. He's good. He's not banned.
He exposed himself. But let me say this, okay? I retract that statement that I said about you shitting on the U.S. and I apologize. But I hold the right to go do a little bit more research. I hold the right to go, because I think I heard because based on what you just played before me, you absolutely did not do that. And for me to frame it like that, I was wrong. I apologize, and I'm sorry for it. I will definitely work harder and better to make sure that I don't make those types of careless mistakes going forward. And I definitely will be more careful when I'm discussing you, if I even have to discuss you anymore. So I was wrong for that.
Oh, you on the right panels to be discussing this, brother. Believe me, I get discussed too.
Right. But let me. But now, after my apology, now I'll put some fire to your ass, okay? Because you said all that about the U.S. And now that makes me even more heated. You don't feel like someone who you said you could never make the money, you all this stuff about the U.S. And you don't think that growing up in this country that you don't have a duty and an obligation to defend it?
Well, hold up.
Right.
No, Uncle Krusty, hold up. No, listen. If
Based
you remember
on what
when you
you
first came
said.
on, hold up, listen. You remember when you first came on, I said I'm doing dialogue. And I would say my opinion and how I feel until the end. So don't I didn't I had not said anything.
Because when you
played his official statement
when you played that clip, I was like, I'm looking for a motherfucker to run down to the recruitment office. Right? I was like, oh shit. Right? Because that's see what I'm saying? So when you ask me and Ronan, the next time you ask us the question you asked us earlier about why would we do it, I'm gonna tell you, play your own goddamn tape. And that'll give you your answer. That's why we did it. for what you just said. That's why we deal.
Well, since we kind of off the Army now, we're going to switch to the American dream. I'll say it. So here's the thing. I have opportunity here.
Yes.
First, hold up. So first, I'm going to protect me. I'm going to protect my family. And then I'll protect my country. It's going to go in that order because I got to make sure I'm all right. Then I got to make sure my family are all right. And I got to make sure the country are all right. I'm not running from anywhere. I don't know anywhere. This is my homeland. This is where I'm at. If you've seen the shirt I was wearing, it's red, white, and blue, and these colors don't run.
Right.
From every generation I've had people that served in the military. So don't think that we running anywhere. My dad taught us how to survive for a reason. So we could be independent and still be able to protect ourselves and protect ourselves against anybody that comes in. And I say I don't run, and I say that to my man Paul. I don't run. I was never taught to run. Since I was 5 years old, my brother used to pay somebody to whip my ass. And he said, when you're going to get tired of whipping your ass, you're going to learn how to fight. You're going to learn how to protect yourself. And after 3 years of getting my ass whipped, I learned how. And I never got my ass whipped again. It ain't because I'm strong. I just understand. And sometimes I know how to walk away from a fight. Sometimes I understand that this is much stronger than this. But I don't run, brother. But I do say this. I understand that it's sad. And man, where is it at? Oh, man, can I not find that clip? Oh, give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. Because this is what I think upsets me when it comes to the United States. When we say, why would somebody do something? And let me see if I can find this clip. Give me 2 seconds. That was on my desktop. Unknown.
Beautiful for.
And this is where I think people get upset when we say we're going to war.
Reports that say that something hasn't happened are always interesting to me because, as we know, there are known knowns. There are things we know we know. We also know there are known unknowns. That is to say, we know there are things we do not know. But there are also unknown unknowns. The ones we don't know, we don't know.
And that's why when you say we get in, I'm gonna let me play a little bit longer. Yeah. But this is what pisses me off. We say we're getting in a war for unknown, and it was so much crazy that they made a parody out of it.
But I always say the absence of evidence is not the evidence of absence.
What?
Simply because you don't have evidence that something does exist does not mean that you have evidence that something doesn't exist.
What?
What country you from?
What?
What ain't no country I ever heard of. They speak English in what?
What?
English, motherfucker. Do you speak it?
Yeah.
So you understand the words I'm saying to you?
Yeah.
Well, what I'm saying is that there are known knowns and that there are known unknowns, but there's also unknown unknowns. Things we don't know that we don't know.
What?
Say what again? Say what again? I dare you. I double dare you, motherfucker. Say what one more time.
That's gonna be a soundbite for me. Say what again?
That is good.
What?
Uncle Krusty, when I can say what I do, but I understand something like that clip goes along with what someone like an Austin would say. You want me to fight for something that's unknown. You want me to fight for some reason I don't know about. And if we go to the first clip that we played where the gentleman said, I'm fighting, I killed a man that was a politician. I'm sorry, I killed a man for a politician that me and him could have had something to drink together. We could have had this.
Right. Was he funny and this, that, and whatever. I killed him because I was in his room at 2:00 in the morning. And I get that, but we go to war for the reason you said. See, you keep taking it off.
That's a crazy part. I understand that's what it is.
That bigger part, the people who put on the uniform and the boots, we ain't thinking that deep. Believe it or not,
we can't afford to.
The thing that's right there in front of us, whether it's my wife and my kids and my home and my neighborhood, that's enough. That's enough. For me, I'm one person. That's enough. It might be some whole bunch of other shit that everybody, I don't care. I see her, I see my kids, my home, I see my neighborhood. And that's enough. For
Right.
almost every man and woman that
It,
signs up, we don't. It just we just can't get into that. And
it's
but
not
what,
a movie.
right.
It's real motherfucking life.
And what I
And
would
that one person that can run a whole movie and destroy a whole industry and go through and infiltrate the whole system to tear it down, that shit is not reality.
yeah. And I would say this for the people who, for the other 98% that never serve. I mean literally probably like less than two. So few people wear the uniform. And when I think about, you got people coming back missing limb, then this is of the people that come back. Okay.
Mm.
We forget about the ones that never come home. But the ones that do, we have so many that come back that you see visible disabilities, deformities, and things like that. And then you have those that you see are invisible. And I think it's something like like every 12 minutes, there's a self-deletion
17
thrown.
to 20 per
2
hour.
seconds.
Yeah,
Yeah,
self-deletions.
22.
So I'm sitting there saying is so many people make the ultimate sacrifice. That's why all of that triggered me. And again, I don't want to see Austin get drafted or go to war. But God damn it, if it comes to that, do your fucking duty.
All right.
That's just
Well,
my
here's the
premise
thing.
for anybody. Do your
I'm
fucking
not
duty.
defending Austin,
And
but
what I'm saying is this: you cannot like it, but you got to do it. That's
Believe
what
me,
I
there's
mean.
countries like I think it's
hold up
Singapore.
on it.
Go ahead.
1 second, because I want to make sure you're on this point. Here's where the one issue comes in. Not an issue. You're in your 50s, so that's either makes you part of the. Let's see. No, you're still part of the
I'm baby
generation
boomer.
Gen X.
I'm baby
He's Gen
boomer.
X.
He's a baby
No,
boomer.
no,
I'm
I'm baby
generation
boomer,
X.
64. I'm the last
Yeah.
of the baby boomers.
Yeah.
Oh, you're
So you
64.
got
Okay.
the generation X. Then what you have is this generation Z, and that's what I'm gonna focus. Here's the issue with generation Z. When you went, all right, if I wanted to go into the military, I was told, hey, job security, you can see the world, you can do all of these things, you can grow. Now my passport lets me see the world. Job security, I can get on TikTok and make just more money than that. Education, I don't need the education because now I can go online and find out everything I want. So now let's take it to someone like Austin. He travels the world, he goes places. So when you travel the world like I've been, and you say I go to Thailand, well, I've met people in Thailand, met friends in Thailand. I've seen the culture, I've ate the food, I've broken bread. When you've gone everywhere and done that, now you have a connectivity to them. Now you have a relationship to them. So now in Austin's generation, it's not about borders, it's just about friendship. So those people aren't just friends, but they're his friends. So if he goes over like he's in Turkey now and he meets people, he's like, man, he gets off. Oh, I know him. I know him from his videos. He's cool. You got these kids, and I've seen them. They play the video games. And this playing video games from people in other countries. They on it, and it's all over the world. So now you're telling someone, see, it was easy back in the day to paint the communists, the Russians are our enemies. Then we could paint Arabs as our enemy. But now you're dealing with a generation that has unlimited access to information. They're connected across the world. They can travel. They don't need the education. They don't need any of the, they don't need the education. They got their passport, so they don't need to travel. All of that. So their relationship, that generation Z, is not like yours. And so you're trying to tell them, go fight someone. And they're like, fighting out. That's like
the question is this.
You start to say, I don't even know why I'm fighting.
Okay, but the question is this. For all that he's doing, and that's great and that's wonderful, and I'm not knocking it, and I hope you continue to travel. The question is, you get a letter in the mail or an email, and your country say, I need you. What do you say? You say, fuck it, I'm having a good time.
No, I'm gonna show you. And not what I would say, because you're talking about now. I'm gonna show you what
I'm saying. Even a Gen Z.
Let me show you what other people would say when they get that knock on the door, like you said.
Somebody knocking at the door. Hello, Josiah Breckenridge. Can I help you? Yes, Josiah Breckenridge, you have been selected for the draft. Oh, I've been yes, me. Yes, you have been selected. Me, be selected for the draft. Yes, you have been selected. No, I think not. Have a good day. You have no choice. If you don't move your damn foot, I'm gonna fuck you up. Come on, man. You know recruiting's been really hard lately. Nobody wants to be patriotic and no one wants to join, man.
But I got some more for you because this is his generation. This
Okay,
is
but here's the problem though, Fearless. That's not.
Let me just play him and then you can.
Okay.
Prison for 5 years, get free food, have our clothing taken care of. Rather than being shot at in a war zone. Watch this, Gen Zer.
So 5 years of rent-free living, free food, and no responsibilities versus being immediately obliterated by an AK-47 the moment I set foot on that battlefield. Do I look like somebody who the authorities are going to be chasing after, hunting down because they need me? They need me to grab an assault weapon and go try to like save people's lives? Are you kidding me? Talk about a liability. Go find those people who are so like pro Second Amendment and wear like freaking American flag thongs and all that. Like go.
Not me being
This is
dramatic.
Generation Z.
Girl, guess what? I just got kidnapped. I'm calling you through my Apple Watch. Not me being dramatic. Girl, guess what? I just got kidnapped. I'm calling you through my Apple Watch. So, where are the bathrooms? I'm not using them. Actually, my pronouns are hot, sexy, and always slay. We're getting attacked. Oh, that's not really my thing, you know what I'm saying? Hey Siri, call an Uber. And then he took off his mask and he wasn't cute. So then I shot him.
So I know that's funny or going through it, but that is your Generation Z. That's that social media generation, brother. So I know we focused on Austin, but this is.
Do I need to tell you? Do I need to tell you that's all in jest? Because I'm sorry, you're not getting out of boot camp sounding like that. You're not getting nowhere close to active duty sounding or acting like that. They will beat you into shape to submission. The whole point of boot camp is to break your mentality and rebuild you.
Yes.
So all this little fun and games bullshit you see on TikTok, when they get into boot camp, it's fucking culture shock.
Yes.
Your hair is shaved. You are reprogrammed from the ground up. They will break you. It is called brainwashing for a reason. When you go in the military, you're brainwashed. That's why I say when people get out of the military, they are not deprogrammed. You are programmed to become a weapon. You react body-wise without thinking. You do things over repetition because it teaches your body muscle memory for a reason to do things. And they don't deprogram you. So you think these guys have the discipline right now like they're active duty. Fuck no. And when they come out of boot camp, they will all be fucking robots. Believe me, they'll go in looking like that, but they ain't coming out of boot camp looking like that.
And I also would say that there's still a ton of young men and women in Gen Z that are volunteering. Now, they're not hitting their numbers, but that's because they have to have such a high number every year because they have a high, what do you call the rate of people who hit retirement?
Yeah, high attrition.
So you have retirement, you have people are going out on disabilities. So that's why they're struggling with hitting their
They're struggling in every facet of even civilian life when it comes to police, fire.
Yes.
They're struggling anything that has to do with masculinity and actually sustaining the society that we built. They're struggling.
They're struggling.
It ain't just the military.
Police departments all over the country are struggling. So that's why I sit there and say is I think it's, but yet still, even though police departments are struggling, they still have classes in the academy. They just are not getting the numbers that they want. So people of these generations, everybody is not wanting to do it.
What's that phrase? There's a phrase or saying, and it starts off, my grandfather worked hard to get the things that my father had. My father worked harder so that I could be farther in advance. But then it gets to that soft era for like 3 or 4 generations in to where it has to start back over again to where that person has to start working hard again because everybody sloughed off. That's that Gen Z. That's that millennial. Those are those generations that are now being able to slough off because of all the hard work that their great grandfathers have done onto our generation. You get what I'm saying?
And what they're doing is they're literally crying about it because, believe it or not, the other crisis is the number of the Gen Zers who are crying about how they don't think they'll ever be able to own a home. Well, guess what? Join the fucking military, get some of them bonuses. I bet you can. Right? They give out some pretty good fucking bonuses.
Damn near, you can walk into a house in Texas.
Exactly.
And it's tax free if you're fucking, service connected.
Yes. So watch how many people start to do that to get jobs. Some of the MOSs are giving out $100,000 bonuses and shit. So I'm like, yeah, because you're crying about that. You can't afford a house here as a civilian. Well, make the damn sacrifice, and you probably can. Be smart, make the sacrifice, because there are a lot of young men that are coming out of the military damn near wealthy. If they didn't get a wife, didn't take on no kids, didn't do anything responsible, spent their money wisely, guys are coming out of the military with $150,000, $200,000. I was like, are you fucking kidding me? Because they didn't take on any family
them exit
responsibility.
bonuses are fucking crazy now.
The
it's
what?
Crazy. Some of these bonuses these kids are getting nowadays is ridiculous. I thought I was cleaning up with my bonus, but I signed for 6 years straight up.
Yeah, they're getting some killer bonuses depending on what your job is. So, I think the military has always been a lucrative step up. And especially, where do they recruit from the most? The lower class. Plus, I also don't think that the immigration situation doesn't play a part in it too, because believe it or not, a lot of the immigrants, undocumented, whatever, come in, they will gladly join the fucking military if it'll expedite them having an opportunity.
I mean, the Philippines, Jamaica, and several other countries have an agreement for fast-paced citizenship. It's through military service.
Through military service.
So I can see some of these immigrants, if they become a burden, that's going to be
where they're going to go.
I think this is what you were referring to, Ronan.
Can't hear him.
Yeah, no sound.
You cannot hear him?
No.
Now you can turn it up, maybe.
I'd have to save him, but he's basically saying my grandfather walked. Well,
yeah,
that's it. I won't show it. I'll go through.
Yeah. To do that. But that's the nexus. I get, like you said, we won't beat up on Austin anymore. It's just, my point is, again, my question is this, right, Fearless? Because I keep going back. See, now you should never play that clip of you saying what you said.
He reliving the scar now.
It's stuck in my head now.
But
right?
now I'm gonna get on you, brother, because now I'm gonna do one more for Austin.
Hold on, because that's the one thing that, again, based on you saying that, now you have to say, hey, for all these reasons, for all the way that America has taken us into its bosom, because, again, like you said, as black men, I will never sit there. Like, as a matter of fact, the crazy part about it was, I told somebody, I said, it's a damn shame that I was defending Austin. You wouldn't believe I was on the Austin Defense Force when he came out. And we
heard that lie.
And he did, when he said about the racism, and I was like, I can't believe I'm all week fucking defending him, because he told the truth.
Here's the thing. Now I'm gonna put it back on you.
Oh Lord.
I'm gonna put this back on you because you just said, we black people, we doing this and we should defend. So my question is, why should I help defend the people that won't defend me? And I'm not talking about white people.
Right.
You was on them shows. You was on the shows when they called me adopted, that I'm not black. They said Ronan wasn't, he light skinned, so he really not black.
Nah, I wasn't on those shows. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yes, you was on there. OB said it. You was on the show when he said it.
I wasn't.
Brother,
you weren't paying attention, but you were.
That's crazy.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they be taking pot shots. I don't think you pay attention to. We actually pay attention.
Maybe I probably was.
Crazy. When we get shunned and say, you want me to help me and step up for black people. But I seen the one dude put a comment in. Ain't no black people ain't no white people broke in my house. It's only been black. The last time I was called a Negro was by a black guy.
How the hell they say you wasn't black, and what the fuck is light skin? I know I missed that.
That's your people, man. They go on there and say it. And so it's sad.
Oh,
You
they
know,
be reckless in there, bro. You just
we're
don't hear
saying
them.
that more than anything, and you want us to come in and say, "Oh, we're gonna stand up for you." You ain't defend us.
And I had already done that with Zed. And
Okay,
even with Zed's situation, it was like you didn't need to defend me.
All right. I was just trying to understand. I know that they don't like you guys. I don't
For
know why,
whatever
but
reason.
but that's fine. Okay. So I get that. And
And so we're going to that. So I'm gonna help defend. Now we're gonna switch a little bit. This is what I get mad about too. We say Austin 25 and he going across the world, he's doing this and this. What pisses me off is y'all say it like y'all was never 25. So I want to play what you was doing when you was 25 and see if that's different from what Austin doing right now.
You got spies in his house? What you mean?
Oh, yes, indeed. You couldn't tell me nothing at 25.
I mean, I was having great sex. I was going to parties. I was traveling. I mean, that's your prime time, and then you.
I was in the club 6 nights a week.
Me too.
Like every fucking night of the week. I would
You
get
a
off
bad
work,
boy, Rico.
and we'd be at happy hour, and I'd leave the club 2 o'clock in the morning, go home, get a few hours sleep, go back to work, and do it all over again.
You can lose a lot of money chasing women, but you'll never lose women chasing money.
Chasing money. Yeah.
So, brother, at 25, you was chasing women.
Right.
Austin at 25 is chasing women. Why do y'all say he's so bad for what he's doing?
Excuse me. I've never that's what I'm saying is I think people hear my criticism of Austin, what they think I criticize him for the reason that they criticize. I have never criticized Austin for chasing no pussy. He should get all the pussy he can. I say this. Austin is single. This is what I'm saying. Austin is single. Austin is childless. Austin is young. Austin should not settle down for the next 5 years. He should show his wild oats. He should enjoy life. He should do whatever the fuck he wants to do on that scope. I have never came in on anything about what him doing with, I don't give a damn what country the women are in. They could be white, they could be Asian, they could be whatever the fuck he wants. I don't care about that. It was 2 things that I got on Austin about. When he first blew up, I got on him because he blew up for 2 reasons. He blew up because he went to Brazil and he got some pussy and he came back on TikTok and he cried, right? This is what made Austin viral. He cried.
Got some punani. What kind of punani was that?
He cried. This is what made Austin. This is what made Austin Mr. Passport, bro. He'll tell you that. He did a TikTok video.
Yeah,
he
I got
cried. It was the best thing he ever had. And
he swore off all black women.
He swore off all black women. And in the same vein, he was saying black women wasn't shit. That was what I got on Austin about.
So hold up.
So let me finish.
All right.
So my issue was I don't get you all these guys do it. They came out bashing black women. And I'm like, at his age, you ain't even fucked enough up. Come on now. To come to that conclusion. Now I'm not saying you gotta deal with them, that's fine. But
damn, Uncle Rico, you getting wrong with it, huh?
I'm just saying that was my issue. It wasn't a problem with he should be. I would tell Austin right now, he'd be a fucking fool if he settled down. He would be a fool. He probably be tearing them streets up for the next 5 years. Don't leave no kids. Protect yourself. Don't catch no STDs or nothing that can't be cured. Don't be making no kids. And don't get married. If he was my son, I would tell him, you better not bring no wife or no kids for 5 more years. You better go out there and have your fucking fun and see the world and enjoy yourself. But shut up talking about black women because you ain't fucking none of them anymore. So let it go.
So
go ahead.
That gets right to my point, my brother. I'm going to play this because I think y'all get it all twisted. When y'all say, they don't like black women, passport bros don't like black women.
I don't say that, but go ahead.
But this is what they say on Zed's channel and all that. We don't like black people or black women. It's certain black women we don't like. So I'm going to play your friend. Ronan had heard this before. And I want to say to you, would you want your son to date this kind of black woman?
I don't want
Leave
my son to
America,
date
you
certain
broke,
kinds of black
dusty, you
women.
can't
Go
get
ahead.
Let me see where.
Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, you fine. You fine. Let me see if I can. Where did that go?
Come on, you got to know your cue points, man.
Man, because I took this from the entire video.
Okay.
Are you a pimp or not?
What part of me have you?
Notice my back is turned.
Okay, well, next question. Anyway, you're a little shy. You're too shy for me. I need you to speak up.
I don't have anything to talk to you about. You need to get out of the
Okay,
space. That's what I have to say to you.
that's cool too. So
I
next.
have exactly. She want attention. She's in a God space trying to chop it up with God.
I have nothing else to do. I have nothing else to
That's
do
why
and I'm fucking around.
Need to have the man. You need to get with the man that wants you, like Fearless said, and get the hell out of outer space talking shit, interrupting what we talking about.
Weak.
Yeah, it is what it is.
Weak.
It is what it is.
Weak.
Yep, I'm very weak.
I laugh at guys like y'all, honestly.
I'll stay weak from my penthouse in Medellin.
Because guess what? The guys that are making money, the guys that are making money in America, the guys that are getting pussy in America, they're not on a podcast at 1:45 a.m. Then I heard your bitch ass opening up your bitch ass mouth with this bitch ass bullshit. Hours later, you still fucking on me, bitch ass. Take your funky ass overseas. That's where the fuck you belong, with third world trash. Bye, bitch. I'll buy your ticket for you, motherfucker.
You do it, yo. Okay, can I ask Maya?
Put the brakes on.
I'll buy your ticket for you.
There's nothing
a whole nother level.
American feminists.
I will buy your
work, play hard.
All right.
Don't fucking mute me, Kanal, because I'll come to your shit and fight you too tonight.
Hey.
My problem that you have all this fucking female testosterone running through your body that you got to take little old fucking me, the ghetto bitch that eats Popeyes, and ride my fucking coattail. Go suck your fucking self. Finna be a ghetto bitch now. Let me tell your bitch ass something. You ain't gonna ride my motherfucking coattail to fucking get your dick up. Just bend over already. You want me to peg you too? Come on, just bend over. Come on over. I got a nice one for you.
That goes on and on.
Right.
So
okay.
when
I
you
get
guys
your point.
say you don't like black women, and Austin says he doesn't like black women, that's the type of black woman he's referring to. Would you want your son to date a woman that talks like that?
Okay, so let me say this in all fairness. I can't remember the young lady name. I only spoke to her once. What's her name?
Maya.
Okay, Maya. I think that's correct. I only spoke
You
to her
dropping
once.
government names up in here and shit.
No, but I think that's on her avatar. I think it's on her
It is.
avatar.
It is.
Right. So I don't know the full context of that conversation, but obviously based on what I heard, I would say no. So I'm not gonna argue with that. Because it's like, just as the way it was just presented. No. However, what I will say, I would agree with Austin that I don't think if you don't need to be a passport bro not to date with women that are overly combative, argumentative, overly toxic, whatever the case may be. I'm like, you don't need to get your passport. You just need to stop fucking dealing with women like that. And they do come in as a man who has dated all different races in the States. You got a lot of white motherfucking women like that here in the States too. So what I'm saying is I don't take the position that that's the majority of black women's behavior. I think it's a large percentage. I agree with that. And I think what happens is it could be, so say it's 30% of black women like that. And that's a lot. 30% of anything is a fucking whole lot. But then that creates the perception that they're all like that. And what happens is the other seven. And so what I always tell everybody, when people say, what's the majority to you, Fearless? If someone says the majority.
Of what? Just in general?
Of anything.
51%.
The majority of 51%.
Has to be over
exactly.
51%, right?
51%. So, and that's why I always tell people, I say, if the majority, I say, you're not telling me that 51% of black women behave like that. It might be 35, and that's a big fucking number, but 65 don't behave that way. So when you just throw out the blanket statement, you're including you're accurately describing that 35%, but you're also misdescribing that 65%.
But
That's
the problem
the
is
problem.
the 35% of the people who are on them shows, not the
Which I
65%.
agree with. Absolutely. But that's what I'm sitting there saying is that's where, as content creators, and Austin is an influencer. This is where maybe he don't understand being young, the responsibility of an influencer, right? As an influencer, a content creator, and you, I, Ronan, we as being older men should know there's a certain level of responsibility that goes with what we say. Now we can say shit just to be provocative, this, that, whatever, because we want to get the show. But then if a lot of irresponsible rhetoric goes out there and your audience happen to be young, impressionable young men, then later on people want. Now, of course, I can't blame Off because he's young himself. So he may not know some of the dumb shit how his listeners take it. But if it was me or you or Ronan, I would hold y'all at a much higher standard to say, brothers, we got to be more responsible than just to say some shit like that. I could sit there and I could make that statement like, look, we got a problem in the black community and we got way too many black women that behave like this. But I
I'm
would never
glad you
say the
said that
majority.
because now I'm going to hold you responsible, my brother.
I
Because
would never say the majority.
I'm going to say
Sure.
that maybe you did not know or maybe you didn't, but we're going to correct you. So let's go over here.
I.e. Fearless and the guy Andre and some of the other guys. Austin has a big following. They're all YouTubers. They want the numbers that he got. They think they can have it. So they're all sucking on him and using him.
Yeah, just like they do with Tommy. Just like they do with Tommy as a guest speaker or whatever. And that's the only one of their episodes or lives that hit, 14K, 6K, 7K, 8K until where they want to be monetized. And then they all have these banners of cash out. When do men start asking for money?
So I'm playing. Oh, am I talking on this? So just let me show you. No, I mean, I didn't know if I had it playing. So I've had subscribers. I've had over 10,000 subscribers.
Can I give you the apology now? Can I give you the apology now?
I'm gonna tell you
the context.
This video.
Hold on.
Okay.
This video went 35,000. I didn't need Austin for that. My thing is, what happens?
Women that they displayed that they've been dating, and a lot of them are very funny.
And I say that. Well, all right. I say that to say this. I never needed Austin. Austin calls me on. If you've seen those shows, World War III, The American Dream, he called me on his show. So when she says, another thing is, we just said we content creators.
Yeah.
And after the show, I'm going to show you some things that I don't show other people. So I'm going to show you like what I show in my consultation, my finances. The reason I ask for money is this. This room, this mic, this banner, all of these drives I got, my drones, my cameras, my laptop, all that's a business. So my YouTube has to be a business. Why? Because I generate so much income as a business, I can have a write-off.
Yeah, you're saying tax write-off.
Exactly. So in order for I ask for money, or I do that for a few reasons. One reason is I have to show a profit or show that I've made money or it's not a business. Number two, like with consultations, I charge for my consultations, not a great deal of money. I charge because of this. I have found when I gave something out free, they didn't show up. They wouldn't take it serious. It wasn't nothing. Right. And I think Austin said if you listen to that line, he said his dad bought him a car at 15. And that car, he said, when you get a job, you can have it. And he said that car sat and he had to look at it for 2 years. And he said, when you appreciate something, you hold on to it more. That's why I charge for consultations. Not for me. I'm already there. I charge so they appreciate it. So they say, I've given something and now I'm going to get something out of it so they can expect it. So when y'all say ask for money, that's the business part of it, man. As a business, I can write off my office as a room. I can write off part of my internet, my phone, all of that. And the sad thing is, the way it was thrown out was that's stupid or we do that. No, the stupid thing is we don't know financially how they do it. The reason that Donald Trump can make $1 billion and not pay taxes is because he understood how the laws go.
Because he's a fucking crook.
And then
tax laws, baby.
But let me say this. Let me say this. Okay, so let me first give you this small apology on speaking out of turn, saying that you guys was seeking to use Austin because in particular, and what I'm more importantly apologizing for was because I didn't put the context to what I was saying at that moment. Because the context of what I was saying at that moment, believe it or not, so a lot of times when I do speak, I may not always be focusing on just the people I'm speaking about in that moment. So when I talk about content creators, a lot of times, one place where I generally hone in on, and I'll focus on your content like a laser and Andre content like a laser, is because of y'all ages. Even though you're not boomers, you're close enough to my generation that I consider you guys still somewhat like peers. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm like, I can't son you. You know what I'm saying? You know, you're like, okay, little brother at worst, right? So I'm like, okay, these gentlemen are old enough to be close enough to my age that I would like to think that they're as smart as me, if not smarter. But in addition to that, it wasn't just you two. So in that moment when I made that comment, I was thinking about some other older content creators that Austin had been with that I felt like was doing that. Now, I don't really want to call out anybody's names on here, unless you say it's okay. You mute it.
You're mute. He said he's fearless, so you can drop any name you want.
See the sign? I mean, you say whatever you want, brother.
We drop names. We don't care.
Okay, no, but I'm just sitting there saying it's like I kind of like International Zoe. I think he's a cool content creator, but he's also in that older group. But one in particular that I think I initially started with, and he's kind of completely changed his position in his content, was like the guy Taylor Made. I don't know if you know him. Used to be in the DR, but now he's in Thailand. And the same thing with Zoom. So I felt like when they was counseling him, it clearly looked like they was co-signing when he first got in trouble in Brazil. Like I saw him on Telemay, and Telemay was telling him he didn't do anything wrong. And I'm like, that's the wrong advice to give him, because what he did, in fact, did run afoul of Brazilian law. So rather than explain to him that, son, while it might not have been your intention to be promoting sex tourism, what you did by law was, because I even pulled up the Brazilian law, and I said, but Austin ain't gonna listen to me, and I could care less if he does, but I expect people who do have his ear to tell him the truth. And the truth is not always gonna be pleasant to him. So when I saw him, I said, well, why is telling me, man, fuck them, don't apologize, don't do that. I'm like, you're gonna make him dig in. He's already in an indefensible position, and you're telling him to dig in. That's making it harder for him. And then, so my questioning was, what would be the reason for it other than the fact that you just want to keep having him come on your show, trying to bleed off his sub count? Because I don't have a channel. I've never had one. I don't want one. But I know enough about content creators to know we know the collab game and shit like that. So that's what I felt was irresponsible when I see older content creators. I'm like, Austin has 100K subs. So that looks appealing to a lot of people. Yeah, he's got 100K. That's appealing to a lot of people. So, and he show up on your channel, you get 3, 4, 500 in the box. Guys who normally don't have that number. So I'm like, I don't expect older men to compromise themselves. I expect us all, I know Ronan will, I expect you will stay true to our values. Stay true to what we believe, whether we succeed or not, because I got less time ahead of me than behind me. So I'm not trying to blow the remaining years doing some fuck shit for $1 or $2. It ain't worth it.
I think what happens is they hear him and then they don't listen to anyone else. So give me a second. Let me see if I can get it. I want to talk to y'all about how. Let me see if I can add this. 1 second. Where we at? Is this
So, but I did want to say, when I made that comment, I really wasn't talking about you at that time, but because
No
I said it in the string, I need to apologize for it. But at that time, it was literally towards, like I said, when he got in trouble in Brazil, and that still never left my mind. I never had an opportunity. Taylor ain't gonna talk to me either because I done criticized him too much, but I really don't care. You know, I'm like, you gave that boy some horrible fucking advice. You know, not to mention some of the personal shit that he done too, that I think that has made black men look bad in the travel space, in DR in particular, behavior that I don't expect from a 60-something-year-old black man. You know, that I find reprehensible. But that's his life, that's his business. But still, you put the shit on the internet, it's up there for fucking critique. Don't cry about the shit. I didn't ask you to tell the world.
That's fair.
You know, you tell the world that you decide to make a fucking baby at 60 and then leave and go to fucking Thailand. I have an opinion.
Correct. But so here's the thing. So I think what happens is Austin says something, and then they put me that I said it. So let me show you one part. They always lack something. He was asking me about why would I bring a woman or something like that. At it as though it was like gymnastics. If you watch gymnastics, I tell him how you vet a woman, all the things that you should go through. At the end of the conversation, see if I can just get to the end because I wasn't ready to cue this one up.
That was very good information. I will say this. I don't know if you've thought of this already. I think people should live vicariously through me right now. But I think your calling is to be the consultation guy for I want to bring my wife back to the United States. Can you tell me if this is the right girl? I think that's your $2,000 phone call consultation. I think that's your calling.
So if you listen, I was telling him, settle down. You can get married. You can do this. This is how you vet a woman. His response to that was, yeah, live through me right now because I'm young. And then later on, I do what I want to do. I can't do nothing against that. I can only tell the man, you know, they say, oh, you his mentor. I can only tell him my perspective, my point of view. He has his own mind to do what he wants.
Now, you know, you do get, come on now, Phyllis, you got to know that I'm not saying that you officially requested the title of mentor, but if the optics of it look that way, you kind of open yourself up to that criticism because the optics does look like you're mentoring him. So then what that means is the fear is if the optics look like you're mentoring him and you don't disclaim that or declare that you're not mentoring him, then that means when I see him go out, and I'm not saying me, I'm just saying the people who've titled you his mentor, if he go out and do some stupid shit, the first thing we do, we looking at the mentor like, what the fuck is he teaching them? And you probably ain't told him nothing.
You raised your son up right. You did everything you could. You put him to school. You did it.
They still gonna look at me.
You can look at you, but you're gonna say, I raised him right. I don't know what he's doing. Right. And so when people say that to me, you can call me a mentor. You can call me, big brother. You can say those things, but listen to what I tell him. I can only say what I tell him, not what he does. I can only give him that advice.
That's true.
I say that about my sons too. I put the root of their beliefs, their morality, and their ethics. They consult me on things all the time. I get phone calls all the time from my sons. I tell them about what they want to know, and I let it go. It's up to them to make a choice as men. That's the whole point of being a man. You decide, you ride and die, and you live or die on the decisions you make as a man. You get what I'm saying? At the end of the day, all I can do is guide you, give you the information I know from my experience, and allow you to make a free choice. You make the wrong choice, I'm either going to be there or I'm not going to be there based on the type of choice you made. Because if you break certain rules and certain laws, I'm not supporting you in that.
Right.
And they know this.
But that does come a place.
More clips, and I'm gonna bring them up. I know some people want to talk to you, and this one kind of hit me personally a little bit, brother.
Lord.
Oh, you sensitive? You sensitive?
I got sensitive.
Let's hear it. Shorts, he has more his wife on there now. I guess he's using I believe he's using his wife now, have that female online to attract traffic to his channel as well.
Yeah, I don't trust him.
But that's the same shit Andre does on his channel on Love Crossing Borders. Because they know and they figured, like I said, yeah, I think you're right, Maya. Both of them would use their wives to sit there and because they know that they're going to attract a bunch of thirsty ass incels. Because Austin's at 100 and something thousand subs. Andre and Fearless, neither one. I think maybe 20. I think Andre maybe 25, 30. So again, they can sit there.
I'm talking about subs.
And if you notice, there's a particular way that when they have their wives' appearance on the live.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
I used you. I start my YouTube channel. I have a small channel, only like 10,000 subscribers, maybe 2 millions and 2.5 million views. And I started my channel long way before you start your channel. I remember I was doing cooking videos that I even put in private, how to get Dominican blowout. And I using you because I invite you to my YouTube channel. And then you was like, you're doing too much in your YouTube channel. I will create my own. And that's when you start to create your first channel that you shutting down. And then the rest is history, no?
And so the thing was, this is how it is. I just got tired of every moment. She watched YouTube videos. She'd be like, we can do way better than that couple. Our story is much better. We can do this.
I remember
so she do the little shorts. She wanted to talk about our relationship.
If you go to my channel, you can see the most of my videos are like coming from us.
Yeah. This right here. So I'm gonna pause this for a second because what you said was we milking Austin for subs. See, what you don't know is what you don't know is this is Andre Crossing's first channel.
Okay. I know he had the money channels.
Exactly. How many subs does he have? 126,000. So that's way more than what Austin has. He had 100,000 way before Austin. So he can't be milking Austin if he already had that. Me, I had a channel that hit 10,000 subs in 2 months. And I was like, I'm going to change it. I'm going to do something different. So to me, it's never about the subs. You know, that didn't mean anything to me. So let me play it for a second. I think I even say that in here.
And the sub counts don't make you the money anyway.
No, so this is why I got on. My wife will always have her video up. And it was like, she don't like controversy on her channel. So she would always bring the camera up.
Tiene dos opciones. A, pasar el resto de la vida con tu esposa hermosa, linda. O B.
La B.
Señor, si él no es para mí, oblígalo. Aquí mandas tú, no él. Amen.
So when you say that, it wasn't me. She always was putting me in channels. So it was never using her. So that's why I was like, what are you talking about that we're using our wives for that? My wife had a channel way before me. And then it was just like, well, I'm going to do this because the content I want to do. We couldn't share a channel because she didn't want the controversy and all the things that come with how I speak and how I talk. So if you see, I was on her channel. It was like, all right, I'm going to help you get through live. I'm going to show you how to do this just because she couldn't understand how that worked. That's all.
Let me say it's two things. Okay. One, again, like I said, when I said the milking of the channel, of the Austin thing, I had already told you it wasn't directly directed towards you or Andre. It was towards someone, other content creators, the Brazil thing. Now, the other part, and I get why you might feel a little certain way. That was a conversation that I didn't bring up, but I was led into that conversation as you played it, right? The audio, right? And I did respond, and I understand why the way I responded might make you feel a little kind of a way. I absolutely do. I'm a married man.
Just joking with you, brother.
But listen. Here's what I'm saying is, it sounded a little crass, but what I'm saying is, I kind of stand in it a little bit, and I'm gonna tell you why. I personally think you and Andre have beautiful wives, right?
Thank you, sir.
That's
I
one.
appreciate it.
Number two, I know y'all got thirsty ass subs. Let's face it,
Everybody's thirsty on the internet.
the space that y'all in, let's not pretend. And if your analytics tell you that it's primarily male dominated, they ain't come. If you and your wife are sitting up there, they ain't coming here to look at your ass, Phyllis.
I agree.
Okay. So the reality is, and I appreciate the fact that you or Andre don't have your wives looking all scantily clad like a lot of people do. But fact of the matter is, they're still beautiful women. So I can listen to you talk your shit if I can look at her. You see what I'm saying? That's the reality. And I'm saying that even from it's no different than the Wheel of Fortune. Pat Sajak and motherfuckers was for years looking at Vanna White. You know what I'm saying? If you have to have something that's pleasing to the eye, and I don't care how good looking you are to yourself and your mama, you ain't that good looking to nobody else. Okay?
That's right.
So the reality is, it would be not good use of a marital asset to have a beautiful wife, not to have her on the channel. So,
oh hell, you saying he pimping his woman out?
I didn't say pimping. See, I didn't use the word pimping. And that's the thing. It sounds like that, but people do it all the time. Like I say, it's the use of a marital asset, my wife, your beauty, to benefit us.
No, I agree.
And it's just, I'm like, yeah, they're doing it. Shit, if you got one that look like that, who the fuck ain't gonna do it?
But
everybody
just like a lot of people claim Passport Bros sell a dream, at least that's a legitimate relationship where a lot of guys are using 304s and parading in front of the camera and pretending like they're in a legitimate relationship.
Right. Like in Thailand.
I'm not saying no names. Yeah.
I know, but like I said, you're married. Andre's, even though I may not agree with Andre, it's like he is married. I can't take that away from him. He has a beautiful wife. She seems decent. You know what I'm saying? So I can't take. That's why you don't never hear me. First of all, I don't like when people start criticizing people's spouses and shit. That's just stupid. But the fact of the matter is, there's no reason for it. So again, like I said, that was where the conversation went. I'm like, yeah, they got beautiful wives. They putting them on the channel. Yeah, they're using them. If I had a channel, I'd probably do the same thing. I don't have a channel.
This is not directed toward you, but I think what happens over on the channel that you usually go to, which we appreciate you coming here.
I go every so often. That's not my.
No, it's not a bad thing, but I think what happens.
The space where I'm from two primary spaces. One is a Dominican channel called the Dominican Route, which is all rainbows and unicorn bullshit, right? Right? Because that's just how he runs his channel, and that's good. That's my brother John DeJohn, a really solid brother. He's got like 10,000 subs, but he's really good dude, and he lives in Santo Domingo, so he lives on the island. And then the other one is I still rock with Peso, but we over on Rumble. But occasionally, which I will be over on Zizia, because I support her and Chris. You know what I'm saying? Irregardless, because there are some things about their positions that I agree with. So if I agree with it, the parts that I don't, I just don't. But I don't go up there I'm not in opposition. I'm more aligned with a lot of what they say, without a doubt, and that's not going to change. But I also realize that, like you said, this conversation tonight, I align with a lot of what you guys saying, even if I have differences.
Yeah, we're not bringing you to the dark side, brother.
Wait. When did we come on from the dark side?
I think my only issue or the issue that I have with Chris.
I don't claim that.
We're not the dark side. We like skin on the light side.
Yeah.
Right.
I'm not even talking skin tone. Don't even go there, bro.
And I don't even think, I haven't even heard, like I can tell you, like tonight, I haven't heard anything over here tonight that's wildly in opposition to anything that I've heard over there. So
I'm glad you said that, because
I haven't heard anything tonight. Now I don't know what else y'all might say.
You've been in plenty of our rooms, Rico, and we don't ban people from coming up on the panels, unlike certain folks.
Yeah.
You can't even get a word in edgewise on a panel, let alone even try to jump up on one.
I agree.
We don't want the echo chamber.
Yeah.
We don't want the echo chamber. I brought you on because I think it's fair that if I have a disagreement with you, we can be men. And then I can have an understanding of why you felt the way you felt, to say, hey man, I'm in military and this is how I served. This, I'm die hard. And then I can say, hey, well, this is how I felt, or this is how I heard it. And in the end, we walk away. We're not enemies. We friends. Because now we.
But yeah, and that's what I was telling Rico. Even when we were going through our thing, I was like, "Look, man, we're more common, and we've got more things in common than different." You get what I'm saying? You might be hearing certain things because I'm on certain panels, but that's not necessarily who I am. You know what I mean?
True. And that's sometimes
this clip, and this is from your buddy, and I think, and I'm going to ask you, because he brings me up he always say my name on the channel, even though we're banned from it, we can't go on. But I believe in a return on investment. He says that that's bad, and I'll play what he says. My return on investment is this. In a relationship, or it's return on relationship, you invest in someone because you want something back. Example, if I open up the door for someone, I open it up, and then I look at them because I would think they would say, oh, thank you.
Thank you.
I invest in my wife because I want certain things back. Now let me play this video, and you tell me if you agree, because apparently he doesn't. And I want to know, am I being wrong? That's all.
I could just say before I hear the clip, I'm gonna listen to the clip. I'm not crazy about the language around relationships when people describe it like that, because there's another content creator that's not even in travel space over on the manosphere side. I be over there fighting with them sometimes too. When they describe a marriage as a business, and while I may agree with some of the principles of what a marriage is, my mind, the language of describing it as a business offends me. So I want to hear what the clip is now, but I just wanted to tell you that so you don't think I'm tainted by nothing he says.
No.
Why'd you freeze it up on Chris here? I'm curious. Why is Chris up on the screen? Why you got Chris in his Robin?
Okay.
Let me play it. And just to let you know, this is where I disagree with you, because I believe that your wife is the greatest business decision that you can make.
I just don't like the language. That's what I'm saying. I might agree with the sentiment. It's just the language of it is very off-putting to me, because I do believe in love.
No, I believe in that.
But
let me show you when I refer to a return on investment, I'm going to show you. So let this play, and hopefully it's not too long.
Overwhelming majority of women in the United States. Personally, I get the impression that a lot of these men are out here not being selfless. They're not being gentlemen. They're too focused on ROI, like Fearless.
A bullshit. A bullshit. A bullshit. Bullshit.
They're too focused on ROI, like Fearless.
So this is my ROI. This is what I get from my wife. This is what she says what black men can do. This is what I give her. So that's my investment.
Okay.
This is how I invest in her, and this is what I get back. So she cooks for me. She takes care of me. She be my road dog. We go on trips. We go VIP. We work out. So I get a woman that's strong, healthy. I take care of her. She want her hair done. That's what Fearless know how to do. Fearless do that. I take her out to get the nails done. We get massages together. All of that. So we have fun. So that's what I get back. So when I say I invest in someone, my investment is I invest in my wife, and the things that I get back are that I can get someone who's caring, who's loving. I think in any relationship, if you look at it, you say, hey, all right, what I'm going to do is I have children. I want to invest in their future. I'm going to take you to school. I'm going to spend time with you. I'm going to raise you up. Your return on investment is you got a child that's educated, that's going to live longer with you, that's going to grow up to be a good man. That is your return. And so that's how I look at it. What is my ROI in this relationship? Example would be, I'm not just going out to spend $200 on somebody just to have a conversation. I think Shannon Sharp said it best. He said, "You wear your watch to tell you what time it is. I wear my watch to tell you how valuable my time is." So that would not be a good, as you say, return on investment. I could not invest in someone who does not have my best interest. I'm going to invest to try to develop because everybody wants something in return. I know we say we can give selflessly, but you don't. You like, hey, I did this for my wife. I like her to say thank you. I did this for my children. That's just it. Now, what say you? Because I could be wrong.
I agree. Again, I think still, for me, it comes down to the language of it, because when we describe it as a return on investment, it sounds crass. It sounds devoid of love, and I would only gather, because that's how it hits my ears. So I hear everything you say, and it's all true. But then it sounds devoid of love. It's like because it's like all the things you said you do for your wife, right?
But do you think my wife stays with me because she loves me? Meaning, I want to, and I say
Yes,
fuck her
I would
feelings and
hope so.
I don't want to say fuck her feelings, because there's going to come a love goes like this: up, down, emotional roller coasters. There's going to be times when she don't love me. There's going to be times when she love the hell out of me. I think you marry for duty. I think when you have children, you put your children above and you stay with them. Look, I may not like you that much. We in it to the end. So it's not about, that's why I say it's a business. We in here, we have invested in each other and we got to get a return out. If you marry for love, that's why chicks say, well, why you divorced? I just don't love him no more. I don't feel that. I don't have that feeling like I used to.
But see,
and we get married for duty.
But here's the thing, though, for me, and I'm saying this is purely a me thing. Again, this is not an ideology or anything that I teach, but this is just the way that I try to explain it. For me, I operate in the sense of, when things are need based, people show up. People show up based on need. I don't want love based on need. I want love based on want. So what I sit there and think, I think for me, the strongest love is that when a woman doesn't need me, but she misses my presence. My absence so affects them that they don't want it. Like I try to explain to somebody, I was like, look, my wife is the best part of me. Without her,
can you put my screen up while he's talking? For me, please.
You got something back? I don't see anything.
Hold on, I'm about to load it. So go ahead.
But what's that saying, Uncle Krusty? The longest relationships are the arranged marriages, because they marry.
I don't disagree with you. I'm like, call me an emotional, sentimental fool, which I'm sure a million motherfuckers in the chat are right now, and that's fine, right?
Fucking simp. No, I'm just
saying. Of course, exactly. But the fact of the matter is that, yes, statistically, again, I can't argue with statistics, but that's also very cold. And one thing I will say this: when I was younger, yes, I could be devoid of, feelings, emotions, and all that, because, to be honest with you, hell, I probably didn't think I was ever going to age or die. But once you start to get older, one thing that does, especially for men, I'm gonna tell you, as a man, when you start to cross a certain age threshold, you start spending more time thinking about your mortality, because you just know you're not going to be here long. So a lot of shit that I didn't think of 10 years ago, I can't shake that shit now. And so realistically, the fear of me, the fear of losing my wife fucking paralyzes me, because I'm so invested in her love, and it's not a need. I just don't want to be without that, and vice versa. And it holds me to know that she doesn't need me. She's free to come and go as she wants, But
as you're saying that, Uncle Rico, if you look at what the definition is on the screen of pair bond,
okay,
every one of us are talking about and demonstrating what pair bonding means when it comes to dealing with your couple. with the person you're mating with, the person that you've decided to marry. A
Yeah.
lot of these guys don't even understand the mentality behind pair bonding. The things that Fearless has done with his wife is to what? Pair bond with her. You know, a lot of females nowadays have lost that ability to pair bond because of their promiscuous and their lack of morals when it comes to sleeping around and having so many bodies on them now. You guys are showing, and you're even speaking on exactly what pair bonding is.
So that would mean Fearless, even though I think, like you said, mentally when you went into it, your marriage in your mind was duty. It's evolved beyond duty now.
No, I didn't get married for like duty or that. I mean, you know, I had an affection for my wife, but I had to let her know that beyond that, beyond the affection, you know, when time gets hard and we don't like each other, we still have to stay together. We have to do this. We in it for the long haul. And you know, there's gonna be times when things just don't go the way we.
But I think that's normal. I think you get that even if you marry for love. You know.
But see, if you don't build a strong foundation, that's never going to work. That's why you get so many divorces now. Guys are quick in, quick out. A lot of women are not happy for some reason, not knowing that they need to make themselves happy. It's not always on the man to make them happy. You get what I'm saying? So there's a lot of things that are being skipped over. And as older men, we have to speak to, you know, when it comes to how they establish while vetting a healthy relationship nowadays.
So that's the key point, what you just said, Rona. So whether you marry for duty and business, if you say that's your reason, or if you marry for love, if you say that's your reason, no matter what the reasoning is for you getting married, it goes back to what you said, Rona. You have to build that foundation. You got to put that mortar down. You got to put those cinder blocks, and you got to level that shit, and you got to put the mortar, and you got to build on it every day so that when that marriage does have troubles, you don't look back at the reason why you got married. You just realize you're at a space, we're having a hard time, and we need to weather this.
Correct.
That's what you look for. And as long as you have a strong foundation, I don't care what's the reason why you got married, you'll weather it. If you have a weak foundation, I don't care if it's for duty. If you didn't lay the foundation, that shit's gonna fall apart. If it's for love, you have a weak foundation. So it goes down to no matter what reason you choose, if you don't build the foundation, it will fail. That's the failure, as Ronan said, the lack of building that foundation over time. And like I said, all the examples of everything you showed, Fearless, is you building that foundation. You know, again, like you said, whether your wife those memories that you build, she can't forget that shit. She can never forget it. You can never forget it.
That's that investment. That's the investment that you give, because you hope that when you're older, that they can share. You know, because like you said, I know that your wife is probably younger than you. So
12 years.
We're gonna die first. I mean, we just that's how it is. And you hope that you've invested enough that your legacy lives on when they tell stories about you. That's your return on your investment.
That's it. I don't want nothing else. That's all I want.
Being remembered.
That's all I want. That's all I want.
I had some questions because the original thing was, you know, a passport bros patriotic. And I think Black Man Travels, he put a question in here, and he said he's wondering if Black men are patriotic.
By the way, we do have an open panel. You can go ahead and click on the link to come up while we're answering these last few questions, but the panel is open. The link is it's pinned to the top of my page or in the chat. You can click on the link and join the panel at this point. Go ahead, Fearless.
It says he's wondering if Black men are patriotic when they're mostly focused on escaping the matrix. So how do you guys feel that, you know, if I'm trying to get out of the United States because of the culture, because of the isms, feminism, racism, you know, school to prison pipeline, the women are not as traditional as I would like them. And I'm trying to get out of that to go to other countries to do that. Does that mean I'm not patriotic? So explain that. I want to know what your view is.
That does not mean you're not patriotic just because you're leaving your country for better options as far as your dating or lifestyle. you can still be loyal to your country and live abroad. There's plenty of veterans that are demonstrating that every day, that are living abroad and still love their country wholeheartedly. But when it comes to your peace, you know, a lot of brothers are stressed out of life. They're going to other countries so they can relax. Mental health situations, you know, physical health situations, you know, the monetary benefit is the plus. You know, the healthy lifestyle, the peace of mind that you get while you're living abroad. All those things are not things that make you non-patriotic to your country. That's not the key to that. So in the question, no, it does not make you non-patriotic because you choose to want to live abroad or escape the mentality that the Western civilization has established currently. Go ahead.
So I want Uncle Krusty, I want you to answer this, but I'm gonna get this is the feedback or bounce back I want to say. How can it be when they, you know how they say you got to clean your own house before you tell somebody else how to clean theirs? Shouldn't they have just stayed in the United States and I don't want to say make or deal with the women here to have them more traditional, to change how you are instead of running to somewhere? To me, that's what Uncle Rico would call a deserter. You know, they deserters. But what would you say?
Hold on. Okay. I 100% agree with everything that Ronan says. That no, I don't think it makes you unpatriotic at all. What I think is part of the problem for me is if a guy I do think it's a mistake for so many passport bros to say that they're going overseas, and it seems like their one primary or sole reason is for women. I think it should be for something else, and the women is the benefit. First of all, I'm taking my wife, so I ain't going to the DR to look for a woman. I'm taking my wife from America. But there are so many other benefits to living in the DR outside of that, because I think, so what if you go to a country that has great women and the country's shitty and fucked up? What's the benefit if it's, it's unsafe? Like I said, when we talk about Colombia, I'm like, they just ended a civil war 9 years ago. There are so many things about these countries that most passport bros really don't know anything about except the fucking women. And unfortunately, the woman's not going to save you from all the ills that you could run into said countries because you're not prepared. So I just think that that's really, if do so if you want to. I could care less. I just think it's hella stupid. You should go for other reasons. And if they're beautiful women there, they're there. That's great. You'll have them. I don't think all these countries that we go. The biggest thing that I say, and the number one reason why me and my wife got our retirement home in the DR is it's cheaper.
May I ask what city? I know you say DR.
I'm in Punta Cana. Yes, but it's cheaper. But outside of it, it's cheaper. It's slower. There are times where the Tranquillo is great, and there are times when I could blow my fucking brains out because everything is so slow. So it's not always better. I tell everybody, when I look at other countries, I don't look at them through the lens of being better. I look at them through the lens of being different. And oftentimes, difference is a good thing. I tell people a change of pace, a change of environment, a change of employee can be good and healthy for you. So it's okay, but don't creating this preconceived assumption that it's going to be better, because like you said, if you're fucked up inside and you go to Thailand, now you're just fucked up in Thailand. Because you was fucked up in America, now you're fucked up in Thailand. You're still fucked up, okay? So there are a lot of things about these countries that when I hear travelers talk, I can tell that they're not talking from an educated perspective. They're just, it's all women, 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 women. It's insane. So, but as far as travelers being unpatriotic, no, you're not unpatriotic. If you decide to go, I just think that a lot of them go for the worst reasons in the world, and I think that's why a lot of them end up in trouble and end up having bad outcomes because they went for the wrong reasons.
I agree. Welcome to the show, Benjamin. How are you doing today, sir? Introduce yourself.
Hey, how you guys doing? I'm Benjamin. I've joined a couple of you guys' panel before, and my comment on the statement is I definitely think we can be patriotic while trying to move overseas, because all we're looking for is something that necessarily fits us better. I don't necessarily think it takes away from America being great and us loving America. It's just sometimes it may not fit the type of personality you may have, or sometimes it doesn't match up. But I definitely think most of us love America. I if it's like so when I was lived in Florida, I ran into a lot of Dominicans, right? And if you ever talk to a Dominican, they love their country more than anything else, but they live in America. And I think it's the same thing for us. We go to other countries, however, we still love America. If somebody's bad mouthing America, it'd probably leave a terrible taste in our mouth. That's all I really got to add.
I got a question for the panel because Ronan, you have a girl that lives in the Philippines, and I think Uncle Rico, your wife is from Ecuador. Benjamin,
El
I'm not sure
Salvador.
if you have a girl. I'm
El
sorry,
Salvador.
El
El
Salvador.
Salvador. Mhm.
So, what would happen if the United States went to war with those places?
We keep
I
our
mean, would you
ass
say,
there.
and you there, and would you say, hey, I got to go back and fight for the United States? I could kill your brother and sister. That's just how I got to be. What would your response be?
Sucks to be y'all.
Damn.
I'm going on the winning side.
Yeah,
Bring your ass on here
absolutely.
with me.
She's getting drugged back to the States.
That's it.
And you gonna kill a family like that? That's crazy.
I mean, you can do only what you can do. I can tell you this. My mom's 80 years old. It's not about her anymore. It's about her legacy when it comes through me, her grandchildren, her great grandchildren now. So at this point, it's not about, oh, I need to be saved. My mom's like, yo, go live your life. You deserve that. You know what I'm saying? Don't worry about me. She's had a comfortable life. So in that respect, it's a tough decision, but I'm sure her family would want her to be safe somewhere if they all couldn't be saved. The legacy still goes on, and that's what a parent wants anyway.
And I'm joking with you. I mean, the countries
I know,
I'm
but
talking
I mean, it's a hard choice.
probably never happened. But I guess
Mhm.
what I'm saying is because what happens is you start to develop a loyalty. And I think that's what happens with people. I don't want to say like Austin, but people who travel, you get a loyalty because now you have a love, you've met people there, and it's hard to paint that person as enemies once you have a relationship.
Well, let me ask you a question, Fearless, right?
All right.
And not to bring, but I just want to bring Austin into a little bit because you know him pretty well. You know him the most out of everybody here on the panel. What do you think? Because remember now, I told you from me understanding, like you said, he skyrocketed off of that first piece of punana he got in Brazil, blew his fucking mind, and he just became an overnight sensation. That's how he became viral. So in that instance, I'm like, okay, that was about women. What do you think of his evolution of going on 3 years of traveling? Has his evolution went to traveling for any reason outside of women? Because that was the nexus, that was the start. You know what I'm saying? Because now, sometimes it seems like it's not about women, or he's showing less women, but he still keeps talking about the dating, the dating, the dating. And I kind of feel like a little bit where I try to give him a little bit credit is I be wanting to tell him, Austin, you fucked yourself because you got caught in the cycle of feeding your subs a certain thing, a certain topic that now they demand. Now you a slave to the topic. So while he might want to break out of the topic, it's like you can't. Now you're the bitch of the dating topic because you got them addicted to it. You know what I'm saying? They're addicted to it, and if you don't keep feeding them this shit, they're going to abandon you. That's why content creators got to be careful about what they decide to go into, because I'm like, this algorithm and this content will make you its bitch.
But let me show you. This is what Austin is going through.
Just when I thought I was out, they pulled me back in.
That's him. So I think what happened is, we're taking from Austin. He's a young dude. So imagine a guy that just signed that NFL or that NBA contract. He got all that money. What's the only thing he thinks? I got all these hoes. I got hoes, man. I got these hoes. That's the only thing on their mind. Then eventually they like, damn, man, these hoes, man. So that's the evolution that he is in. He's trying to probably switch and transition out of it. That's why he had that content. But like you said, he's a slave to it. So there's going to have to come a point where he has to say, all right, I'm a fan of Prince. And Prince would make music. And he said, hey, either my fans coming along with me, no, they not. This is the transition I'm on.
Right.
And I think, and I know Andre told me this. And I did experiments, man. I had those little cams when I was in DR. And I'm like, I'm good. I'm editing content. I'm putting out this good stuff and nobody's watching it. I put out some trash with some ugly chick and I'm getting, 100,000 views. I'm like, this makes absolutely no sense. It was low effort. He has to make a transition to say, do I need the subs or can I transition? And when I talked to Andre, he said, look, if you want to do a channel, what'll happen is when the people get tired of that and they get more mature, they'll come to you. I don't know if he's ready to let that go. If you look at, what's the dark-skinned dude, got the dreads? Oh, man, his name.
What you talking about? Ace Live?
Ace Live.
Ace,
so if you remember Ace Live, when he started off, it was about them tricks, them hoes, all of that.
That's what somebody told me. I never saw it then.
Transition. So I don't know if he's able to transition or he's going to transition.
Oh, he's going to have no choice. Sooner or later, he's going to have to do it.
He's going to have to. Because anytime you're going to have to evolve, you're going to have to do something different. When I talked to him, I said, look, why don't you do this? You make the same video. If you're out somewhere, you're eating at a restaurant, take some time and start viewing the food at the restaurant. Now you got something that takes you a little different. Now you got the food. Now you got your travel experience. And you can take it outside of that realm of these chicks. I think also what happened to him was, what do they say? You go home with the girl you came to the prom with.
Yeah, so the dance. The girl will bring you to dance.
Exactly. So, in my opinion, this is what got me there. Is this the ride I got to do? And you see some of the things he gets upset about, that he doesn't want to do it, but it's almost like, they get forced. So I'm hoping that he evolves, gets a little more mature, and then takes it other places. And we had
even if he's got to take a hit on the subs, it shouldn't matter. Take a hit on your subs, redo your content, revamp what you're doing, move in a certain direction. The ones that are going to be loyal to you are going to be loyal to you. The ones that aren't, they're going to drop off, and you'll pick up new ones. Who cares?
But I told him by changing it. This is one of the conversations we had. I said, look, you got to make it about money in this sense. You smoke cigars. If you change your content, wouldn't it be nice if you had a cigar sponsorship? There's two things that happen with that. Now you don't have to pay for cigars because they're free. And now you're making money every time you smoke. You have to do something that's different so someone still comes to your channel. If you're in controversy, it makes it difficult for sponsorships to get there.
I hear what you guys are saying, but it might be a little bit more difficult for him because this is one of his primary sources of income. So, when that's your primary source of income, I don't know about his situation. I really don't. But I'm just saying it's very difficult to make that transition because your quality of life might go down, especially if you live overseas. So I don't understand. Oops, sorry.
Go ahead, Benjamin. Go ahead. I'm sorry. I thought you.
No, I'm just saying I don't necessarily fault him for it, and I think he has been trying to make the transition. If you haven't noticed with the recent controversy, but I think he's going it in a way because controversy sells, and I felt everybody's profited from it, so it's good for him.
Mm-hmm.
And I do
think he's in the algorithm for sure.
Absolutely, and I do think he's making that transition. But at the same time, like I said, my only critique to him is I don't understand how 50 and 40-year-old guys look up to a 26. I don't know how he is.
Exactly.
This is
But let me say this real quick,
Go ahead.
Rico.
Go ahead.
And it goes to what you're saying. If you're gonna run it like a business, then run it like a business. Me and Fearless and other people have talked to him and others. Floyd, yo, what are you doing against running your budget, against your cost outlay of buying your plane ticket, your hotel stays, your meals, against your YouTube AdSense and showing either you're making a profit or a loss on the trip and submitting your tax forms quarterly so you can get some of that money back and stop looking like you're e-begging in order to support your habit of traveling. That's business.
But you guys are all missing one. What you guys are all missing one major elephant in the room that I see about the type of content that he's doing. His content is more upscale, but it's similar to him, Floyd, Jay Rello. Of course, he does it more ghetto. Who else?
Ghetto.
He is. He just super
Oh,
nigga with it.
I've called him to the board. Believe me, he don't like my kind.
but the problem is that what I say with all three of them that I can think off the top of my head, I'm sure there's others. The type of content they're doing is also very dangerous to them because what it requires is them constantly going to different countries, doing this dating and trying to produce content.
Even more the reason why you should treat it like a business and start blocking
But-
your hours
But
and your expenses.
that type of content is dangerous because it's consistently asking them to push the envelope going to red light districts, whether it's Medellin, Cartagena, San Paulo, however the fuck we're at, Rio in Brazil, the Sosua, the Pattaya.
I mean, but Rico, he's young. He's 25.
Right.
Even he said himself, I'm not ready to settle down. So he's up for the task. He just needs to treat it more like a business.
But what I'm saying is, I think that type of consistent dating over and over and over is dangerous. It's like you keep going to the fucking hood.
It
You know
is,
what I'm saying?
but
It's sooner or
it's
later
like,
on the
what's that
south side of
movie,
Chicago,
War?
your ass gonna get caught slipping.
What's that movie War with Matthew back in the day? It was an old school movie about a computer that just kept on wanting to activate the nuclear bomb. War Games.
War games.
After that computer played the game so many times, what did he find out learning? It's not worth playing the game. So what you're watching is a war game in Austin's mentality and the way he's functioning of learning it's not worth the hassle to play the game.
But
You're watching this live. So eventually he's going to get to that deciding point. Like he realized, oh, we're not the priority in the world. No shit. Somebody experienced could have told you that 2 years ago. Welcome to reality.
But
You get what I'm saying?
Uncle Rico,
go ahead.
Here's the thing, and I think this is where y'all missing that. Two things. One, all right, so we came from a generation, you go to high school, you get picked on, you had to kind of do something. That group was like the out crowd. Nobody talked to them. To me, it's genius because all those incels, the people who nobody talked to, they can't talk to girls, those are the people.
They're following him.
How you think somebody like Floyd, who has no sense of like social skills, can have these people follow? Because somebody just says, I'm just as unattractive. I don't want to say he's unattractive. I have the same worst social skills or a little bit better than Floyd. I can carry myself a little bit and he's able to do it. Shit, I can do it. And they live vicariously through him. I mean, I've been with him where he's had his phone and people like, and he's just filming, and then all of a sudden it's like, oh, look at that girl in pink. Go talk to her. And he's smart in this sense. You want me to go talk to her? Send me $5.
But
So
guys, here's the thing is I keep seeing, I think you guys aren't seeing some of the close calls that all of them have escaped in their travels.
We've seen the whole thing with Jay Rello, man.
Right.
At
So
3
this is
o'clock
what
in
I'm
the morning,
saying.
trying to go to get an ATM machine to pay
This
for
is what I'm
some shit.
saying. And I'm saying their fucking luck is going to run out if they keep doing that.
Yeah.
Austin had that close call in
And
Cartagena.
you got to understand the mentality of a lot of these guys that are watching. They're waiting for the explosion to happen.
Yes.
They're
That's what I
feeding
was about
into it.
to say.
They're feeding into it for a reason.
Yes.
And they're
that's
waiting
why.
for that one situation that happened to
Mhm.
where they crash out.
And I'm sitting there saying is as an Austin detractor, he needs to get out of that for his own safety. Same thing with Jay Rello. Same Floyd almost had a close call up in Sasua because they're going to keep pushing the envelope because they're addicted to the algorithm and they have to. And it's going to overseas get their ass either locked up or hurt. They need to stop it. They need to knock it off, but I don't think they can. Like Benjamin said, you're addicted to it. But that's the whole point. The cycle is you keep going until your ass is locked up or dead, or do you stop and give up the bread? You know, I know it's easy for me to say fuck it, fuck that money, I'll regular, but they're addicted to that lifestyle. But I'm just saying, I don't see it ending well. I just don't if they keep doing what they're doing.
I don't disagree with what you're saying, but you also got to keep in mind, one, they're young. Two, they don't have a lot of resources, and resources is like the name of the game for everything. And then to go back to what you said about, or what Roland said about crash outs, the week where a couple YouTubers had crash outs, like the incident and others, that was the most lit week where everybody was donating a ton of money and all these other things. And I think what people don't understand, maybe they do, I don't know, they could be playing the game, is a lot of YouTubers aren't these people's friends. They're
exactly. They're the op.
want them to crash out. And in some cases, like with Floyd, they put him in situations for bad things to happen. But I think he's a little smarter than he.
But Benjamin, here's the problem. All that I agree 1,000%. He ends up incarcerated in the hospital because I hope y'all know motherfuckers are being deleted overseas. He gets scoped. Okay, it's great that his fucking subs got to have a laugh at his crash out, but his ass ain't here no more. This is what I'm talking about. But we can't act like the potential for that shit is not out there. When I think the last time I checked, DC Born Rob said they had deleted 32 motherfuckers this year. We're at the halfway point. So I'm like, come on. All I'm sitting there saying is, with the type of content that they're doing, the potential for something to happen is greatly there. And I hope Austin, I hope Floyd, I hope Jay Rowler, because I don't want to see none of these young men get hurt. But I agree with you, Benjamin. They're not going to stop because they're not going to listen.
Yeah.
Good evening, fellas. Can I get in here real quick?
Yes, sir.
Absolutely.
Welcome to the panel.
Thank you. Tonight I'm gonna do something somewhat unusual of me. I'll try to be very objective and per the numbers instead of analysis of personalities and things of that nature. So this morning while I'm in the office slacking, I saw this video on YouTube. I'm like, let me watch this. The video is entitled, I'm looking at it right now, social media is going broke, and it's from this content creator. The channel is called Jazz Nicole, double Z, Jazz Nicole, and she has 284,000 subscribers. And I listened to about 90% of the video, and to give you a quick synopsis, she's saying that the money is not the same anymore. It's a lot of people quitting. Yeah, I know that that epidemic they had, what they call silence quitting, silence resignation. A lot of people were quitting during COVID and things of that nature. Yeah, so I guess COVID was really a driving force behind all these numbers what people were doing on social media. We can take, for example, Kevin Samuel. That's very apparent, right? But she's saying that the numbers she used to see, she's not seeing it. And this is a content creator with 284,000 subscribers. And she said there were months where she hit like 10 grand, and she has digital products and things of that nature. And she's saying it's just not the way that it is anymore. And to translate that over, we know Austin, he has like about 110, I think slightly 108,000 subscribers. And the demographic that he's servicing, it's kind of hard to read demographic, And one of the things that chick highlight is that you can only make a certain type of content so many times, right? There's a ceiling to specific lane that you may be in, unless you're in like electronics, in the electronics lane, where I've been following Marcus Brownlee for like at least 15 years since he was a kid. MKHB, y'all probably know him. He's met Elon Musk. He sat down with Neil deGrasse Tyson. I think he sat down with Barack Obama too. But electronics, every other day, these people are coming with a new phone, a new laptop, a new MacBook, and things like that. There's so much you can cover with electronics, right? That's a specific niche. But when it comes to these kind of contents that we know what we're talking about, right? Travel content, right? Travel dating content. I think the ceiling is there is a ceiling.
It's
There's only so many ways.
Let's use the word oversaturated. It's oversaturated with the amount of the small community that they consider passport bros and the smaller community of overall Black men traveling, period. It's oversaturated with content creators within the travel space, and they only go to the big four. A lot of them do not go to European nations. A lot of them do not go other places. They all go to the same place. They all go to the same fucking excursions. They're all doing the same goddamn thing. Of course, it's going to drive. Even to your comment with the lady that has 200,000 subscribers. Now she has competition. Where before she was being profitable, how many other people jumped into her segment or her niche? They're now competing directly with her and maybe stealing some of her viewers based on the way they spent how she did it. The highest form of flattery is what? Repeating what they do, but just changing it up a little bit. So how do you know she's not losing content creators? Because now her niche is now saturated. These guys talk about niches. Find a niche, get in it, dig deep. These guys are running into competition. Now it's becoming the Jay Rillo show where the sensationalism, the crash out is what they're betting on. These guys are literally supporting the bet on the crash out. This is why
and then play devil's advocate, because like I said, I'm really gonna try not to drive into the personality analysis, but to play devil's advocate, man. I think it's it's the type of content and the people that's doing these kind of content, right? Where I was watching this guy, and you guys have heard the name, and I'm not even a subscriber. If I subscribe, it must have been today. Yesterday I watched the video. That white boy, I think he's South African, Kurt Kaz. I've heard Razor Rage talk about him.
Yeah, Kurt Kaz. Yeah, he's South African.
Yeah, I saw a video that this motherfucker did. I'm like, I watch it. I mean, it's on Santo Domingo, and I just I fast forward it, and I'm like, he's a white boy. He's going into places, and this may sort of vouch for what Austin talk about, and y'all probably know I'm a big Austin critic, right? But I think when he talk about the racism, or may not be exactly racism, but just the dynamic of what a white person can do, a Black person cannot do it. That also, because I watch a guy on YouTube, he was talking about that, right? He was like, look at this content. This guy, does great content. It's like, if I was a different color, this channel would have had a lot more subscribers. So I watched Kurt Kaz go to Dominican Republic. I mean, to the
see his Trinidad content where he was down there jailed and almost thrown out the country.
Not him. That's not him.
No, that was Christmas list.
Do you see how many views he has?
Who?
Did you see that view count that he has?
Yeah, whoa, hold on a second. Yeah, that's what I'm about to talk about. That's what I'm about to talk. Look, so like I said, I fast forward to the video, and he's in the hood. He's in there touching the people up close, and I'm not gonna lie, that's some authentic shit, right? I'm like, damn. My Black ass, if I'm a content creator, Even if I speak some Spanish, and I do, I couldn't do that without getting robbed. And I'll tell you exactly why. And I'll tell you exactly why. Right? I couldn't do that. Right? Well, maybe I could, but I'm not really sure though. You- when I look at the view count for that video, Fearless, that shit got 13 million views. I ain't never seen no shit like that. That video got 13 million views. One video he did going to Santo Domingo. Here's the reason, and I'm gonna land with this.
Kirk has
A black
got 30 million views on a
no
video.
13 no the one
13.
video the video got
Damn.
13 13
That's a lot.
yeah 13 million views, one video in Santo Domingo, plus he got other videos in the Dominican Republic. Here's the reason why most of us African American, or whether you're, I don't know, Haitian American, whatever, we couldn't do that. I've seen people go to Haiti, my home country. Christmas list went there. He got white skin. There's something in the psyche of people in these kind of countries, whether it's Haiti or the Dominican Republic. They're not going to do harm to Kurt Kaz. They're not going to do harm to Christmas list. My black ass go over there. I can't do that.
Nope, you getting robbed.
No, because I'm of the same color as them, right? So it speaks of this, and like I said, I hate to support Austin's views on this, but I think connecting this to his criticism of how the dating dynamics is for black people and white people in Brazil, there are limits when you are a black content creator, and you have to be very, very creative to make shit happen.
Exactly. Now, before you go, Mr. G, you need to go and come up out from underneath the water, because you were popping and locking and sounding like you were underwater. Reset your shit. All right, go ahead.
I'll say this one thing, and as far as to dating, where they never want to admit it, because in particular, where it became very pronounced to me was pretty much in Thailand, was the one place. And I said, now this is going to make some of them get their feelings hurt, because I was saying this shit even before Austin went on his race tirade. I said, unfortunately, passport bros go to a lot of places and they get nigga whores. That's what they get.
Speak on it.
Just keep it real. Y'all get the fuck the women that the white boys
wouldn't
want.
touch.
It's just the truth. And I said, I'm not saying it's in every country. It's clear as fucking day in Thailand. I also see veins of it in other places like the DR, Colombia as well. But it's very pronounced in
I heard the quality of women in DR is just atrocious compared to what it was even 10 years ago.
Yeah. But I said that's the only thing. I said that when you guys go over there, I hope you know y'all get the nigga whores. Y'all don't get the ones that the white boys get to get. So when Austin came out and said they're getting the leftovers,
I just don't like that nigga whore thingy, but go ahead though.
I know. No, but is it true? That's the point. I know it sounds harsh. Is the reality of it? It's not far off the mark. You can change the word. You get the
rejects.
Bottom of the barrel. Say what it is. Bottom of the barrel.
Exactly.
If you think about Thailand, the chicks, Thailand and any Asian country are known for girls that are thinner, smaller in shape. That's not what we want. We want the thick.
The point of the matter is, it's not just the thinness, because the white guys like them thin too. There's a type. You get the ones that's all tatted up.
Either the Thailand people, the native Thailand dudes don't want, or the white dudes don't want.
But here's the deal. Them white boys, their whores are not tatted up, looking like the fucking Yakuza. Okay? That's the ones we get. We get those motherfuckers, right? We get the ones looking like they on meth. That's the ones we get, and we be flexing on. And I'm like,
the side shots you throwing up in here, bro.
You know what it is, Rico? I think it's just there's not enough patience that's exercised.
Right.
And I'm not gonna lie, bro. I don't like those type of chicks. It's not to say that I wouldn't smash one, but I feel so lucky, bro, with what I end up with, who my baby mama is. She's not none of this. She don't even have one tattoo. She's not a street girl. Like I feel lucky as shit, man. I ain't gonna lie, man.
But here's the thing, though, Mr. G. It's not luck. It's just I tell most of these guys, all y'all gotta do is put in a little bit of work. The biggest reason why most of them end up like they do, because they fucking lazy. They lazy as fuck. They go over there and they want instant fucking gratification. I'm like, y'all
That's it.
don't put no fucking work, no effort, no energy. So that's what you deserve. You deserve the nigga whore, you lazy motherfucker. And you know what? They know you're lazy.
You've
They
been
know
around
you
peso
lazy.
too much. God.
No, because the reality is this. Here's the funny thing about it. They know the minute y'all hit Pattaya, Sasua, Rio, whatever, a new plane came in. Look at how y'all look. You out there looking thirsty. You looking late. So she's out there. Oh, I ain't got. You look up in Sasua. I said, look at with that old Shein Fashion Nova shit, flat, barely fucking got the hair in that, and still getting hollered at. They still getting hollered at. They don't.
But I
What the
mean,
fuck she got to
those
dress
are
up for?
those are transactional thingy. I
Right.
do feel like, to be
But
honest,
but the
if
but the
people were to
brothers,
be,
if it's transactional, why the fuck are we flying over there chasing after transactional? Why not put a little bit of time in trying to get somebody that's a little
well,
bit more
well,
worthwhile?
I'll be honest with you. Let's be honest though. Um, I mean, I know they're transactional, but I mean, there are some. th- Not all of them look the same or whatever. There are some very beautiful. It's the differentness. It's
Mm-hmm.
different. It's
Yes.
different. We have to not that there aren't women that look like that. I mean, I've seen on in the street. What's the street near the Figaro, where
Oh yeah,
the street where
L.A.
all the
It's in
304s
L.A.
line
Yeah,
up.
Figueroa.
Um, you see some very fine Hispanics there or whatnot, right?
Mm-hmm.
But you know, dudes want that variety, and you go over there, you get a bunch of variety, and typically the type of women they may end up doing transaction with may be somebody that looks completely different than the average chick in ATL. I think dudes have to be a little bit more patient, but the thing is, if they're not intentional, they never program themselves that I want somebody that for the long run, they're not gonna go through that process of exercising patience. Because the person, if you're just in your mind, you don't envision having somebody that you can settle with, right? Like I've always envisioned that. So I got to the point where, I got a baby with a chick that, that's very decent. That's very
Okay.
decent. That's not out there, whatever. So
But
I'm taking care of my baby and I'm taking care of her and we plan on being together. But if you never plan that in your head, it's always gonna be transactional. How tell you how
okay.
can you tell a guy
So
like Big Boss? How
but
can
let
you
me
tell a
ask
guy
you a
like Big
question,
Oh
Boss?
Mr.
Lord,
G.
don't
Though.
even use him. Don't use him. Please don't use.
But let me ask you a question, Mr. G. So that means if I'm leaving from the States and I'm going to the DR for 3 or 4 trips a year, a week at a time, then I just go for the next 2, 3 years. I'll take 12 trips to be with nigga whores. That's what I'm gonna do
Yeah,
because I'm gonna go four
but
times because you
Damn.
already know you're already seeing the quality of what you're getting. You know is at the bottom of the barrel because you're not investing anything. So if you don't do any
is it that
investment,
Uncle Rico, is it that we are cheap? Because I've seen guys, it's like,
lazy, lazy,
no, I mean, let's just even say cheap. They're like, well, I can
that
spend
too.
$80 and get this quality girl, or I can spend 40 on this little below
Yep,
average. They
they
straight go
cheap.
with that 40.
Yep, that's true too. They're cheap and lazy, and then and then that's what's crazy. It's like I'm like, wait a minute. So then that goes back to my question earlier, right, Phyllis? Then the young lady that you played earlier, right,
Hmm.
Maya, doing all that talking, you flew over there and got the same goddamn thing.
Yeah, that's something that I can't understand why a dude
You
traveled
flew
2,000 miles to
you
pay for
flew
something.
over there and got the very thing that you said you was trying to get away from. Because even though, I don't hear her mouth, no, because she's doing a fucking job. I bet you if that motherfucker was staying with you, you hear her mouth.
But
Hey,
Uncle Rico,
She
Fearless.
got that
this
quality.
the same people that fly all the way over there to go eat McDonald's. You think about
Right.
it?
See?
Yeah. I'm not eating no Popeyes and stuff like. I mean,
Exactly.
well, I did eat Popeyes because I was with some other people. and we had an appointment. So we wanted to get something to eat quick, but I eat nothing but typical and different type food. I want to eat the food of the country where I'm at. Let me
Okay,
ask you this
go
question, Fearless.
go ahead.
Do you think, because I do think when it comes to Dominican Republic, I do think if you are intentional in your purpose, or you've already got it in your mind that I want somebody to settle down. I would like to meet me somebody to settle down, because I thought these passport bros, that's what they said, right? You want fit, feminine, submissive women. I don't think they were saying they want fit, feminine, submissive women to do transaction with. This is what really that I cannot fathom, right? So do you think it's really extremely hard to meet good Dominicanas?
My
Or you
brother,
think if
you missed our show on Friday, because our show on Friday was all the places you can go in DR that's not Sosua, the hidden gems. And we started from Sosua. We went to Cabarete, Samaná. We went all the way down Puerto
Mhm.
Plata, Mocha, Jaracaboa, Constanza, Bonao, La Vega.
probably Santiago.
We went
Yeah.
all the way down to Santo Domingo, San Pedro, La Romana, Higüey,
Mhm.
and all these places, man.
It's
These
so
are
many
women who
places.
they're not ready for. They don't have tourists, so it's not a
Yeah.
tourist. They're women that are not about that transaction because that's not something they're accustomed to. They are traditional. They're beautiful. All of the things that they would want, but it's not going to be that. Oh, I'm here today. I'm easy. But
Mm-hmm.
you could find a more beautiful woman that if you say, you know what, this is somebody I want, that you don't have to pay for. They're going to
Mm-hmm.
be with you willingly. All the things that you say, they're cooking, they're cleaning, they're sex, all of that is basically free. You can have that because they care about you. You might have to, hey, let's go to dinner. You might have to do the
Right.
relationship thing.
It-
I'm gonna take you to
right.
dinner. We're gonna do that.
Mhm.
But you're not paying for, each time I'm gotta be with the chick, and you're gonna be
And
with somebody who likes you.
and he's
Guys are
another thing.
out of
I'm
their
sorry. Go ahead.
they're unwilling to go out of that comfort zone. And I said it when I was in Santo Domingo because I have an apartment there. I said a lot of guys go to Santo Domingo and like, I can't do this because they expect to walk out of their apartment or their hotel and somebody's just there. Like,
Mm-hmm.
well, where the girl at? That footwork, that going to the mall, that going to the club, that's just too much work for them. And I'm like, it's really not a lot of work. You can get it. You go to Zona Colonial, you go to all these, you can find it easily. But they just want to walk out and just have a girl come to them. I'm like, yeah, that's why you're not going to do it. So they want something so easy that they are not willing to do it. And the country is, if you look at Santo Domingo or Sosua, it's really a small city. It's a tiny city. It's like, and the guys, I know guys, what is it? La Tienda? What is that? There's a hotel that's right on the strip. I know people that stay in the same hotel
Every trip.
every trip, the same one, and go to the same little restaurant, the same casino. They got a routine. They'll walk down to Sosua Beach in a day and come back to Ivy or wherever it is. There's nothing different. They never left the 5 blocks that they was there.
Yeah, it's clear to me that they're lazy. And here's the thing: this is how you know that they're lazy too. I've always used to say this, Philip. I said I always wondered. I said, how in the hell? I said I watch you guys, and you guys go overseas, and you're in a country, and say you're in Sasua, you've been there for 2 years, or you've been there 50 trips, and you come back, and I'm like, how many people you know? Oh, I know about 20 people over there. What's their names? Oh, Marisol, Rosita. They give me all these names, right? And I'd be like, you know any dudes, right? And not one fucking Dominican man. Now they'll know a bunch of male expats, travelers, and all women. And I always tell them, I said, you can't know a country if you only know the experiences of one gender of the people. You
Mm-hmm.
can't. Like I couldn't tell you
Facts.
shit about Italy if I only knew Italian women.
I need to know Italian men too. So I said, that's how I know you guys aren't engaging with the country, because you're only engaging with the women of the country. And that's the only experience y'all got. They are unbelievably lazy and, as you said, cheap.
And you know what? I was about to say, I was about to disagree with you, but now that I think about my own self, um, you know, like when I'm staying at a building in Cartagena. I remember one time I stay out. They had like a 2-hour conversation with the poteria, the guy at the door, and we
Mm-hmm.
talking about cost of living, how much they get paid. We just talking about a bunch of different stuff and things of that nature. I mean, it did take me 2 hours because my Spanish was very slow like a turtle. But I'm talking to these people. I got people that I know. I went to Santa Marta to the beach. There was this other group of people. They were doing internal tourism. They were from another part of Colombia that you guys probably have heard of, Choco. They're from Choco, and as soon as at the beach, I tell them, "Hey, I'm Haitian." Da 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 da. Oh, they're like, "I see, I know." They're like, "Oh, come here, take a shot." And we exchange numbers. We talk. So I have people that I know that if I'm going to Cali right now, I can text my guy, "Hey, I'm landing at such and such time. Come pick me up." Right? You need to know. You do need to know people, but a lot of these guys, the only thing they know is buenas. They don't really
Mm-hmm.
know much.
It's,
Bonita
it's,
mujer.
it's
Here's
always
the
about
other
the
aspect of it.
transaction.
Here's the other aspect when you say you need to know guys. I used to date this girl, and then after we dated, we kind of just became friends. She told me, she was like, "Look, you got to go out with my brother." I'm like, "What are you talking about?" She's like, "You need to see how a real Dominican acts." I was like, "What?" And when you seen that, I understood why the girls start to like Americans. We simps, man, compared to the men. They don't
Facts.
they don't play the way they dress, the way they
Yeah,
talk. It was
that's
like
true.
I seen they was at the club and there was this chick. You know how you be like, "Damn, man, you had this beautiful chick that she did
Oh
something."
yeah,
He's like, "Don't talk.
shit.
We just cut off." And I'm like, "Bruh, why you want to cut that
Yeah,
off?" He's like, she fine, man. Give her a second chance.
shit.
It's like,
He
man,
won't
you
play.
think she a 10? She a 10, she a 10, she a 10. Like,
Yeah.
this don't mean nothing to me. This is one of. And if they don't act right, she can be replaced. And I had that, I wouldn't say that simp, yeah, kind of like that simp behavior. Like, damn, you gonna let her go? Like, damn.
Yeah, we can't
Moment
turn that
really
shit off.
started changing me, man.
Right. We can't turn it off. But it is interesting because I just tell people like, I'm like, you need to at least be around the both genders just so you can see how they interact, how they work. I also know, like I said, I know from the DR, I'm like, I'm like, why would I know all women? Because if I got to do some business, it's better for me to have a male friend because they respond to men business wise. If you go in there with a woman business wise, you be like, well, my Spanish not good. Maria, can you go in there? They gonna talk to her any kind of way. You're gonna be in there. See, I can send my male guy in there. He get that shit done in 5 minutes. Cause I have a friend there named Wellington. He go in there. He be like, nah, fuck this shit. He just cut through the line. He gets shit done because he's a man and they'll respect him. I can't get a Dominican woman to do what he does.
Mm-hmm.
I can't because you know that they're very machismo. So they're going to sit there, and they stop and listen to what he got to say and shit like that. With her, she'll be standing there all fucking day because they're not even going to look at her until all the men are serviced. That's just how they do shit. And I'm like, I'm in there speaking fucking English. So what the fuck? I can't speak Spanish. So I can't get them to listen to me. They
Plus,
waiting
you're
to
going to get
gringo
that
my
gringo
ass.
rate.
I get ready to say they about to gringo my ass anyway, right? So
Hey, I got a
you
question because this kind of led into it, and I didn't play this video, but because we kind of actually agreed on it. And you were talking about the American dream. So do you think
okay?
guys, the passport bros, are leaving because the American dream is just gone? I mean, when I explained it, I said, and I think you said the same thing, that each generation has their kind of own American dream. Where, mine was, hey, buy the white picket fence. And now they're like, I ain't got to buy no house. I can just rent and I can get an apartment. I ain't got a car. I can Uber. So do you think that we're leaving because this American dream that you and I grew up with is just no longer That we got to go somewhere else to get we got to go to another country to get the American dream?
I don't think that, because to be honest with you, I think it realistically, I think it's a small percentage of people that's even leaving. I think in this space, because it's all passport travel. Yes, this is where but the percentage of people that's trying to leave America, trust me, bruh, it's not even noticeable. You know what I'm saying?
Well, let me ask the question in this way.
Yeah. You need to rephrase the question on just the American dream.
Yeah, do you think it's
How many people kind of they've kind of given up on pursuing it?
Yeah. Do you think it's easier to get the American dream in America or the American dream in another country? Like you
in
and
America, because
you think so?
Because ultimately at this time, I can't think of another country writ large. There are other countries where you can go from being poor to wealthy, but at a much smaller percentage. America is still the one, which is why there's a million motherfuckers down at the southern border trying to get in, where you can go from rags to riches. It's still
But
a
is
country.
America the only place you can get? All right, let's say you get your resources in America. You get your
Well, if you get
resources in America, but your
then you
American
can
dream
go.
out.
Yeah, then you can live it out somewhere else. If you already have your resources, then yeah, you can live out your dream other places. But if you ain't got your resources, hell no. Because you're not gonna earn it in the DR. You're not gonna earn the American, because it's just not viable there. It's a small. I mean, they have wealthy people. I tell people, I'm not delusional. They got millionaires and billionaires in there, but the percentage is so small, and the opportunities of getting great wealth there is slim. Same thing in Colombia, all throughout Latin America, all throughout Africa, all throughout the Caribbean, and most parts of Asia. It's still reduced to maybe China, maybe America, and Western Europe. Because people fail to realize, when you look at Europe, I'm like, I hope y'all know half that continent is poor. Half of Europe is poor. Eastern Europe is
Eastern
poor as
Europe and all
shit.
those places.
Oh yeah, that's good cost of living, even with the American dollar over in Europe. You're
In
absolutely
Eastern
correct.
Europe,
Yeah.
Now you over there in Slovakia and all that shit, maybe even in Czech, but the high end of Europe is Western Europe, France, Germany, Denmark. I mean, the Scandinavian countries, Switzerland, like that, Italy, that's expensive. But half of the European continent is dirt fucking poor, and Asia has large countries of poverty, because people they think of, I'm like, Asia is more than fucking Korea and China and Japan. You got Burma, Cambodia, Thailand, Vietnam. You got Indonesia, on and on and on. As a matter of fact, the bigger country, even bigger than China, is actually India, because China has 1.2 billion. I think India has 1.4 billion. I'm like, they can't feed all their fucking people. People over there eating out of landfills and shit. So, literally, I mean, little children eating out of garbage dumps because and they also got some of the richest people in the world, but the income inequality is so wide. But because of America and Western Europe, and Canada, places like that, we developed a massive middle class that a lot of these other countries just don't have. So, Mhm.
Just a question for the panel. So are you more patriotic to get your resources and go somewhere else and live somewhere else? Or does that make you less patriotic? That's the first question. The second question is, does it make you, how they said, if Obama had a white wife, he couldn't be president. So does it make you less black? Yeah, that's what they said. Would it make you less black if you find your love outside of Black America, or does it make you more black? Two-folded questions. I want to send that to the panel.
Come on, that second question is already answered itself, man. Come on, bro.
No, because they say you're not really black, or you don't like black people because you went somewhere else to find
Oh
love.
yeah, that's the rhetoric. Yeah, that's the rhetoric. I was on I was on a channel the other day. I mentioned something about having my girl, outside the country. Like, oh, you one of those self-hating black. You one of those self. I mean, my girl gotta have my complexion, slightly a little light, but nah, she's pretty much my complexion. The only thing you can see is curly hair. But the thing is, what you just asked, and I think the way what Rico was saying is true. But Rico, here's the problem. I think that a lot of people are realizing that quote unquote American dream, it's not all of that anymore, and it's not worth the sacrifice anymore. And some people realize that yes, you can you can trade, you can give some, lose some, and upgrade, right? When it comes to quality of life, you can lose some things because in the United States, you have pedestrian crossing. I remember I was in Cali. That was that experience, right? Because a lot of people don't do that experience, right? Where they get in the country, they catch Uber everywhere they're going. They're not gonna walk down the street for like 15, 20, 25 minutes, in the hot ass sun, walk down the mall, walk through the neighborhoods and actually see the neighborhoods, feel the air, breathe the air, breathe and touch the environment. So a lot of people, they're not having that authentic experience. They're just going everywhere, they're catching a Uber, right? And I did that stuff, and I was crossing the street, and this is where something hit me, right? That stark difference. I'm crossing the street going to Chippy Choppy Mall, and I almost got ran over, and I was with a group of people. And I thought, like, since we were already in the middle of the road, like they will stop, motorcycles will kind of like yield to pedestrian. They did not. I don't know where, if in Bogota, because it's the capital, maybe it's more developed, but pedestrian crossing doesn't exist in Cali. I hope I'm wrong, but that experience I had crossing Chippy Chape, I didn't see pedestrian crossing light, right? In DR, they got some though in Santo Domingo, even though they barely have sidewalks, because I was with my daughter pushing the stroller. We with them, they got ran over. So these are the little things you have to give and take, but you can have a better quality of life. Some of us are realizing that it's not worth, working till you like 67. They don't raise the retirement age to get the damn social security, just to get the full social security. And by the time you hit 67, you're not really like going to just enjoy retirement. You just at that age, they're giving you a little break to go to your doctor visits. Some people are saying, fuck it. If I can wrap this up early, I can go somewhere else. The American dream is not all that. So there are some people that don't mind the environment that day. And because I got a friend, he's in Tanzania. And Tanzania kind of like, it took me a little while to kind of take it in because it's not that developed. But my friend, he got issues with certain social issues, the alphabet and many other things in America, the stress. Tanzania is a very peaceful country, so he doesn't mind. But I was complaining almost for every fucking day. He's like, gee, you can't leave the United States, expect to get, that's what one with your American. He's an American, he's an Air Force veteran just like me. He's like, man, you can't leave the United States thinking, you're gonna get a little United States outside of the United States, right? But I'm not gonna lie, I was complaining. But little by little, day by day, I was getting used to it. But he loves it over there.
But that's the
So he'd
thing.
rather be. Go ahead.
That's the thing, though. People. That's why people got to be mindful of what they could my buddy who lives in Santo Domingo. He always telling people, "Oh man, you can," because he's over there living on a real fixed income, right? Like $1,400. And I was like, Coach, I said, okay. And it's like, oh man, my apartment's only $300 a month. And I'm like, Coach,
where is that in DR?
Yeah, in Santo Domingo, right? He lives
Wow.
in Juan Bosch, right?
Wow, that's kind of tight.
Yeah, but
1,400.
But here's the deal. But he's on disability, so that's all he got. So tight or not tight, and he's living a comfortable life, but he's living a comfortable life of sacrifice. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
And that's my whole point is I keep telling him, I'm like, Coach, because like I tell him all the time, like, nigga, I live in Punta Cana. I ain't sacrificing shit. Fuck is you talking about? I'm not giving up nothing. I did not move my black ass from America to go overseas and not live with hot water. Fuck that shit. So you know what I'm saying? But he's living with all that. Oh, you can do it. You can do it, Rico. I was like, no, your ass can do it. I ain't doing none of that shit because I don't believe that because I moved to the D, because this is the way I describe it. I tell
Come on,
everybody,
Rico, you can't take a cold shower, brother.
I'm not going to. Okay, I did my time. My point is this. This is what I tell everybody. I say, look, I'm a black man. If I go to Japan, do I become Japanese? No, I'm a black man living in Japan. If I go to France, do I become a Frenchman? No, I'm a black man living in France. So when I go to the DR, do I become Dominican? No, I'm a black man living in DR. So stop telling me that I need to adopt all of their culture because I do not. The only thing I need to do in the DR is follow their fucking laws. I said, I'm going to give you my second point. America is flooded with Dominicans. They ain't giving up shit of theirs. They bring all of their culture, their music, their dancing, their driving with them. I said, so this notion that everybody keep telling you that when you go to these other countries that you have to assimilate and become, I'm like, no, you have to follow the law. That's all they have to do when they come to America. Follow the law. I say, so when I go to the DR, I don't have to dance fucking bachata. I don't have to drink Presidente. I said I can if I want to, but stop telling me I gotta do that shit. It's silly. It's a silly notion. And all I'm saying is when I tell him it's too many people come over there because you give them this low number and they assume that they can live the way people who live the entirety of their life. And I'm like, and that shit is not easy to do. It's damn near impossible for most of us. So I tell most people, look, you set a baseline of paying rent for about $900 or $1,000. I said, I don't have to pay rent. I bought a house. I built my house. I said, but if you get you a house from like $800 and up, you're more attuned to finding something that will be more conducive to something fairly decent. I mean, and I said, and that's even outside of Santo Domingo, because in Santo Domingo, 800 ain't gonna be enough for something decent by my standards. My standards is gonna be 1,500, maybe close to two. I said, but 800 outside of Santo Domingo can get you something pretty decent. You know, a decent place for rent. You know, where you don't you're
You
not
actually
getting
can find.
railroaded and shit.
Yeah,
Huh?
I'm sorry to cut you off, but I'm literally doing it right now with my girl.
For
We're
how
getting a
much?
place. It's 400, but that's not in Santo Domingo. That's in San Cristobal, which
Oh,
is
okay.
over on the
Okay, he was
outskirts.
up in San
And
Cristobal, right? Okay.
yeah, so
400.
that area you can say that's like, I will say that's almost like the well, it's not Piantini like, obviously, right? Because that's
Yeah.
unique, but that's the nicest of that area, So,
So what do you
but
think is a
But you gotta
decent place
understand
in
Santo Domingo, man. It's some money there, and it'd be hard.
exactly?
I love Santo Domingo, but it would be hard for me to live in the city. That's why I had to let my apartment go. I couldn't deal with the
yeah,
horn.
them
I couldn't deal
apartments cost as
Right.
much as U.S. home prices. Y'all know that, right?
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, I just couldn't do the traffic. I
Yeah.
mean, I remember going
Oh my
somewhere,
God.
and the dude was like, I think I had to be there at like 12, and it was like 7. He was like, look, we can leave now and get there at 12, or we can just wait till like 11:50 when all the traffic is gone.
Yeah.
It's like
That's
because
what
we're
I
gonna be
can't do
waiting.
is yeah. But for me,
Yeah,
But
that
Santo
you
traffic
asked me
in
a
Domingo is
Santo
just a
question
Domingo
about
is
trap.
crazy.
tell me the question about you didn't answer that. I want to
Oh,
know.
let me
You
answer the question. So I want to say
yeah.
this to answer the question. Um, it it was about does it. Well, let me answer the second one that I do remember that sticks out because then I got a part. No, it doesn't make you less black if you marry somebody from these that's not from the black community or outside. Now, I'm gonna say to you, Fearless, on along that same question because being in this space, I spent a great deal of time in defense of American black women, even though my wife is not that. And guess who I get shit from? Passport Brothers. I get
Because
shit from the very people who sit there and criticize me for defending black women because I'm not married to one. So they question my blackness every day, all day long for defending the very fucking people. I'm proving every time I'm defending them that I'm black. But yet,
Because what
it's the
happens is,
passport brothers. It's the passport brothers that will call me out. This nigga ain't even got a black wife.
You
I'm
know,
like,
you know
motherfucker.
why, right? I'll be
But
honest.
look,
I'll play
this is what
devil's
I.
advocate.
This is.
You
Go
do, you
ahead.
do
Tell
you
me
know
what.
why?
Hmm.
Do you know why they do that? Because I do think in the past, and I'll just be honest with you though, because you've been, my brother, you've been associated with some, enemy, enemy number one, like the
Peso.
most
Yes.
wanted top
I
pick,
still fuck with him.
and
That's my
and
dog.
and,
Go
and
ahead.
sometimes, and you know what? He is somewhat of a necessary evil
He
when we look
absolutely
at
needs it.
the state of the space.
He
Hindsight.
absolutely
I'm
needs it.
saying that, but sometimes you guys' rhetoric were a bit like it appears as
Over the
if you
top.
guys are against guys traveling. Then the guys are like, "Whoa, you want us to stay here and deal with these women, but you didn't even get one of them. You went over there and get you one of them."
But
So
Mr.
it came
G.
across like a hypocrisy.
Okay, but here's the thing, and this is how I know that. Let's tell you why they don't listen. One, how could we be against traveling when Peso for the last 4 years has been in Africa? Right? That's number one, right? This man ain't been in America in 4 years. He's literally been living in Africa. And two, I didn't get my wife from overseas. My wife is American and she's from El Salvador.
Yeah, yeah.
Like
I mean, well, cool,
America.
cool. We cool. I
So
mean,
so so what
and
I'm
I
simply
understand,
saying,
but still, though, she's not American. It's no different. It's
she
no
is
different.
American. She is American.
It's not one of these quiches, okay? It ain't
No,
one of
she's
these
not a
quiches.
Keisha. But here's the thing, Mr. G. Mr. G, here's the thing. I've also every time again they don't listen. What I told them is, Fearless. You know how many times I've been married?
3 times.
Exactly. You know what the first two were, Mr. G?
Black.
Thank
Black
you.
guy.
So I've had two of them, while most of these
But
niggas
that's
ain't never
almost
had one.
reinforcing their point, though. You're
No,
like,
I'm
look,
not.
you have to
No,
go
I'm
Yeah,
through
not.
three marriages.
No, I'm
when
not.
black women ain't work out. That's what he
No,
said.
no. Excuse me.
Exactly.
Excuse me. Excuse me. And what I also always told them, it had nothing to do. It had little to do with them and more to do with me, because the common denominator in all three is what? I've been married 3 times. None of them have been.
Who
But
who left who though?
I've been married three
Who
times.
left
None
who?
of them have been.
Who left who? Did you leave them or did they leave you?
and I
Shit,
think
they left me. They
uh,
left me.
I think
They
what
left me. I was
happens is
thinking. I thought
when they
one of
hear
them
you
I did,
say
but
that,
no.
I think when they hear you say black women, what I think I'm just going to
All I've
assume.
ever done.
I
All
know,
I've
but I
ever
think
done.
they're hearing this. I think they're hearing
Mhm.
that you are defending that bad behavior.
Right.
So
And I'm. But
that's
what
what they
I'm.
hear.
Right. Because what they want is they want the echo chamber of condemning all. And I've always fought against. You can't say all, because literally when you tell me why are you. This is what I always tell them. It's like, well, why are you
No, but
defending?
okay, hold up. Before you say that, you
Go ahead.
can say all because you know who channel you go on and they say all. All black men are
I
bad.
ain't
Get with
responsible.
white women. All black men got STDs, and they say
Fearless,
it all. And this
fearless,
is what I
fearless.
be pissed about because
Okay. Oh,
you defending them, and they going,
Oh,
you ain't
fearless,
hey,
defending the black woman,
Crease.
fearless.
but
Hey,
the
If you
black
go,
hey,
woman ain't defending the
if
black
you
men.
Rico.
go,
Rico,
yes,
if you're gonna hold him accountable for Austin as
that's what I
far as
get ready to
mentorship
say.
and
I'm
speaking
going to
up,
say right.
that means when
Exactly.
you sit on that panel, knowing
Okay.
knowing what you know now. I
Yes.
know you were going with assumptions and you heard half
Yes.
the things, and now things have been cleared up.
Yes.
We will
But
be
but
listening.
but what I'm
I'm just
saying,
saying, we
that's
will be
true.
listening.
That's very
That's
fair.
that's
Now,
all
now,
I'm
but
saying.
what I was about to say that I'm glad you brought Austin up because I was about to go to that. I was like, now, fearless, you don't want to be held accountable for everything with Austin, so you can't hold me accountable for everything over there. Okay.
But here's the
So
thing: if I will call Austin out,
okay,
I will
okay,
call
that's
him
fair
out.
if That's fair. But
But
now here,
you gotta if you there and you hear something, you can't just
I
let
gotta
it go.
call it
You
out.
call
I
him out.
gotta call it out. Fair enough. Now, what I was saying was, this is the part.
There's a men's panel tomorrow.
I
I'm gonna be
got you.
listening.
But this is the thing: is in particular, I like again, and I always question like, why are you questioning a black man defending black women? Now, if I was shitting on him and had a non-black wife, y'all would tell me I'm a sellout, right? Right?
No, I just think
But here's the thing.
they hear something different. They don't hear
Right.
black woman. They hear,
Right.
like you said, Keisha and Shanae.
And then when they sit, but this is what they ask me, Fearless. Why are you defending them? My mother, guess what she is? My
Black.
sister,
Mm-hmm.
guess what she is?
Black.
My daughter, guess what she is?
Black.
My granddaughters, guess what they are?
Black.
But I ain't supposed to defend them.
Nobody said that.
Because I didn't marry one. That's the only reason.
Nobody
I'm
in
like,
this
are y'all
room will say
fucking
that
insane?
because
No,
we defend them all the time. Like I said, I was defending Zed.
Right,
I
no,
defend
but
black women and I speak towards black women for a reason. That's why we had them on our panel. Up until recently, on every panel, even Lions Den and the Andrew Show, we had women on our panel.
Right, no. What
Black
I was
women
saying,
specifically.
what I was saying was,
So all of a sudden, we became black woman haters once somebody got in a disagreement with us.
Well, I can
And that
understand
carries over to the other panel.
Right.
You get what I'm saying? But we always had black women and participated with having another opinion
and a
even an
fair,
opposing
open
opinion to have open dialogue on points of view.
Right. But I was going back to answering Fearless' question, because Fearless' question was, if you have a non-black mate, does that make you less black? And I said, right, but that's the question that you got to answer. So what I was saying was, because I have a non-black mate and I defend black women, all of my criticism comes from passport pros. Even though my mama, my sister, my daughter, my granddaughters
Like
are
you're
all
supposed to forget
black.
your blackness because you married a non-black woman.
Uncle Rico, what
Exactly.
you're not understanding is this: you are defending. But I want you to take this scenario. If Obama had a white woman, would he have been president? What would those same black women have said about him? They wouldn't have said, "Oh, he can still be black." How can he be black? He got a white chicken.
I don't know. I'm.
Oh,
I
come
mean,
on,
you
don't be
might be right.
hypocritical.
Listen, I'm
You
not
know.
disagreeing with you. I'm not disagreeing with you. That's quite a hypothetical. Probably.
He said
I mean, probably. It's a hypothetical. We don't know. But what I'm sitting there saying is, okay, even
Well,
if
let's
I
say
look at
Tiger
it,
Woods. They say that he can't
I
be
would
black.
say this. Okay, I would say this. If he had
Tiger
a
getting
white
all kind of
wife,
respect. What you mean?
I would agree with you. If he had a white wife, he would have had a lot less support among white women. Absolutely. Because matter of fact, among black women. Here's the perfect example. I'm gonna tell you what's hilarious. This is what really gonna blow your mind. My son that's in the military, right? He's married. My daughter-in-law is Japanese from Okinawa. See, so I have biracial Japanese, half black, half Japanese grandchildren, right? So
You're going to hell.
He came home, right, with his wife the first time, and I told him, I said,
I'm
look,
calling Dr. Umar right now.
I pulled him to the side and I said, look, I said, and it's mama family and them, they country, this, that, whatever. I said, look, boy, they're gonna have a problem with her, right? Because I just know how they are, right? For the very thing that you're discussing. He's got an aunt named Tisha. Tisha has a
Why
white
does that sound like a
wife.
rap song? Got
Right.
an aunt named Teacher.
But here's the funny thing about it. His aunt has a white wife. So she's a lesbian with a wife that's white that got mad at him for not having a black wife. I was like, you can't make this shit up.
They said he made a come up. Girl, you done made a come up with your white wife.
Right.
That's right. That's how you do it. But so now do you understand, Uncle Rico, why brothers get mad? It's not that you're defending. It's the fact that they would never defend us.
I agree with what you're saying. Because I know, like I said, with that scenario, I'm like, I know how they feel when they see us with non-black women. Period. It's like it just is what it is, But the fact of the matter is, I'm still not going to say, as Ronan said, it's not right. I would tell them when they speak out of turn to shut the fuck up about talking about anybody with a non-black wife. I would put a black woman in her place. on that because that's none of her fucking business, and she don't need to be speaking on that. But by the same token, I'm not gonna turn around and then tell a black man that you just get to shit on all black women, irregardless, because you feel that way. I'm like, just
But the
ignore that
energy in
dumb.
this room, from what you know and what we've talked about, and what you've seen in the last couple days between the other panel and this panel, does it seem like that energy is we have a hate for black women?
I don't think so. I never thought that about y'all. I
Okay.
never made that claim. I never thought that.
Okay.
That's never crossed my mind.
And we know that, but I'm
just
saying
know-
in that room, it's just that kind of energy in that room that
I just
all
thought
black men,
something.
specifically us, for some reason, hate black women, and that's why we're going overseas.
I wasn't sure what it was. I know Chris was mad at y'all about something. I thought it was maybe something was said, some words were crossed. I didn't know exactly what it was, and I didn't dig into it because it didn't have anything to do with me. And I was like, okay. And I figured, like, okay, I know Zed, even though
Well,
I
they
like
think
her.
that we banned her out of the room because of that Tommy Sotomayor situation, but since that whole interview,
what
even
happened
when that blew up, Zed has been in the room several times inside of our chat, on our panels. So the fact that he's saying, well, you banned him out, you banned her out of the room. I said, yo, that's been done and over with. Zed has been in our room, on our panels, entitled to say whatever the hell she wants to say. We don't ban people like that.
Zed go a lot of places. She go places I won't even go. Because it's just like, I just
You
feel
be
like,
in the
what's
rooms
the
with
point in going?
DMT and everybody, Razor Ray.
She goes
she everywhere.
So I give her
So I'm
credit for
saying,
that.
what do you mean? Zed's never banned anywhere. She's in all these rooms.
She go
talking her shit.
places. She go places that I wouldn't even bother to go, and I don't know why she goes. But she's a grown woman. She goes wherever she wants. It's not for my place to say. But I didn't know what it was. I just knew that y'all were cross. But as far as thinking y'all were anti-black women, not you and Drew or Fearless, I never thought that. Now, do I think that there? Do I think there are some passport bros that are? Yeah, but not.
Oh
you
yeah,
guys.
there is a section of passport bros or butthurt over black.
I was going to let this one go, but I got to hold you accountable a little bit, brother.
Uh-oh.
Lord.
i.e. Fearless.
Hold you accountable. And I say that because if I was another race, and I heard somebody talk about my people like this, it's almost like, why can you guys talk about their people, but y'all get mad if we talk about black people?
And a lot of them are very funny looking. They got funny looking features. They're funny looking. Their eyes are spaced out, or they got weird ass heads and weird shapes. Like, damn, this was what you going over there fighting for and hollering, hooting on YouTube about?
Yeah, they get the most basic of the basics. They get the standard basic build-a-boos. And I'm not, disparaging these women in any way.
And I'm not either.
Hey man, Phyllis got all the receipts, man.
So you say that
Build-a-boos, not build-a-boos. God
talk
damn,
about
Rico, you got some names, bro.
Looks don't matter. You say looks don't matter. All of that stuff don't matter. And we shouldn't talk about black women. We got to hold them up. But in the same breath, y'all talk about they look spaced out. They doing Build-A-Bears. If the dude is happy with his Build-A-Bear,
oh my goodness!
I bring them receipts, baby. I know what you say.
Yeah,
I'm gonna piss this motherfucker off again.
Yeah, I know. He got receipts.
Motherfucker, the FBI. Shit. Fuck.
Damn.
But Rico though, but
the
we
internet
have,
is a win. Hey, the internet wins every time, man. You put it out there, it's
internet is undefeated.
I gotta take the L because I don't even remember who we were talking about in that clip, but that is me.
So I was talking about when dudes bring girls back up that they don't fit into this thing. They don't look attractive.
I know.
They bring the most
They're going out and build a bear. Well, you just said build a boo instead of build a bear. How you come up with that shit?
I know it's about hookers and shit. I just don't know where. I know I said it, so I take the L. I shouldn't be saying it.
Yeah, here's the thing though. I think you being around those women and when they're talking, your analysis might be from somewhat of an objective point of view.
Yes,
but
it
those women, to be honest with you, because even your black ass would have run over you too. Don't get this messed up. they would have run over you too, because if you understand the dynamics of this whole thing, there's a certain way they take this personal. They personalize this whole thing, right? Even if you're a guy like me, where matter of fact, I'm against even analyzing any of this dating situation in the States. Man, I'm indifferent. I done take my ball to a whole another court. I'm playing with a whole different team. I don't care what's going on in this fucking league over here, man. I don't care, but guess what? Even when I'm not part of the guys that shit on them, they're gonna make me by default. The fact that I'm playing in a whole different league, in a whole different environment, by default, they take that shit personal, and they start making comparison with the looks, what you trying to say, and you know why I know this? Here's how I know this. We all know this. It doesn't even have to be foreign women. All he has to be, if you guys pay attention, and I know you guys probably don't, you probably guys don't waste time on the internet like I
Any
do.
woman
But
that's not black, they got a problem with. It doesn't matter whether
exactly,
it's here in
I'm
America.
coming.
Yeah.
Whenever you see a football player, here's the typical scenario. It'll be a football player or basketball player, and he had some kind of dispute with his wife, right? And he's in the news, right? When you go to those channels, those girls having a whole show talking about it, and you read the comments, they're like, sisters, that's none of our business. That's not none of us, They take that shit so personal.
Shade Room is famous for it. That's how they make their money.
So Rico, even you, they will crush you too.
Yeah, I know. I'm well aware.
That's why Maya's over there. She got crossed up on us. So
I'm well aware.
Look. And so, Uncle Krusty, I think that's what, like here, I may play that, but your views, even if your views differ, even when you say, hey, I'm going to hold you accountable, you're allowed to talk, man. That I just think that fair. The conversation going. Over there, when you go against them, they don't like that. You can't oppose their views. They get upset. And I don't, like I said, I'm right 99.97% time, but that 1%, I may be wrong. And I'm willing to admit it. And what I can say to you, brother, I got to give you your flowers, because there was a thing that played, I heard today, and the gentleman said, you cannot trust someone who cannot admit they're wrong. And on this show, you said, hey, I might have misquoted, I might have done that. So to you, my friend, hey, if I even misconstrue something, I apologize, and I give you much respect for being a man and saying, hey, I was incorrect.
Yeah, well, thank you for that. You have nothing to apologize for. I think it was just like I said, I know I can be opinionated, and I can have strong opinions, sometimes
Opinions
too
are
damn
good,
strong.
bro.
That's
pushback. Iron sharpens iron. You can't always have a room full of people that are agreeable.
Right.
What kind of discussions do you have from that?
Right. I just need to do a better way of communicating my opinions that don't have to come off as crass and just dumb, or just to be argumentative for argumentative
Well,
sake.
sometimes I know it's crowd mentality. When you're in a panel in certain rooms, the energy of that room kind of influences some of the things that come out of your mouth.
Yeah, it does.
Without checking yourself. It's easy to let it flow.
Right.
Instead of checking in and saying, nah, I got to call cap on that, whether I'm flowing with the room or not. I got to push back.
Right.
And then sometimes people are co-opting your message too.
Yeah. I think that's what Mr. G was telling me, and I agree with you, Mr. G, that sometimes and I'm usually better than that, but I'm not 100%, so I can get sucked into going with the mob mentality on a thought where I won't be completely, but it's like, oh shit, I wasn't even supposed to be on this side of the street fucking with these people, and I am. So yeah, sometimes that happens, and I say I'm sorry for that, and just
it's
try
content,
to get better.
We have a Friday show, and sometimes I get on, I'm like, all right, man, I'm gonna take this side. Like when P. Diddy, he took the side of P. Diddy crazy, and I had to take the side that P. Diddy was all right. It ain't what I wanted to argue, but we couldn't keep saying the same thing. I'm like,
right.
That's the only way we can have the
controversy. Let me
just like even if you do Toastmasters, always somebody has to take the affirmative and somebody has to take the negative.
But I want to say this.
Let me be
clear, because I don't know where you guys got this notion that's my channel over there. That's not my
No, it's
channel.
no.
I just
No,
go over
we
there
say
occasionally. Oh, okay. I
We
just
never
go over
said
there
it was your
occasionally. I'm
channel.
on the panel.
What he held you accountable for was what was
Yeah,
said in the channel.
yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't want you to
No,
think
we
that.
know it's run by Chris. It's Zed's
Right.
old room.
I
Zed
don't
doesn't
have
come.
any
She makes
influence.
appearances.
Right.
She doesn't really stay in the room or run what's going on.
Right.
Chris runs it.
And I just
And
wanted
even
that.
when we did the thing against Maya, we
Mhm.
also attached to Maya. We put in their @ symbol. So
Right.
Chris knew that we had a conversation about them, and so did Maya.
I just
Nothing
wanted to
is
be
hidden.
clear
So
that I try
even
to.
with this live right now,
Mhm.
and like
Hold
the
on,
other
hold on,
live
hold on.
panel, you know, I always attach the people that are on the panels or the
Mhm.
people we talk about. It's always in the description, so
Yeah.
people know when people are being talked about. I don't talk
Right.
about anybody behind their back.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that basically the reason why I said that is that like I don't hold any sway or influence over there other than
Of
what you
course not.
hear me say on the panel. So if I say something on the panel, and that's what I don't have anybody's phone numbers. I just got yours, Ron, and you got mine. But
Mhm.
I don't be back channeling nobody or anything like that. So it's like whatever sway I usually get, it's on the live,
Oh, we
and if
do.
I can
We be
convince them.
coordinating.
Yeah, but if I can
Coordinated
convince
attack.
them on the live, I can convince them on the live. The other times I turn this shit off, get yelled at by my wife, and I'm living life. So
we
I,
don't take it. It's just fun, man. So don't take it
yeah,
like we do that.
but
We
I
understand.
think
But I like all like-minded people to get along.
Mhm.
You know what I'm saying? Even though they might be in an ops room, we understand that. You got to do your research. You're in the room. You kind of play along with the, the room and everything else. We don't take it all that serious. It's a
but
business at the end of the day. There
what I
are
would
numbers
hope,
that need to be hit. You know.
what I would hope is like this live here. Hopefully, like I said, and if you can reach out to Austin and just let him know, hey, watch it and just listen. He might get some gems out of here through what we said.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? And not just shit. Floyd need to listen to it too. Jay, I don't expect any of them would, but I'm just in the saying. And all bullshit aside, it's like you can't beat it into their fucking head, like you said, fearless. You can say what you can say, but it's on
Mhm.
the live. It's some real good positive information here. Mr. G said it. They're not gonna always like it being said the way it's said, but if they would just hear it, I think then you know what, maybe some of it'll walk away stuck in their brain as hard as they're trying to ignore the shit. I just want him to I seriously believe they gotta be careful with the way they're traveling, especially to the places they're going, whether it's Cartagena, Medellin, Sosua, Pattaya, because their luck will run out. They're being a little too risque, and I don't want to see any of them get hurt. But it's going to fucking happen if they don't modulate it, their behavior, or even someplace that we haven't seen. It can happen anywhere. We got to be
But do you
careful
think
when we
that whole
travel.
generation? I know we go back and we talking about patriotic. Do you think that whole Gen Z generation is just like that? I mean, I see them go places, and you're like, man, you just destroyed something that was valuable. They don't, they don't care about anything. This is just
Yeah, I
they
got to agree
self.
with you there. They act like they don't give a fuck. And I just think it's an American attitude that's not going
Mm-hmm.
to serve us well outside of America. That's the
Eric.
problem. Outside of America, that attitude will not serve your ass well. You can be
No,
that
and
way in the
it'll
States.
break down all the work that the prior generations have done abroad by their actions.
Yeah.
So that's the real reason why a lot of military, veterans, we've been moving around this planet for a long time with no issues. These kids running through these places, man, and leaving a wake of damage.
So you guys think the new people, or even not even new people, we don't want to make it just generational, some sort of stigma, but do you think many of the people that are now traveling in all across all ages, and maybe in particular some of the younger guys, they don't appreciate the opportunity that they have, they don't understand it, they don't value it, they kind of take it for granted type of a situation?
Well,
Man,
yeah.
let me tell you. When I used to travel, it was Delta,
Mhm.
American Airlines. You had to pay some. You going overseas, you had to pay some money. There wasn't no Airbnbs. You had to stay in
And it was a dress code.
Yeah.
To get on the plane. You couldn't get on the plane if you
and
weren't
with
dressed
no
right.
Uber. So it's just like, the people who shop at Neiman Marcus are not the same people that shop at Walmart. Right now, the people who traveling are the Walmart people. They the budget people.
Blue.
Like Spirit, I can fly with $200.
They are the
Like,
Spirit Airline generation.
Northwest.
yeah, so it's the Spirit Airline generation. You don't appreciate nothing. You get there, you go wild, you do whatever. It's all about you. You got the same generation, and what do they do when they eat? They not eating. They got to take a picture of the food first. Everything is just me. This is where I'm at. That's all it's about. I don't care, anything about what's going on around me. I just got to show the world something. So it's not about hearing that.
But think about it though, gentlemen. We got like 60% of, I'm going to say probably these black male travelers that's traveling solely for whores.
Oh, no, I agree.
You know what I'm saying? Literally, the whole purpose of them going to the airport, getting on the plane is to fly to another country, sleep with whores, and fly back home. So when Jay
Unfortunately,
Rello,
Rico, we were younger when we did all these things before internet, before cell phones. There were cameras and film.
but we weren't. But here's the thing: we wasn't going just for whores.
No, we had
when I went to
missions. We had
Korea,
things that we were doing right.
yeah, it wasn't just for whores. The whores were there. Yeah, I had them while I was there, but I didn't fly over there for them.
Mm-hmm.
That's my point.
Yeah.
It's like if Jay Rella went to DR for a reason other than the prostitute, you can still go to Sosua, Santo Domingo. They got prostitutes all over the fucking island. You could, that's fine, but go there for something else. Go to Colombia for something else. To Thailand for some. If the sole purpose of you is to get some pussy, you can get that in your hometown, even if you have to buy it. You don't have to leave the country.
But guys,
they not shamed anymore. We got, what is that? Big Boss? Big
OnlyFans. You got OnlyFans.
Man, come on. He put it out there. He said, "I'm a monger. I travel only for sex. I am the number
for
one
sex tourism, and it's legal over there." That video, those shorts, and I do think, remember earlier we were talking about shock value. I think that's cloud chasing. He's trying to hit. It's like like the lottery number. Everybody playing it. He's trying to hit in the algorithm lottery. He's trying to hit the algorithm lottery by being a shock jock. And even if it happens, I don't think there are too many benefits that's gonna come out of that shit. You know what I'm saying? Because you got family. He got kids. This guy possibly got grandkids.
Yeah. Let me ask you guys about another guy, right? And he's in Thailand right now. You heard of TMI Santiago?
Yeah, I've heard of him. I've heard of him. I stopped. Yeah, I don't.
Got
I'm
TMI
subscribed.
Santiago. He's probably 300 pounds, right? So he literally said he's a big Sosua guy too, but he's also in Pattaya. He's from New York, and he says he can't get no pussy in the States. He's telling people this, right? And he literally goes overseas to be with the mangoes or whatever. And these guys say I'm monk mode in the States. So they're not even trying to talk to women, this, that, whatever, because they've so convinced themselves. You know what I'm saying? Can you imagine what a sad person you have to be when you come back to the States? And I'm like, you're here 8 months out of the year. You so convinced yourself that you're unlovable or incapable of finding a mate in any way that you don't even attempt to socialize with the opposite sex in the States. And you save up all your money just to go overseas.
And that may not be
sleep with
entirely a
whores.
problem, though.
But Uncle Rico, I'm going to disagree with you. Here's where I'm going to
disagree. Yeah.
Here's where I'm going to disagree. I think that is good. Here's the reason why.
Okay.
Because that same dude who couldn't get anybody and who is a loser is the guy that shoots up the school. The guy that just kills people because they go into the movie theater because they have nothing. and they feel that they're sitting down in their basement. They can't get a girl. They can't go nowhere. So at least this dude got some kind of outlet. Be on monk mode in your basement, and at least he working towards something to say, man, if I can just get some more money to get to Thailand, I can. So he at least trying to put some effort in and put something and work hard or do something to get somewhere. Because you don't want that dude in your neighborhood who ain't got nothing to lose, ain't nothing to lose, nothing to gain, and sad and depressed. That's a dude. That's the only dude that I'm ever scared of. A dude who just like ain't
Let me tell you what I'm gonna tell you the one reason why it doesn't save us. It would save us if when they were going overseas, they were in a relationship. Because it's more than just physical, it's the emotional connection. But if all you're doing is just going over there busting a nut, fucking whores, you're still just as disconnected and still just as likely to come back to be mentally unbalanced. Because now, what if the whore rejects you, which happens, right? Now you hate the bitches back here. Now you hate the fucking whores. You want to shoot up both countries. So it would make sense to me if he went over there and had a chapadora because he believed he had a girlfriend. Then I would say it's nothing wrong with that. Oh, you got a Dominican girlfriend, you got a Thai girlfriend. But these guys are literally saying they just are going over. So I don't think just going overseas fucking whores, you're having a physical release, but the mental, which is the shit that's gonna snap. Your dick not gonna snap, your brain gonna snap.
I agree.
That's not being fed, and that's not being healed, and that's not being fixed because they're broken inside emotionally and mentally. Okay, nigga, your dick not the problem. It's something in your head and your fucking heart that you need to work on. So if you were going overseas getting a relationship, I would 1,000% agree with it. But that's not what they're doing.
But Rico, I think there are some underlying issues, even outside of guys try, and this may not be something you guys want to explore, and that may be an entire topic in itself for a specific show. But just dating, even here in the United States, it is kind of discouraging. It is kind of lame. It is kind of there's no there's no life in it, you know. There are bigger forces that are in the environment or that affects these people other than, oh, they're just probably sex addicts and whoremongers and things of that nature. Now I do agree with you, these guys, they should focus on their health, because I know there's been a couple of brothers in the travel space whose health wasn't that great um because they were big. Okay, they were not healthy physically. There's been brothers that died, because of that. Right? So brothers probably should focus on their health and things of that nature. But you have to understand, some of these people leaving out of here, they already traumatized and fucked.
Okay,
And
but Mr. G,
this is why I wouldn't be totally against it, and will somewhat encourage people, if you can leave, because this place can damage you to the point where when you go over there, all you want to do, you want to be a whoremonger. You don't even want to meet
Now,
people and
before
have
you leave,
a genuine long-term relationship. You ever heard the term what was it,
before
GFE,
you
right?
leave the United States, get therapy first. Do
right?
not take your trauma overseas trying to get therapy through mongering.
Sex, right? Because what I want to ask you, Mr. G, is this: is that if the dating world is such a desperate place here in America, and I'm going to agree with you, right? So I'm not going to disagree with you. It's horrible. So everybody can identify the problem, but the solution is fucking whores. That
No.
just rings strange to me. So
I
Yes.
if
mean, here's the thing.
but
See,
hang on 1 second. If you're telling me you want a loving, committed relationship here, and you can't find a woman to love and respect you here, and you're going to go overseas, then you should be looking for a loving, committed relationship with someone who will love and respect you overseas, not just to fuck. If you're going over there just to
I
fuck,
agree.
let me finish. Let me finish. If you're going over there just to fuck, you can just fuck and pay a whore here. So that's why I said there's no healing. I'm not saying not to go. I'm saying you can't tell me the problem is A here, but I'm gonna go over there and do J. Like what the fuck? It's gotta match up. If you need a loving mate, I cannot find someone who loved me in America, Rico. They don't treat me with no respect. They don't. Then you should be looking for a real
Here's the problem,
relationship.
Rico. The problem is they can't even admit it to themselves. Like you said, I've been married 3 times. The common denominator in those 3
Was me.
marriages was you.
Me.
That's first sign of you getting proper healing is to acknowledge your mistakes. When you don't even acknowledge that, but you get on a plane and you go overseas, this is why these guys are still
It
shopping
ain't
in the
my
same
fault.
areas.
Bullshit.
They would shop in the United States. They still going for the low-hanging fruit that they were getting in the United States. They're still hanging out in the same ghetto-ass areas that they would be in the United States when they're actually already leveled up when they go to these countries. Just because you got that blue passport, you have American money, you're at a whole nother echelon, but you still choose to go in the hood areas to find these same level chicks, saying that these chicks are better than the ones in the United States. It does not match up.
It don't. That's my point. I don't understand it because that's the one thing I've never heard a passport bro say. Have you ever heard one of them say, "I was the problem"?
No,
Never.
not to this
Not
date.
one. Not a fucking one. I'm like, ain't no way in the fuck all you motherfuckers is that good.
Now I know what I did. Tried to do this when, and my girl was with me when Austin left. I got in the car and I live streamed that day, and I just drove. I drove in Dallas. I'm in Dallas, and I drove from place to place, hollering at all chicks, talking to them, and I got them on video. Hey, how you doing? And it let me know that his experience is not my experience because I converse with 12 or 13 women with no issue, no problem.
Never had a problem.
Yeah, let's not. Fearless, please don't get me started. Let's
Don't get them started. But
don't get me started on your boy now. I mean, man. Yeah, I remember a couple months ago, right around the time he was here in one of the WhatsApp groups I am. They sent out a video of these black sisters, these sisters that were at a rodeo. They got the cowboy hat.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, the Houston rodeo was
My
going on. When he
goodness,
was in town, the Houston rodeo was big time down here.
yeah.
bro,
So,
I
yeah.
didn't know they got down like that.
But again,
It's
though,
a big event here.
yeah, I am of different generation, probably close most because I'm 39. I'll be 40 in November, close
Okay.
to some of y'all, and I don't know. I had to learn the game off off the mud in the muscle. Like I was a corny church boy. Man, I had this one brother I was in the military with. Jay. Jay had been to college. He had been in a fraternity. He used to play basketball. Jay was like when I say a god, it was like a god with the woman. Like I be in the club with him, he'll just say one thing to the girl ear, one thing, and I'm like, damn shit, what the fuck? What did you say? He was so good. I had to learn it off the muscle, but I was never scared. I kept on trying. I kept on trying to the point where this shit become muscle memory to me. It's nothing. It's like, good morning. How are you doing? Oh, you just need her to respond to you, and then you can carry on the conversation. It's your first time here. Have you had this food before? Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Little
I've been
things
hearing
do
a lot
soften
about this place.
people.
They said the food
Yep.
is good.
That's
Oh,
it.
you come here often? Okay, you
I
live in the
don't
area.
understand.
It's really easy to have a conversation. And I'm like, bro, I'm looking at these women right there at the Houston rodeo, like you said, Ronan. I'm like, bro, I will put in some heavy work in that place. I'm like, if I go to
Man, if
What
you
I
knew how many chicks are in Houston during the rodeo, of all types,
but what I hear is
all
they walk
decked out in their
around.
cowboy or cowgirl gear.
If you listen closely, they have a lot of self-defeating prophecies. Because literally in these spaces, they actually walk around if you go into any space, the first thing, nigga live in fucking in Maine talking about the STD rates in Houston. I'm like, nigga, how the fuck y'all know the STD rates? I mean, they
Oh, they
literally,
high
and
as
I,
hell too.
Well,
but
it's because of
literally,
the internet. It's because of
but
internet
exactly.
and content creation.
But what
Content
that
creators are talking
does
about these
is,
things.
right, but what that does is that's self-defeating. So now they just created in their mind an excuse not to go out and even
That's
try.
true.
You see
That's
what I'm
true.
saying? Oh man, you can't
That's
fuck with
true.
these bitches. I'm like, what the fuck is it? Are you? I mean, it's insane. The shit. I was like, y'all are defeating yourselves with this shit that y'all say. So you're never gonna get up out the basement and put on no clothes and gonna try to go talk to nobody because you're sitting online and these motherfuckers telling you that ain't none of these black bitches worth nothing. And like you said, Phyllis, you ride around town like. Motherfucker, I just had. Matter of fact, I tell you what was funny. DC born Rob was drunk when he came on Razor Rays and
Oh
got it on his
yeah,
ass
man,
that
that's
night
that's a classic.
because
That's a classic.
he was like, Austin, I just left from 3 fucking clubs. It was women every fucking where. And I said, nah, I ain't never been to Houston, but I just know that that's just to be the norm
Oh, there's a
in
shit ton of
any
women in
major
Houston. You
city.
cannot say there aren't
Right.
women in Houston.
So I didn't get. So I said, but Austin just not gonna listen. He ain't gonna listen. He
Yeah, yeah.
got
His
made up in his mind.
What they've missed, this new generation, they have missed what I call the Groundhog's Day effect. And this is what I mean by the Groundhog's Day. Y'all seen the movie Groundhog's Day?
Yeah,
Oh
yeah,
yeah,
with Bill Murray.
Bill
Yeah,
Murray is a
Yeah,
classic.
wakes up, he
classic.
does something. He's like, that didn't work. The next day he goes and corrects it. Oh, he gets so far that didn't work. The young generation, and like you said, Mr. G, they didn't have that. When I grew up, you learn by that failure. You try to talk to a girl, that didn't work. That man, I messed that one
Hmm.
up. But you got it. You get your skill. So when I know,
Yeah.
I think I heard on one of the panels when they said you got to have game, and I don't think the guy really defined it. To me, game is your confidence, your presence. When you can walk in with your shoulders back, and people can
Hmm.
look at you and say, "Man, there's something about him."
Yep.
Because you worked up,
I call that commanding the room.
Yeah.
that you worked on that so long that that's your game that you be able to come in. Like you said, your friend, I knew a dude named, his name was Richard, but he called himself Richard. And this dude had a golden tongue. He just could
Hmm.
swagger. It was like a sales. You know how you was
it,
some,
it just flows.
yeah, like somebody can sell you something and you're like, damn, man, I didn't even know I was buying this. You that good.
But what they
This
don't
new
understand
generation doesn't
is
have that, brother. They
what they
it's
don't.
instant gratification. If it don't work,
Right.
they walk away. So they don't
And
have that failure.
I gotta say that's what they're not learning. Lessons learned through failure and rejection.
Yes. And they
Every
don't have that.
failure, every rejection is a lesson. That's where you get the game. You're not born with game. You don't have it. You punch, oh I struck. Okay, you learn and it's the groundhog effect. It's
Mhm.
through lessons, through failure, reject to the point where when I was used to be young and go to the club, it got to a point with me going into the club, shooting my shot at everything, right? I'm
Mhm.
5'7". I used to be shooting my shot at women that be fucking 6 feet tall and shit. I learned how through all I don't know why I kept trying to talk to women much taller than me because I hadn't learned at that point. Most tall women don't like no shorter guy, right? She wants her man to be taller than her, right? But even through all those failures of me shooting my shot at tall women, I learned how to book a couple of tall women where I had several 6 foot tall girlfriends and used to knock them down because it was the game. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
But I also learned that okay, if
Like
I go
climbing
into a
that oak.
club, I'll do better with women who have to look slightly up at
How
me
tall
as
are you, Rico?
opposed to I'm 5'7".
Oh yeah, you did some work climbing
Yeah.
up that
So
pole.
generally, why would I go into a club? I learned after a while, stop going in there trying to talk to women in heels that's 5'10", 5'11". You know what I'm saying? They going to look at, but I learned how to talk to them and how to win them over also. But it was like, okay, I got a 20% chance with them. But if I sit there with women that's 5'5" and below, I got an 80% chance with. But these clowns, for some reason, I'm like, why is little niggas? You'd be surprised at how many of them little niggas still trying to talk to women. I'm like, dude, you 5'7", she 5'11". Why are you even trying to talk to her? And then you get an attitude. These bitches ain't shit, nigga. They don't want to. No woman wants to look down to her man. That's all women.
But
That's
Rico,
all women. That's a
even
normal thing.
Confidence, Rico. And I think that's where we had a disagreement
yeah.
with your buddy Chris, because your buddy Chris was like, "Oh, I'd rather meet him on the app." That's
Yeah,
because you're not confident
I
enough.
disagree with him on that. Yeah,
I heard you. You're not confident enough to meet him because that means you are afraid of failure. And that means I can talk to you and get to know you behind a wall without without failing. And if something happens, I can just walk away. Because if I met people, my thing was I meet people on the app. I'm like, look, we gotta meet tomorrow. I don't meet that.
That's me.
I ain't got that. I'm letting you know I ain't got that time. I'm not spilling my whole life with you, and then we meet. Ain't no. We got to meet. If we ain't meet, then move.
That's me.
I don't got time.
I'll give your ass. If we in the same city, I'll give your ass 3 days. If we in the same city.
Facts.
Now, if we outside the same city, I'll give you a week. If it don't happen in a week, fuck it. Next.
Exactly.
I'm just not investing any time in it.
But that's they don't have the confidence, and that goes into it's that fat dude over there. He just don't want to fail. He's scared of it. For him, I can pay because I've never had to confront myself. In the United States, you got to confront yourself. You got to say, yeah, I'm fat, and ain't nobody gonna do me. And the only way I'm gonna get there is I gotta lose some weight, or I gotta do this. I gotta get a better job. I gotta man up. He's not required to man up.
You know the best way I heard it described to me, and I walk around with this, and I keep this every day, and I try to tell them all the time. So when I'm talking to these young men, you know what I tell them? I said, you need to walk around your house, and what you're gonna find is you got too many windows and not enough mirrors. You got too many windows and not enough mirrors. You're always looking out and seeing the flaws in other people, but you never get to see the reflection of yourself, of who you are. So you need to get rid of some of those windows and replace those with fucking mirrors so you can start to see yourself. The next thing I tell young men, I said, when you're out there and you're vetting and you're dating, too often times, not too often, but it's fair to look for the red flags in people you date, right? What I always ask them is, do you ever look for the red flags in you? Because we have red flags. Are you too aggressive? Are you too forgiving? We have red flags. If you meet a girl and she's pretty, I said, now if she's not pretty, you got these strict standards. Let her ass be fine, big booty. You letting shit slide.
I'm rude as fuck.
Right?
Still.
You letting shit slide. Bitch showed up 2 hours late. You still waited, right? I said, see, that's a red flag in you, not her. You said, oh, I waited 2 hours.
And then you allow her to set the standard that she can do whatever because you're going to kowtow to her because she's the best you ever had.
Right.
She's the best.
And Rico, here's the.
Go look at that video I did with Austin where I said how you vet, and that one of the questions I said is this is what I always do. I always say, ask a woman, where would you like to go? And not that I'm going to take them there. I just want to hear where you want to go. Because usually what's happening is they're going to pick a place that if she don't like me, she's going to pick a place that she only wants for something that she does. A woman who really likes you says, well, I know that you like this. So I think this is a restaurant that would cater to your needs. But guys don't do that. They simp, they just
plus, the fantasy of the date is run through her mind while you're making her think about where she wants to go. Because she's visualizing y'all at that date.
Or they're scared to admit it. I had girls be like, you a player. I'm like, damn, how you know that, baby? Damn, you read me. I turn a joke on them. I'm like, I don't want to be like, I don't have an abundance. Yes, why don't you take me out the game? But they just never had that smooth. And it's sad. It's sad. And that's
D Ward. You funny as shit.
That Generation Z. And that's why I say, go
what
ahead,
you have, Mr. G? Mr. G was about to ask something.
Oh, what was Damn, I forgot what I was about to say. I mean, I took a melatonin earlier. I need to take my ass to sleep. But But yeah, I do think the average women that these guys are going at the country is probably a couple points higher than the ones they used to here. So they kind of lose their mind, and as far as
Well,
these
say couple of points higher on looks only.
on looks. Oh yeah, oh yeah,
Because
on
I'll
looks.
admit I can't deny that they're not nice looking, but as far as everything that you're vetting, absolutely not. No, but looks, I give them that.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. So the guys are not taking their time to vet. And I really that guy you talk about earlier, as far as what's his name, TMI Santiago.
Yeah.
He's I remember I was watching one of his live. I don't know if he have kids or not. I asked him, does he really? I had to ask him, do you really want to settle down? I mean, this is a guy who's in his 40s. He's probably close to.
Yeah.
He's at least
He's like,
45.
I want to say, 40. Yeah, let's say mid 40. That's what's strange to me too. We're not talking like 20-year-old kids. Big boss,
Yeah.
he's got to be damn near 50. So I was like, how these motherfuckers get this old and be this?
Those are the ones that be in damn homes by themselves. They ain't got no
So
family,
so
nothing, no legacy,
I,
nothing.
so I'll be honest with you guys. Being almost 40, I do kind of think about just kind of these things, because at the end, time go by fast. Before you you don't got a few gray hair, and it ain't the same no more. And things like that do cross my mind at almost 40 years old. Like, what will my tomorrow be like? If one
Add
day I'm not able
15
to.
years plus one, and you're right
Yeah,
where I'm at.
yeah, the women I'm gonna be with. I don't think these guys think about that, and it's quite sad. Yeah, I just hope they will change their mind, man. A lot of these guys, what they're doing, they got this thing called GFE, girlfriend experience. They're doing rental girlfriends, pretty much, and I don't think that's a solution either, man. Like, as my friend like to say, all them nuts you busting. What are you getting from? I mean,
Yeah,
what are you getting from them?
but that's why I said my thing is if in fact you're the again, and I heard you say it, Mr. G, and I agree with you, but I keep hearing guys repeat it over and over and over how bad the date. So they admit in America they want to date, they're looking for a girlfriend, or I don't know. That's what they describe.
Damn,
So
JM.
if you want a girlfriend in America and you say that it is such a terrible wasteland of girlfriend material and potential, and you believe that the girlfriend potential is better overseas, why the fuck are y'all not? The minute you get off the plane, oh, I don't want a girlfriend now. So if you don't want a girlfriend overseas, then why the fuck do you care about it being so bad in the States? I'm confused, right? Because you're not looking for a girlfriend. So black
Exactly.
women in America can be any way they want. You won't want a girlfriend anyway, right? It's confusing to me. What the fuck do y'all want?
They don't know what they want. They're just
Correct.
going along with the
Right.
program.
So even fearless, even if we go back to Austin, what do you want? Because you don't have a girlfriend overseas. You said the ones in America is the
Oh, he's
worst.
running the dating experiment. You didn't know?
Right. Right. For
He's
how
just doing a
long?
social. He's just doing a social experiment with dating
It's
overseas and
it's been
experiences while he
two
travels.
it's been 2 years. I
But
think
he's only
Nicole,
25. He's
but
not ready to settle down. What?
okay.
Here's the biggest thing.
Remember what you
Let's
said.
get real. Let's get
25.
real. Let's
He
get
was
real.
like tall as fuck.
What resources and assets does he have currently besides his YouTube channel in order to provide for a woman on a consistent basis without having to chase the fucking algorithm?
Mm-hmm.
Why not just say you over there? Why don't you
He
just say
has. He
so,
has said this.
so my
You
question
must
is
not have
this.
heard him. He's admitted this is all I'm looking to do right now. I'm not looking to settle down. Even on the video that Fearless just showed you, he said, use him as an experience when you're ready to settle down. Use me just to live vicariously through my lifestyle.
Okay, so in other words, he's a self-admitted monger.
Currently, yes.
Currently, right.
Yeah.
But hold up now.
I'm
Uncle
asking.
Rico, you at
I'm
25, we heard
asking.
you on there
I
saying you was a
agree.
self-admitted
You
monger.
were buck wild. You said it.
You get home at 2:00 and you wake up to, for the club. You wake up at 6. You did it 6
what I'm
days
saying.
a week.
6 days a week.
Fearless.
You said you still made it to Sunday. You made it to church, but
Fearless.
6
Hear
days a
me
week
out.
you were out there.
Hear me out. I agree. Remember, I told you he shouldn't get married. He shouldn't settle down. I just be honest. I'm a self-admitted man. I'm not casting it as he's doing anything wrong. I'm just saying, stop pretending. Okay, the social experiment shit is over. Okay, it's been 2 years. You got
You
enough
funny,
data
Drew.
there. Okay, and number two, even when I was a monger, I wasn't crying about because, like you said, I could get pussy in the States, so I didn't care. So you again at 25, I would go, oh, they won't give it to me because I was getting it. I was fucking everybody, mama. You know what I'm saying? So
No
I was
excuses.
getting it. I had no problem because I had a good mouthpiece. I could get it. And personally, I know for a fact if Austin came back and just modulated his behavior, he'd be cleaning up in fucking Dallas.
Oh, Lord Jesus.
But
He'd be
here's
cleaning
the
up.
problem with Austin, and you
He'd
know,
be cleaning up.
the
That
problem
young
with
man ain't got
Austin
no problem.
is when I talk to him,
His
instant
attitude.
gratification, man. I'm letting you know that's it. He don't want to put in no kind of work to wait 3-4 months, week.
Yep.
He want to meet you that night, and within 2 days, something got to happen. So that whole instant gratification, if it
That's the
has to
problem.
be longer than that, then he doesn't want it.
He got the same sense of entitlement that they say that the ladies have.
All millennials do.
And here's the funny thing about it. You know when I knew it was that in particular, because he would use these 2 words, and I was like, where in the fuck did they come up with this stupid shit? Shoes and signals. I was like, what? So, so I'm like, wait a minute. So you stand at the end of the bar like you a bad bitch while these signals that you wait for the woman to send you. I'm like, what? That was just the craziest thing. I was like, if I waited for this, that just made no sense.
That
to
means
me.
you got to wait for the woman to scan the whole room, even if you standing behind her.
Yeah.
For her to spin her whole head around just to see you
and give you
kind
a
of
signal.
glance at you to give you a signal and say you just
Some
walking
kind
up
of
and having a
signal.
conversation with her.
Yeah. And
When we talk about signals, I'm gonna put up a screen. CB Vidify has a question, and we're gonna wrap it up a little bit before
Yes,
we wrap
sir.
it up. I just want, because we have been going, we on like 5 hours. This is a long one.
Yeah.
I want to bring this to the attention of anybody that still is watching on Thursday, because what we've been talking about is what somebody like Austin should do, what we did when we was this age. We're having a panel on Thursday that says, what advice would you give the younger you? And we just want to come on, you don't have to stay, even if you put something in the chat. We want this to be more like that documentary for older people, or somebody we can pass down and say, take this advice, because these are the lessons I learned in life. And if I did this, I would be a much better person than I am today. And so we want to pass that down. So if you can come on, you guys can come on and just give a few lines about, the advice you would give yourself. But back to a big
yeah, a CV video, I would disagree with the Latinas treat you way better. I just think they treat you differently. I think that's the one word that everybody says that in particular, I know it triggers Black women, but even me myself, and I can tell you as a person that was married to 2 Black women and a Latina woman, this is the way I describe it. My first Black wife didn't listen to me, spent all my money. My second Black wife didn't listen to me, spent all my money. My Latina wife don't listen to me, spend all my money. They're different. That's it. That's just the truth. And the reality
Oh, Lord
that
Jesus.
is
I'm
what
sorry. I
I'm
don't
saying.
mean to laugh. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, it's funny because, and I tell it like that because it's also very true, because what I'm trying to tell people is, so of course they'll be like, you just a simp. Okay, well, if I'm a simp for them, I'm gonna be a simp for her, right? I'm not going to change. I'm not going to dissent. If I'm the asshole for them, I'm going to be an asshole to her. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going to change. The point of the matter is there are things that are different about them, but one is not better than the other just based on their racial makeup. That's just a silly notion. What I
But you don't
realize
think maybe culturally different? Like when I say
culturally,
culturally,
yeah, culturally,
we say more family oriented, less masculine, more
actually
submissive.
not uh actually not. No.
Who were the softest out of the three? Who was the softest?
I would say the first one.
So the black wife.
Yeah, the first one.
And then who was the most feminine?
It was the first one. She's a little bit crazy too. I'm saying you can't get everything. You
Hey,
can't.
where's that video I sent you earlier today? Oh, we're gonna do a reaction on that one.
You can't.
But yeah, that fits right into that
Here's the
shit.
thing: you can't get everything, and
That shit crazy ones. You got to take them out the oat pile.
yeah. But you know what I'm saying. But don't think that they can be batshit crazy, submissive, and feminine.
But then,
That shit.
hey,
They
for us,
can be
our loins want the batshit crazy one when it's in the bedroom.
right. So what I'm saying is that culturally, absolutely, that she's different. But again, even when I speak culturally, I'm talking about differences, not better. You know what I'm saying? Because collectively, when you're saying better, you're saying one has a higher value than the other. And
All of them do, D Ward.
and in no way do I think this one has a higher value than the other. They all had equal value as to what they brought to me, what they brought to my children, what they brought to my life. As far as because for me, always being a man, always being a provider, I maintain that role in all three. I wouldn't giving that shit up for nobody. You know
But
what I'm
all
saying?
right, so let's go with that. Let's go with what you just said.
Yeah.
With one group, I have found that I had to fight for that. The other group, I have found that was given to me willingly. So
That was
that
given to
position
me
of
in all
leadership,
three.
either I had to take it by force, or it was given. It was the command was given.
Well, here's the thing I want you to think about. Okay, so in all three, I had leadership from the position of provisioning. But remember how I told you how like we need to start looking at red flags in ourselves. One thing I always knew about myself was I'm a horrible procrastinator. I procrastinate for fucking everything. I procrastinate to the point where all of a sudden they have to say, give me the fucking bills for the fucking lights get turned off, shit like that. Because I just procrastinate. I always put shit off. That's what all three of them had to do because if certain things they would learn about me, I just wouldn't do. But then I would go out, oh, you got late fees. Okay, well, I got to go out and I got to get it.
Rico, it's bad when the chat is saying, okay, let other people talk.
Oh, go ahead. So no, the only question this is what I was trying to answer. I was trying to answer his question when he put in the early chat, no, they're not way better. That's just a dumb way to frame it. Now, does that make you feel better? It's a dumb way to frame one racial group. And that's what you guys do. You tell yourself this shit. Then when you go overseas and you get fucked over by a Colombian or a Brazilian or a Dominican, you crying. Because you go over there with this frame of reference in your fucking head. It's people's personalities, not their racial makeup. That's the problem. You got wonderful Dominican women. You got terrible ones. But if you think all Dominicans are perfect or better, you're going to get one of them bad ones. And good luck, motherfucker.
Oh.
Next.
Well, goddamn.
No, because they don't want to hear it. But then when they go out there and they do the shit that they do, they'll be on here crying butthurt later on. It's personality, not race.
See, I'm going to disagree. So let's see. You meet American women, yes. You meet Latinas. Don't Latinas treat you way better? I mean, I have like you said, I've always been the alpha and domineering. What I have found, though, is this. that when it came to our culture, that I had to be one of two ways. Either I got to be super masculine, which means I got to go, be angry and do this just to show my role, or I had to walk away. I have never heard the way Maya spoke, and when I talked to my wife about that, she's like, "Yeah, I couldn't speak like that. We just wouldn't speak like that. To talk to a guy like that in public, that just wouldn't happen." So culturally, I say that that's how our culture used to be. And if you see my video, I had a video before when I was saying, look, I went to my family reunion. I showed my cousin who is a doctor, who's a gynecologist, OBGYN, and internal medicine, has her own practice, makes about $400,000 a year, probably more. And you know what she did on our family reunion? She fixed me a plate. It was not even like a question, like I'm gonna do it. So there are women who do that because they were raised a certain way, because my aunt raised her a certain way. In the United States, that's getting far from how it used to be. So I have dated women, and what happens is a woman, and I can't say overseas they're not educated, but the more educated, the more money they get, the more independent and away from men they want to be. The more educated and the more money I made is the more I thought I could provide for a family. And I didn't see that when it came to that. So I think our culture has changed. You can't say our culture hasn't changed, man. We love someone like Sexy Red, who talks about pussy pink, butthole brown, something like that.
Oh,
Crazy.
Lord Jesus.
That's what we celebrate, and we elevate. We elevate the trashiest things in our culture. Even when it comes to family, I was talking to this Mexican girl. She's like, yeah, we just come together like family. Everybody's family. And that German woman, I know you heard that German woman talk when she said, my husband wasn't used to that. The women shut up when the men talk, and we have like family time. So culturally, I mean, you may say it's different, but that difference is what guys are leaving the United States for, because that difference is not what they're getting anymore.
Right. And I would say all that you said was wonderful. But I'm going to ask you one. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And I know that, of course, I would never expect that from your wife, from what I've seen of her. But there's absolutely no way you can tell me outside of your wife that you don't think that you haven't seen, or you have not seen or experienced a plethora of hellified Dominican ratchet, especially in Santo Domingo.
But
it's been a plethora
Tell me where at.
of.
I've never seen. Wait, I've never. All right, and I said this to Zed. I said, Zed, you can talk all that shit, but you can't talk that shit in Africa. The way you talking, you can talk like that in America, but you can't go there and run your mouth the same way and think you're a boss there, because they're gonna check you. So yeah, that may be true. I have not seen it because those men are gonna check those women. But they're not gonna be out disrespecting a man like that, saying those things. You're not gonna see that, even in DR. I know that, man. Them men ain't gonna take that. They're like, bitch, I'll slap the shit out of you.
And I do agree with you there. I do agree with you there. Well, so I'm gonna leave that at that. But I will tell you, when you talk about the Turkish culture and the Mexican culture, please, I think we romanticize some of these cultures too much, more than what we should.
Let's go culture. Do you think would you see that in the Muslim culture?
Muslim is not a culture; that's a religion.
All right,
so no.
Let's see. Would you see that in Arabic?
So no. Yeah, and so, well, I'll tell you what you will see in it's particularly the German chick that talk about Turkish. I'm like, she's talking all this shit about black women. I'm like, you in a culture where a third of your marriages are they're marrying fucking children. They have child brides. At a third of Turkish weddings are child brides. So when all I ask is that we be more informed about these cultures that we hold up against us, that we say is so much better. And Mexican culture, when you look at the Chino culture in Mexico, if anybody from out LA to tell you what that shit looks like, that what you said about sexy red, that's all throughout their Mexican culture.
But here's
But
the thing,
hold
you know,
on.
So
that's
that's all I'm
American
saying.
culture. That's
Right.
American culture.
But
But
even
that
with that, hold on. Let me
That's
say
American
this real
culture.
quick. Hold on, Uncle Rico.
Yes, sir.
To be genuine,
Okay.
everything you just suggested was the worst case scenario in each culture, not the best.
But that's
So what you're
he's
saying is, hold on, what you're implying is that every man that goes over there is going to always go to the worst situation and not the better situation by taking advantage of either their passport or their increase of income to economic value and those cultures. You're saying they're still going to go to the worst side of it.
No. What I'm saying is Fearless brought up the worst of our culture as a comparison.
Which was
He
what?
brought up the sexy red. She is not the best of our culture. She's the worst of our culture.
Even we go to better
And I
cultures.
agree
If you
with
go to,
him,
if you
but
go to
that's the
colleges
worst. That's what I'm
like
saying.
Spelman,
I'm saying if we're
which is
going to
supposed to be the top notch, you're gonna see that ratchetness at
right,
Spelman.
that's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying, Ronan, is like if he's going to do the
Mhm.
worst of our culture, it's fair to do the
Yeah, but
worst of
that's
their culture.
that's an
Here's
influencer.
what I said.
He's-
Here's what I said.
I don't know why that's why I don't even
Yeah.
like
No,
using
this
it.
is why I brought it up, because she celebrated. We
I don't
celebrate
agree
that
with
behavior.
that. I think
You don't agree, but that's what they agree with.
But
They
listen,
celebrate
this
that
is
behavior. We
we
celebrate. I'm gonna tell you how I know we celebrate that behavior.
please do.
All right. What happened when Donald Trump got shot? What did
I
Black brothers say?
celebrated. I
What? No,
celebrated.
no. But
I
that's bad that you celebrated. But here's what I'm talking about.
Jesus.
Here's what I'm talking about. What did Black people say? Oh, that's a nigga now. That nigga got a felony. He been shot.
Mhm.
He got baby mamas. He's a nigga. He's a real nigga.
Who said that shit?
Oh, a
Man,
lot
I
of people
got
were
memes. I
implying
got
that
memes.
shit.
I
He's
agree.
official.
Go ahead. I
He's
didn't hear
officially
that.
been
Okay.
indoctrinated. He
I
got
take your
felonies.
word.
He's
I
been
take your
shot.
word. I
Yeah.
take your word. Go
They got
ahead.
it. They got him dressed up like 50 Cent. What are you talking
Matter of
about?
fact, he came out to Many Men or something like that. He came out to a
Many
50
Men.
Cent song.
They got So that's what we celebrate. We don't celebrate. I
Excuse
tell you
me.
also, education. Do we say? If I say, "Hi, Uncle Rico. Hi, how are you doing today, sir? It's a
Okay.
pleasure to meet you." Man, you talking white? How you talking white? We don't say you talking educated. We'll celebrate the basketball player and the dude way over the person who got straight A's. That's what we value.
Mhm.
There can be a library next to a basketball court. We'll shame you for going to the library, but celebrate you for going to the basketball court. You can rap in broken English, but if you're talking good English, that's bad. A girl
Look at our
say,
leadership now.
I've had it where girls will say, "You 30 with no kids? You must be gay." Huh? What? You got to be gay? So if you took your responsibility and did it right and didn't have children out of wedlock and you did the things you were going to do, something got to be wrong with you. Something got to be wrong. You can't be right. So you say that it has to be something better, something with the culture. And other cultures don't celebrate that monotonous, man.
Okay. Well. Okay. Now, Ronan, since he brought up all the worst of us, right? You agree, right? Just to be fair. Now, because I'll be honest with you, again, when I look at these other cultures, because I don't look at them in a romantic view, I look at them through data, statistics, and information.
Okay.
So even if we take our beloved DR, they have a higher rate of single motherhood. You don't believe that? I'll get the data for you.
No.
They have a higher rate
Higher
of
than
single
who?
motherhood.
They're higher than what? Black people?
Well, they don't consider themselves black.
You would have to go per
whatever they are.
capita based on the fact that it's an island versus the whole fucking United States. But I can
that's what I'm saying. We
understand
do-
what you
You
mean.
know what I'm saying?
per
Are we
capita.
comparing are we comparing black people to them? Because they're
To
not
the DR.
Right.
I'd say you're wrong. Because we got a higher divorce rate. You know, I
No.
can't say white.
No, we
and-
don't. They got a
specific
higher divorce rate.
here.
They have a higher divorce rate.
No, I
They-
challenge you on that. Somebody Google that.
And just to make sure, I'm going. Ronan, I'm gonna get your email and I'm gonna
You
send
got it.
it to you, and I'm gonna send you the data from one who does the
Matter of fact,
census.
y'all need to drop that in back chat. Both of y'all
Yeah,
need to
well,
share
I'm
each
on my
other's
phone,
email
but
and phone
but
numbers.
no, I'm going to send you some reading material, Fearless, and I'm gonna tell you which
Hold
ones.
up now. Here it is. The divorce rate in the Dominican Republic is 2.7 divorces per 1,000. That's what it, and I'll show you the screen if you want. So I'm just
Yeah,
doing
Yeah,
this.
go
So you
ahead, show
get
it
gotta
to
a
me.
gotta throw that screen.
Please
Throw that screen
share
up,
it,
please.
please,
Here go the screen. Here go the screen right here.
and tell me the source
It's
because
2
I
point.
can't see that good. Who's the
I'm
source?
sorry. I wish I could make this. Let me see
I'm
if I
gonna
can
blow
get
the
Just
this.
screen
tell
up
me. I
for you.
believe you. I
It's
believe you. I don't think you're
2.7
lying.
divorces per 1,000 people. So now I'm gonna
What?
say, I'm ask the same question. So what is the divorce rate?
For Black Americans, you got to say Black Americans.
No, you can't do Black Americans against an entire country.
Oh, okay.
Oh my goodness. Theirs was 2.7%. Ours is 30%.
24. Goddamn, yeah.
30%. So you can't, you just told me, brother, is we are way beyond that. 30%. So you wrong with the culture. Ain't nothing wrong with the culture, my brother.
No, go ahead. I want you to go ahead.
Look at the rate compared
We are the
to
highest. Let's
No,
see.
hang on.
We the
no,
highest.
we're talking about divorce. Divorce rate is 24.5.
No, that was
30%
in
of Americans that were
2021.
married compared to 43% of Hispanics. That's how many people were married compared to how many are getting divorced. That second part.
Mm-hmm.
It's
See?
24.5 to 22.6
See?
respectively.
Okay, so who is higher?
America.
Black Americans.
Okay. No, you keep saying black. Keep
Well,
it
we
out of
said
the
it
black.
because even against the whole island, it would actually give it a better
Okay.
percentage against an
Okay.
island of the same people versus just our people. So it's still
Okay.
high.
I'm reading this article right now, and I'm going to send it to Ronan in a second. And it says in the DR, 55 out of every 100 marriages end in divorce.
55 ever.
That's what it says. 55 divorces. 55 divorces per 100. The divorce rate in the Dominican Republic continues its upward trend, reaching a staggering 55 divorces per 100 marriages in 2022, according to the Census 2022 data for the National Statistics Office 1.
What the hell is going on over there?
Excuse me. This represents a significant increase from the 41 divorces per 100 marriages recorded between 2011 and 2016. Okay?
What's the name of that article?
I'm going to send it to
He's
you.
going to
I'm going to
email
send
it
it
to
to
me.
you so you can do it.
I can put it up in there.
It's also in the Diaro Libre. So please have your wife, because it's in, I think when you click on it, it's in Spanish. So that's why I said ask your wife to read it to confirm. So I'm going to have to
That's it
forward
right
it
here.
to you,
55.
Ronan.
Hold on, Rico. Let me ask you one question on that article. You said 40 or 51 or 52 or whatever.
It's 55 per 100.
Right, but that's not 55 of the same 100 that are getting married. How long are the marriages lasting?
I don't know. It doesn't.
Being married?
You probably have to read more into the article to get into detail. That's why I say statistics are very funny.
Yeah,
they can be,
because if you're saying 50 something out
right.
of every 100, if every 100 people are getting married, how
That's
long was that marriage
55%,
before that
right?
55?
Exactly. And I know that, right?
Yeah.
That matters too. That's why I said that. So that same rate that they post for America also applies, because what they've also discovered forever, they've always been saying, "Oh, half of marriages end in divorce." It's never been 50% of marriages end in divorce. That's just something, a trope that was thrown out that's like COVID that won't die. So I'm like, okay, it's fine. But I just wanted to say that. And they talked about the teenage having sex, having children, all of this, because I actually follow Dominican news daily. Daily. I have several sources. 'Cause I got a house there.
I mean, even in the Philippines, I mean, you're damn near an old maid by the time you're 24 if you haven't already gotten married.
So I follow up on
They
stuff
trying to pop them kids out at 18.
I follow up stuff on like, what they're doing for the infrastructure, what they're doing for the tax base. I even follow their fucking politics, even though I can't vote or anything like that, because I just want to know about the country that's gonna be my next home. I don't want to go to the country and be fucking illiterate. So I follow it and I see a lot of data like this. So when I hear people talking about this, that, whatever, I was like, what the fuck are they talking about? They're just as bad, if not worse, than we are. And I started researching other countries because, like, okay, Rona, like your girlfriend is in the Philippines. The Philippines has a very high, which I didn't know from following other content creators, extremely high HIV.
HIV rate, because they don't like to talk about sex because of the Catholic religion.
Exactly. And
So
that's what
they talk
affects a
about it
lot.
in school, but they don't want to bring it up. They don't want to have the conversation, but they're still out there, breaking whatever religious beliefs they have by having premarital sex. And yes, there's a high rate of HIV there.
It's right. It's through the roof, and it's in other countries too, and everything you just said. And that's what I said. These passport bros are not talking about, but they'll romanticize other places. They don't have no problem about talking about it here. Oh, look at like goddamn. But you run into a place that have high
I
rates
mean,
of it,
as I do
and
my
you don't
research,
even
I
know it.
tell them the same thing: is that even though the Philippines has a low divorce rate, at the same time, the Philippines actually has a law where you have to support your parents in their old age. So when they choose to retire, each child is responsible for contributing to their parents' retirement.
Yes.
For the rest of their lives.
And they don't educate themselves on the places that they say that they're going to where it's better. So that's why I said that better word. I'm like, you motherfuckers don't like to read. You better read and know
Yeah,
what's
you
going on.
opting out of one system for another. That's why you're not escaping the matrix. You're just changing the rules of whatever computer system you jump into.
It's just different. That's why I said that. So that's a long way of saying that if you want to believe it's better, go ahead. Knock yourself out. I don't care. To me, it's different.
Yeah.
And different is great.
I agree. I will use the word different, but
Yeah, different
I
is
would
a
use
beautiful thing. I
yeah,
love
I would use
different.
the caveat with this. That some
Mhm.
of those differences are the things that a lot of men seek.
Correct.
Well, here's the thing. Different also means new. And new is like to renew. That's a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful thing.
Jew, you in one of these moves today, huh?
Oh Lord. That's funny as shit. You're right. You right though. He right. And see, and
Yeah.
that's another thing. They don't talk about the passport bros don't want to talk about sex ed. They bragging about the no condom gangs. They
Yeah,
brag
that's
about the shit.
crazy food.
They brag about it.
They paying
So
more to get AIDS. Like, huh? Well, I'll pay $100 to get them AIDS. Give it to me.
that's crazy. But then in the same breath, you're talking about the wasteland of dating in America. I'm like, this shit makes no sense to me. I'll take my chances in America all day than raw dogging a bunch of fucking pros overseas. I'm not raw dogging. And matter of fact, here's what's hilarious. On the young man Mentorship got a channel. Why was these fools sitting there talking about eating the pros box?
Oh shit, I heard about that. Let's not go there. Yeah.
I'm not making it up.
No, I heard about it.
I was like, I can't even talk to these motherfuckers no more because they
That's why
crazy.
he's between that conversation talking about pro cost and all that. That's why he got demonetized.
Yeah.
So I don't even want to
But I'm
bring
just
that up
like,
on somebody else's channel.
right. But this is what is in the space. And then they want to call me a hater. I'm like, y'all motherfuckers over there talking about eating the box. Y'all talking about doing the no condom. Y'all talking about all the shit that y'all doing. But I'm a hater. This is crazy. I just think that this sort of conversation in the space as an older man, I'm like, I'm not telling y'all, Austin, go over there, get your man. But dude, sir, please strap up. Don't put your goddamn mouth on none of them. No, Lord knows where they done been. Don't even kiss them on the lips. Fuck the shit. You know what I'm saying? I mean, that's health.
Oh my
I
goodness.
think that's what the health
Mental
people tell
damn the
you.
hell out of her. Wrap her up in plastic wrap.
And yourself
I'm
too.
gonna wrap it up, guys, in a minute. Well,
Yeah.
like right now, but I do agree. I will say this, and I can't only speak for myself and maybe Uncle Rico. Being a black man, it would. They say we don't like black women, but it would be easier and desirable to be with a black woman because they understand
Absolutely.
your culture, they understand your language. And I know your
Mhm.
girl, you said, she's Latina, but she's here. But you take a sister and you go and you like, hey man, we're gonna hear that Jodeci song. Right? Let's
Oh
hear
yeah,
some
it's different.
Luther,
It's
some
different.
Sade, we're gonna throw it on.
It's
It has a
different.
whole different meaning, whole different
It's
mood.
different. Yeah.
And we wish that we could have that. So I don't think black men want something different. Our goal and desire would be if the women could treat us the same way that the foreign
I,
women treat us. Men wouldn't
I
go
say
there.
it. I say it every time. Our first preference was always a black woman.
Yeah.
We got
I
forced
agree
out
with
of our
that.
first preference.
I can agree with that. I can 100% accept that, and I don't have no pushback. Believe it or not, I 100% can agree with that. Now you still can, and let's say American black women, because you still can get black women overseas. You know, whether it's Africa, the
And there are
Caribbean, or
brothers that are
wherever.
overseas trying
Yeah,
to
yeah, yeah,
find a
yeah,
black Latin woman or
yeah.
African woman. So they're
Right.
still not
You
even in
talk about
denial of that.
our
But
culture.
right, it's the culture. Because even with that, they still don't fucking understand. Like I said, they still don't
Right.
understand no Jodeci. You know what I'm saying? So you're right. That's the part that's missing. But I agree with
Mhm.
that 1,000%. American black women, they have made things more. While I still love them, won't give up on them. I'll tell them in a heartbeat, y'all make shit way more difficult than it need to be. But then when they throw back in my face, well, look at these motherfuckers. I'd be like, okay, you got a point too. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but it's the American black woman that feels like they own black men and that we're just coast of cow and do whatever the hell
That's
they
true
say.
too.
And when did
That's
that start?
but what I
The
always like,
fuck?
and this is
That
this
has
is the
never
thing.
been the way it's been when we've been successful as the nuclear family that we were from the 50s.
This is the one thing I'll tell you is I got 4 adult sons here in the DMV,
Yep.
outside DC. They are slaying. Let me tell you this: they beating pussy off with a stick. And literally, I'm just telling you, they just don't take shit off of nobody. Period. That's just the way I raised them and the way he's built. And all 4 of them date nothing but black women, and they beating them off with a stick. But
Oh, the
you won't.
DMV is a special place,
Yeah,
bro.
you
Come
won't.
on. I'm from Baltimore. I already know.
Oh, okay. There
The
you go.
DMV, they run deep there.
Let me ask you this question.
Mm-hmm.
They fucking a lot of chicks.
Mm-hmm.
But are any other chicks that they fucking a girl that they would say I would want to marry? See, it's different. I fucked a lot of chicks. I wouldn't marry any of the chicks I was fucking.
Okay, I'm gonna tell you this. One thing that it took me, and I'll be honest with you, I'm a little heartbroken by. I'll be honest with you, I'm really a little bit fucked up with at all 4 of them. It's somehow, and it didn't come from me, because goddamn it, I've been married 3 times. But none of these motherfuckers act like they want to get married. Period. This
Do you understand why?
anti-marriage sentiment. Well, shit.
You
2
got
of them
people like
got.
Austin Holloman. You already see how bad the laws are set up, and these young men of yours are very intelligent enough to understand what is going on in society and the disadvantage that the laws have made it for black men to want to get married and be taken advantage of by women.
Well, it ain't
So
stopped. It ain't stopped 2 of these dumb, intelligent motherfuckers from fathering kids.
again,
Okay, right. So my whole point is, but the other 2, and I'm like, one's 33. I got one that's a plumber, one that's an electrician, one that is a mental health therapist, and the other one I don't know what the fuck he does. So they all make great money. They all do good.
he said, "I don't even want to know."
Yeah, I mean, they all make great money. They're all great kids. They're all fucking winning at life, but none of them want to get married. None of them want to. The only one that's married is the one that's in the military. The one that's in the Air Force for 15 years, he's married, got a wife and 2 kids. He's the only one that's married, and he didn't get married until he went into the military and was overseas. So I think personally, if he was here, that motherfucker wouldn't be married either. But they're on this, and I hear this more and more, which I don't knock it. You know, people are not believing in marriage. And to me, it's weird, but I was like, I can't make them. If they don't want to, I'm not going to beat them up about it, but it's just weird.
Because they're getting all the benefits without this. They doing what women do. They get all the benefits without any of the headaches.
Yeah. I can't even, I don't even argue with. I tried. I said, fuck it, I give up. It's 4 of these motherfuckers. I can't win. No, Dad, I ain't doing that shit. I ain't doing it. No, fuck that shit. I ain't doing it. I'm like, I married your mother. That was you. I ain't doing it.
And they say all that, and all they had to do is throw this back in your face. We see how that ended up.
I know. Fuckers do. Seriously. So I'm just like, all right, man. All right. You don't want to do it. You don't want to do it. I tried.
I think the ward is giving us a hint. Let's see.
Oh yeah, we're about to go there too.
When you first started traveling, what were your limiting beliefs living abroad, and how did you get over them? Big shout outs from Toronto. Let's see. Let me see. What were your limiting beliefs?
I didn't have any.
I did. Well, my limiting beliefs, like, let's see. How can I answer that?
The only thing I worried about was my oldest son, who was born at the time when I first started traveling, beside for when I was a kid. I traveled since I was 4, but I'm talking about as an adult. When I started traveling, was not being able to see my son on a regular basis was my only concern about living overseas as a younger man, because I had my first son at 19.
Yeah, I took that question a different way. Like, what was my explain it to me, because I'm seeing it different. I thought my limiting beliefs were just like in America. If you didn't speak English, somehow you were just not smart. Like,
I never thought that. I never thought that.
I perceive them as being less educated, not as smart, not having game. I'm from America. I know all this, and then I got over there like, damn. These chicks got game, man. Like
No, I never thought that.
It didn't matter what language they were speaking. They knew how to say what the right thing to get what they want. Man, I wasn't ready for it. I was not ready for that. How I got over it, I just started learning the language, started learning the people, dating different people, and it let me know that, you know, just a culture thing. It's how we were brainwashed in the United States.
That definitely is very apparent very early when you start traveling, how limited our thought process is, being that we're in this bubble called the United States, how the world really functions once you step out of that bubble.
I thought everybody was poor. I don't know. I like, yeah, I ain't got no money. I think all y'all poor. And I found some people who had a lot more money than me. You know, more swag, dress better, all those things. So I think it takes you going to places and not just going to that one place. You have to get out. And the more you get out, the more you're able to see how vast and how much more culture that it has. Now, I can tell you, if Uncle Rico says it, Sosua, Punta Cana are entirely different. If a person goes to Sosua and they think that's Dominican Republic, and they go to Punta Cana, they're gonna be shocked and be like, "Oh man, this is not." They would think it's not even the same country.
Yeah, I agree. Say you would think it was on 2 different islands.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
like,
I can imagine. I'm going to go to an island that has like 7,000 islands.
Yeah,
it's a archipelago. So Philippines has so many different dialects. There's 200 and some dialects of their languages. decipher the national language of Tagalog, English, and Visayan. It's crazy.
Brothers, we have been going on. I greatly appreciate everyone who stayed up with us, and I greatly appreciate Uncle Rico from coming on, man. That was
Yes, sir.
brave. He stepped into what we would usually call the lion's den, and he came out a little bit scathed, but he came out alive. That brother was like,
I think he handled it well.
Yeah,
And
he handled it well.
he did
He has
everything
gained the respect of the
as
panel.
an older gentleman would do.
Yes, he is. He is not that he didn't have the respect, but he has put another notch in his belt.
Always welcome. Always
Yeah,
welcome
well,
to come join us anytime, brother.
Yeah, let me first thank you guys for inviting me up. I'm glad I came. I mean, I definitely was coming nonetheless. I didn't intend on staying this long, but because I so enjoyed the conversation and talking with you gentlemen, I just couldn't leave. I think it was a great conversation. I'm glad that I was able to clear up some misunderstandings that I may have had or people may have had about what I said, and made corrections and apologies where was necessary. My goal is just always to try to say something useful to help these young men in the space of traveling, knowing I can't win them all over.
Right.
Some just ain't gonna like you no matter what the hell you say. You can't please them all. But I try to stay in a space of truth and conviction. And I'm big on trying to speak honest and wisdom and truth and knowledge from a man of my age like I should. So I'm not out here trying to be one of these young boys. I'm not trying to be their daddy. I ain't trying to be, their compadre. I'm just trying to tell the truth and just try to give them some advice to travel in places I've been and places that I know about so that we all can be safe and make a better representation for Black men like hopefully we did here tonight. But again, thank you guys. This conversation was great. I love it. And I look forward to chopping it up with you guys again in the future.
Absolutely.
Yes, sir. Don't forget about Thursday. If you can stop in and give that advice you would give your younger self, we'd appreciate it. Or at least even throw something in the comments.
I definitely will make my best effort.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Yes,
Yeah, we know you got a panel tomorrow too. So you pretty busy.
Yeah, I know more than I need to be. I'm be that doghouse gonna get real tiny for me.
Right.
Let me get my ass to bed.
All right, brother.
Ronan, brother, I think it was a great panel. I appreciate you joining and being the what we call the fair person in there, to make sure you kept me straight. Guys,
Both
like
sides,
I said,
especially in the military thing, man. It's everybody can have hindsight, but when you're actually in the thick of it, you can go and do a lot of self-reflection. Like I have videos of guys saying they are expats for a reason because of suffering from PTSD, and they feel like they can get more peace being abroad now instead of being in the United States with all the turmoil and different things from political issues and so on. So it makes sense, and that's what I like to speak to and why I travel as well. So that it's always nice to be able to try to predict what can happen in the future, but and then also go back and reflect on what happened to you in your past. But the people in the middle of it, they don't have a choice. They're just doing whatever they can to survive.
I'd like to also give a shout out to my favorite fan, Paul Milner. How you doing, brother? I'm glad you watched and was there for us. And I just want to show you what happens when real men come together. We can have a great conversation. It is the cowards that I detest. The cowards that say they're going to do something and don't show up, that talk all the trash and never have anything to back it up with. Those are the people that I don't get along with. But I appreciate you watching, my friend. And I'm glad that I can show the world the type of person you were and how much you lie and deceit. Because Fearless is where he was at. But now I digress. Now I know who you are, and now you know who I am. No words have to be mentioned anymore. With that said, brother,
that's sad, bro.
Hey, sometimes you got to put up or shut up. That's
Facts.
how it is. I see that, and he still couldn't shut up. That's what I hate. I hate a dude who get his ass beat and still talk about what they could have done. I could have.
Didn't even get his ass beat. He just was a no-show and still running his mouth as if he could do something.
Yeah.
Man, come on. You didn't show up the first time. Why would we go for a second or
Keep
third?
going here. I can't even keep going, brother. That's it. But hey, make sure my man is almost at 1,000 subs and he needs a push. So please make sure you subscribe to his channel, my channel, all these channels, so you can get the notifications and know when we have some great talks.
We didn't
like
ask for no super chats, no cash apps, no none of that. I'd rather have a subscriber, a loyal subscriber, than to worry about that other stuff.
Please subscribe. All right. We're patriotic. And
Yes,
we are
sir.
signing off.
Salute.
I'm not even going to do an outro because we out.
Yeah, for real, for real.